The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail?
Ladies and gentlemen, today CBS is proud to contribute its facilities to a new and important development in radio history, the Free Company. The Free Company is a voluntary group of distinguished American playwrights, writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined their talents to bring you this series with no compensation other than the knowledge that it may serve America. With James Boyd as national chairman, Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Writers' Committee, and Burgess Meredith, chairman of the Actors Division, the Free Company will present original radio plays written by its members, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Mark Connelly, Noel Green, Archibald Macleish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Robert E. Sherwood, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. The plays will feature America's most distinguished screen and stage stars in the leading roles. And now, Burgess Meredith for the Free Company.
This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. The purpose of the Free Company is to present in terms as eloquent as its members can command the meaning of freedom, and to serve as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make it possible. Some of these plays utilize for their dramatic themes particular sections of the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will be more general in scope. For our first play in this series, Pulitzer Prize playwright William Saroyan has written The People with Light Coming Out of Them. In the cast will be John Garfield, Nancy Kelly, Eduardo Cianelli, Edmund Gwenn, William Tracy, Tim Holt, and Clinton Rosamon. The brilliant work of these artists in motion pictures is known to all of you. When we asked William Saroyan to join the Free Company, Bill said,
Well, sure. I'm fond of freedom, crazy about company. What do I do?
Write us a play.
Okay, when?
Now?
Right now?
Right now.
Good. What do you want this play to be about?
About the United States of America.
My favorite subject.
About why you like America.
Why? You might as well ask me why I like to breathe. What do you really want?
Well, Bill, tell us something about why you think this country is worth living and fighting for. Give us your reasons in a little play. You have reasons.
Oh, millions of them. As many reasons as there are places and people. Take California, for instance, or Texas, or New York. Take San Francisco, or Peoria. Take any place. Rockville Center, Freeport, Merrick, Belmore, Wantagh, Seaford, Massapequa, Amityville, Lindenhurst, and Babel.
Wait a minute. Can't you sort of break that down a little?
Sure. We'll make it local. Now, look, we'll take one city block, any place, one American row of houses. Okay, now, there it is. Now, we'll take one American. Anybody. Let's take something like myself so I'll know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, anybody. Instead of being a writer, let's say this fellow's a painter. He looks at things carefully and then paints what he sees in them. Okay, now, there's one street and there's this young painter. He's standing on the corner.
What corner?
This American corner.
Mm-hmm.
Now, give me a typewriter and I'll go to work.
Sure, here you are. Now, you sit right down.
Thanks. Come on, old Walt Whitman. Tell us about America. Tell us about where we live, about home and the family. And Mark Twain, you tell us about it. And old Dan Boone. And 130 million people. You tell us about it.
This is a good block. I'll tell you who lives in this block. Well, in the flat below me is the old husband and the wife and their granddaughter. The old man's retired. He used to be a railroad worker. They gave him a pension about 2 years ago. Yesterday, I saw him at the corner, just kind of standing in the sun there, burned up about having no job. And he said,
"Oh, how does anybody know when a man's through? I'm not through, and I never have been. As long as a man wants to work, he's not through. So I'm keeping busy. Aye, they're not going to kill me with kindness. Do you know what I'm doing now, eh? Well, it's the truth. I've got a whole setup in the basement. Aye, last week I made a little table, and this week I'm working on a chair. I've got to keep going. I've got to do things. You can hear me hammering down there now, can't you?
"Is that you hammering?"
Yeah, and how's it sound to you, eh? Young and vigorous?
It doesn't sound old.
I'll say it doesn't. There's plenty of people around here that can use a table or a chair or one thing or another. And I'm going to go ahead and make these things. And if they can't afford to pay for the lumber, I'll make them a present of it. I like to be making something. I don't like to sit around being an old man. You ever hear me sing while I'm working?
Yes, I believe I have.
Well, now, how does it sound? Eh? Come on now, tell me the truth.
Not bad at all. What is that song you keep singing all the time?
Oh, it's Dolly Day.
Is that what it is?
Ah, you mean, oh, Dolly Day, she looks so gay. I run all around and around to hear her fairy footsteps play as she comes over the ground.
Yes.
Aye, it's my favourite, Dolly Day. It's my wee wifey's name, Dolly. Well, so long, lad.
So long, Pop. I'll be seeing you. Well, the old man and his wife, they're folks. And the girl, their granddaughter, she's a stenographer somewhere. And she goes to work every morning looking like a princess. The old man, he's Scotch. And his wife's English, with a little French. And the granddaughter's mother, she has some Spanish. That's a lot of folks. Well, I was sitting on the steps last Sunday when the girl came home from church. I never saw anything prettier. She's something like her grandfather when it comes to starting a conversation anywhere at all. She came up the street and started talking from about 10 yards away.
Hello. You're the man who's taken the flat upstairs, aren't you? You know, it seems funny not hearing a lot of noise up there anymore. There were 5 growing kids in the family that moved out just before you moved in, and, gee, they sure used to have a lot of fun. Gosh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It sure is. One of the most beautiful I've ever seen. Too good to waste indoors.
That's one thing I like about church on a good day. When it's all over, you go out humming the last song they sang, and you step into beautiful sunshine and walk home feeling glad and hungry and happy about everything.
I've got to do that. I've got to go to a church next Sunday myself. What kind of sermon was it?
Oh, it was a little sad and made me feel angry about the war and the way people are behaving, but, well, we got to know about wars and what they mean to people and what they do. So the last song we sang was Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages. I haven't heard that song in years.
Oh, it's a beautiful song. Rock of Ages, cleft for me. It's good for people to feel that something is solid for them to hang on to. People sing songs like that all over the world, I guess. What do you do?
Yes, that's exactly how she said it. She's an American. She wanted to know, so she asked. She was sincere, and she was interested. I told her, I'm a painter.
Oh, a house painter?
Well, I paint houses, too, among other things, but I don't mean that kind of painting. I paint on canvas.
You mean you're an artist?
Well, yes, although that sounds a little high-toned for me. I'm a worker whose work it is to paint. I've got no boss, and I don't keep regular hours or anything like that. But I work like everybody else.
Gosh, I never knew people could live so near artists.
Wait a minute, don't get me wrong. I'm not famous. In fact, I'm not very well known to more than 10 or 11 people in the whole world. I'm not rich either. I'm sort of poor, but it seems like everything I really want and need, I usually...
Well, how do people get to be painters?
Well, I suppose it creeps up on them gradually until they're so sure they're painters they're willing to work for years trying to prove it. I'm in my 7th year now.
Have you got a lot of paintings?
Lots of them. Dozens.
Could I see them sometime?
Well, I wish you would. But I've got to warn you, they're not nearly as pretty as some people in the world. Well, why don't you get your grandfather and grandmother and someday when I'm in town go upstairs and loaf around? Door's always open.
Oh, we wouldn't go into your house if you weren't there.
Well, why not? It would be easier for you to look at the paintings, and I wouldn't be there to bother you and trying to explain them to you. It's not easy for a painter to explain his pictures. You see, you start to paint things, and after a while, as you learn more and more about painting, you start to paint what's inside of things and always coming out. Light comes out of most things, especially people. And it sometimes comes out of houses and streets and rooms and windows and all sorts of things that everybody sees every day. Well, I sort of concentrate on that light. I'm interested in it, even when there's no sun shining. If you look carefully, you can see light coming out of all sorts of things. But it's not easy to explain.
Gosh, you sound like a preacher. Only it sounds real. Not like a sermon.
Everybody's a preacher, guess, but it's simply a question what a man preaches.
Well, what do you preach?
Tell you the truth, I believe something that's so ordinary it's almost embarrassing to mention it. In fact, somebody sophisticated might laugh at me. I believe there's more good in things than anybody ever bothers to see. So I keep looking for it all the time. And when I find it, I try to keep it in a painting so other people can see it too. After they see it in a painting, well, they see it everywhere else too. That's what painting's for.
Say, can we really go up and look at the paintings?
Well, I'm going to take a walk to town in about an hour. Why don't you all go up after you've had dinner? I won't be back until evening.
Are you sure you won't mind?
Mind? I want you to see my pictures. That's why I paint them.
All right, then. We'll go up. And thanks.
Okay. Well, she walked off, and I went up to my room. You hear that? That's Michael Ogawa. He lives across the street. He's 16. His father runs that cleaning and pressing place. Mike delivers for his father. I've been here only 2 weeks, and I know practically everybody in this block. Take Mike, for instance. He came upstairs one afternoon with one of my suits his father had cleaned and pressed. I was working at the time, and it looked as if it was going to be a good picture, so I didn't want to stop working. I hollered, "Come in." The door opened, and somebody said,
"I brought your suit."
"Okay, bring it up and put it on a chair somewhere." I went right on working. I guess I must have worked at least 40 minutes more before I stopped. The picture wasn't finished, and I didn't feel like doing any more work for a while. Wait till morning and go back to it fresh. Well, I lit a cigarette, inhaled and yawned and stretched. Hello, who are you?
Mike,
Hiya, my name is Jim Smith.
pleased to meet you.
How long have you been here?
Ever since I brought your suit?
Oh, I'm sorry. How much is it?
Oh, it's all paid for. You paid my father the day you brought it in. Don't you remember?
Then why...
I wanted to see you make the picture. I never saw a man paint a picture before. Can I look at it?
Sure, it's not finished, but you can take a look at what I've got so far.
Thanks. That sure is pretty.
Do you really mean that?
That second house, that's our house, isn't it?
But do you live in that house with the green roof?
Sure, right over the shop. Way like Del Pa. It sure is pretty.
What's your last name, Mike?
Akagawa. Bet you know what nationality that is.
Well, since it's yours, I'd say it's American.
Oh, sure. But when it's my father's, it's Japanese, I guess. He was born in Japan. I was born in that house in the picture. Gee, I never thought I'd see that little house in the picture.
Listen to Mike Akagawa across the street blowing the trumpet. Isn't that beautiful? That's what I like about this block. All the wonderful Americans living here, doing their work and raising their families, going to school, trying to learn how to play the trumpet and looking around everywhere for the good things. 3 doors from here is the Areola family. Father, mother, and 7 kids, all under 17. Well, they're a great gang of people. The father works in the wholesale produce market, so he gets up at 3 in the morning to go to work. You know, I sometimes walk around town late at night to see how things are then. And one night, as I was coming home, I ran into Pete Areola on his way to work. Well, it's very quiet at 3 in the morning, and you don't expect a stranger to come up to you and start to talk. But Pete did.
Hello.
Hello.
You are the new fellow in this neighborhood, ain't you?
Yes, I am. I've got that flat 3 doors up from your place.
Sure, I see you before. What's your name?
Jim Smith.
My name is Pete Areola.
That's a good name, Pete. You're up early, aren't you?
I go to work every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where you been? You work nighttime?
Oh, in a way.
What do you mean?
Well, I haven't got any working hours, so I guess they're all working hours.
Where do you work?
Pete, I'm a painter. I paint pictures. I look around and paint what I see.
You, Peter? Artiste?
Yeah.
I work wholesale produce market. Where's your family?
Well, my wife's visiting her folks. She'll be here in a week or so.
Lonesome, huh?
Oh, little.
You got kids? I got 7 kids.
7, that's swell. I got only 2.
I got 7. All go to school except 2, the babies. Sometime you lonesome, come over to the house. Have a drink of wine, eat some food, and meet the kids.
Thanks, Pete, I will.
Jim, your name?
Yeah, Jim Smith.
All right, Jim, come on over. We have a good time.
Okay. So I went over to Pete's the next night and met the family.
Hello, Jim Smith. Come in. You have supper with us. Hey, Angela, come and get some wine for our new neighbor. This is Jim Smith. Angela, my wife.
How you doing, Mrs. Areola?
Hello, young fella.
These are my kids. Hey, kids, wait a 1 minute. Meet the new neighbor, Jim Smith. And now let's see. We start with the babies. This is Nicky.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Angela, look. The neighbor pick up Nicky. Nicky, you like this fella? Sure you like him, but that's fine. This little girl is Nora, my little flower. This fella's Pat. Hey, Pat, how do you feel?
Okay, Pa. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Pat.
This lady, oh, she's a lady. Look, those high-heel shoes. She's Rosa. Gonna be opera singer.
I'm gonna be a school teacher.
All right, Rosa, is school teacher and opera singer, too.
Papa wants everybody to be an opera singer.
Next, the big fella. Joe, 14.
Hi.
Tom, 15 and a half.
Hello.
And the oldest boy is Dominic, 16 and a half.
Hi.
There's another one on the way. All right, everybody, this fella, our new neighbor, Jim Smith. All right, Jim, drink this wine. Now, come on, kids, let's give a song. Oh, solo me, everybody together. Dominic, give me 1 chord enough and make it a good one.
Well, we all sang, and I sang as loud as anybody else. We drank and had supper together and talked, and before I left that house, I knew how important a part of America it is. What a fine American Pete is, and his wife, and all the kids. They've all been up to my place for a visit. And now and then the oldest boy, Dominic, comes up alone and talks. Everybody I've met on this block so far has had something to talk about. Dominic, for instance, wants to know if he ought to go to college like his father wants him to, or if he ought to get out and go to work down at the wholesale produce market and help out with the family expenses. Well, I don't say anything. I just listen. And after 2 or 3 visits, Dominic answers all his own questions. He gets up and he says,
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Smith. Thanks for telling me. That's what I'll do. I'll go to college and work both. I guess there's time for everything, if a fellow makes up his mind to find the time. I can work during summer vacation. And I can work Saturdays. I'd work Sundays, too, but we're Catholics, and Ma'd get sore if I didn't go to church Sunday. Well, I'll be seeing you. Gee, that sure is a swell picture.
There's a fellow who's got a furnished room in the house at the corner. He's a doctor at the hospital up the hill. There's a clinic up there, and I drop in once in a while to see the people when they're sick. And that's where I met this fella. Well, the kids love him. They're afraid of the other doctors, but they love Dr. John. John Bailey is his name, but they call him Dr. John. We got to talking, and he came up one afternoon for a drink. I wanted to know why the kids weren't afraid of him. Most people are a little afraid of anybody whose color is a little different from their own, and Bailey's color is the blackest black you ever saw. I asked him about the kids not being afraid of him.
Well, maybe it's because kids are people at their best. A kid with a pain, all he wants is to have the pain taken out of him. I don't go to work on a kid until I get him to know him. We talk a little while, and the first thing I know, they forget I'm a doctor. They even forget I'm colored. And then I know I can go to work. The greater part of pain is feeling hopeless about it. And I never feel hopeless about anything. Kids find out about that, and they stop being afraid of pain too. Well, by that time, more than half of it's gone, and what's left of it is on its way out. I laugh a good deal, too, because laughter's just about as strong as sunlight as a healing force. Where there's laughter, there's never fear. It helps the kids.
Well, how does it happen that you do laugh, though?
Well, I didn't used to. I used to let my own troubles grow until finally I found out that that was foolishness. The living are healthy. Life is healthy. I know that from my work. I've got to help them with medicine and heat and treatment and all that. But what really heals them is their own faith. Mind if I have another drink?
Go ahead. Pour me one, too. All the people in this block are like that, like Bailey and Pete and Michael Kagawa, and the old man and his granddaughter. But this block's no different from any other block in any other town in America. People are like that all over the place. And when you've got people with light coming out of them, like it comes out of these people, and you've got light coming out of their houses and the streets they live in and the towns where these streets are, and the whole land where these towns are, you hear them coming to life in the morning. The alarm clock's ringing, the faucet's running, and everybody getting up to start another day. You know they're a happy people because they belong to a happy nation. They're a free people, and they're glad to be alive. I've done a lot of looking around all over this country because that's my work, and everywhere I've gone, from the biggest city to the smallest town, I've seen people with light in them, human people. People who are young and friendly and kind. Oh, I know, I've seen bad people, too, all kinds of them. But I looked a long time, and it's gotten so I can see them right through people who look as if they're bad. But they're not bad. They're having trouble. They're up against something. Things have gone wrong. They've lost faith. They need more things than they've got. They're out fighting because they don't know what else to do about the trouble. But even these people are good people. Something's pressing against their spirits, hurting them. Everything isn't perfect in any block in any town or city in this country. But in this country, it's always trying to improve. It's always working at the job. The same as a painter's got to work at a picture he's painting. Look out this window down at the street. It's not a fancy street. The houses aren't much. People in them aren't people you read about in newspapers and magazines. But down there is America. That street and those houses and the people living in them. There is the strength of this nation and the hope of the world. Look at the light shining out of those humble houses. That light is the light of a happy nation, a free and growing people, a human people, a people without fear, a people who love instead of hate, whose casual everyday humanity is stronger than any other power in the world. This is a good block. I like it here, because the best in people from all over the world is growing here into the first real nation of the world, the American nation, the nation of human people.
Burgess Meredith speaking. Thank you, William Saroyan. In many countries, the light of humanity flickers and dies, snuffed out by faceless men, by men who have no light in themselves and who therefore deny the existence of light anywhere. Our nation was formulated by men who cherish the light that comes from people. The meaning of our freedom is this: not here in our land. Darkness can never win. Let us resolve again, in the face of threatening shadows, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. John Garfield, whom you will see soon in Warner Brothers' A Sea-Wolf, Nancy Kelly, who will be remembered for her work in Jesse James, Eduardo Cianelli, who played the unforgettable Trach in RKO's Winterset, Edmund Gwenn, whose performance as the murderer in Foreign Correspondent received high acclaim, William Tracy, who played the delightful fresh kid in MGM's A Little Shop Around the Corner, and was now appearing in Darryl Zanuck's Tobacco Road, Tim Holt, who is starring in RKO's The Fargo Kid, and Clinton Rosamon, who is appearing in MGM's forthcoming Blossoms in the Dust, have joined the Free Company in presenting the first in a series of broadcasts, William Saroyan's original radio play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them. Leith Stevens composed and conducted an original music score. Charles Vanda produced. To all these people, to the Screen Actors Guild, and to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mr. Saroyan's play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them, will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast in printed form has been made available for distribution to all our listeners. For 10 cents, the actual cost of printing and mailing, you will receive your own copy by writing to the Free Company in care of the station to which you are now listening. Copies of subsequent broadcasts during this entire series of productions by the Free Company will also be made available each week. Next week at this same time, the Free Company will present a play by the Pulitzer Prize winner, Mark Connelly, titled The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek. The Free Company series is directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
bell of the city of Bruges in Flanders, the voice of the city, the voice of the people. For what is the city but people? Today, not only in Bruges, but all over Flanders, bells are ringing, and the voice of the people speaks out after a long silence. That is why we tell this story of another time in Flanders, a time more than 6 centuries ago, when the bell of Bruges rang and the people spoke for the first time.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as the narrator, we present Chapter 3, a story of freedom in Flanders in We Came This Way.
It was at the turn of the 14th century. After Granada and the reopening of the Mediterranean to Western trade, Europe saw a boom in cities. Traders with the smell of the world about them, and peddlers spreading out their packs at the great fairs, became the first promoters of cities, boasting of the places they had been, the things they had seen.
In the city of Bruges, I have seen cloth woven out of golden thread, cloth of gold. And in the cities of the Moselle, I've tasted wine such as we could never make under this cold and misty sky. I've seen in Venice silks that shiver.
Serfs who followed their lords to war on the Crusades returned to whisper in the ears of other serfs who had remained behind in landlocked villages.
It is a fact. I have been there and seen it. In cities, all men are free men. They have a saying, the air of the city is free air. Once a man has lived for a year and a day in the city, serf or slave though he was before, he is a free man under the law, and his master cannot reclaim.
Little wonder that by the thousands men began breaking their feudal chains and flocking to the cities. And in those days no cities drew greater numbers than those of the Low Countries, where the two streams of European traffic met, where industry flourished and men's strength and skill were in demand. Runaway serfs and men who had felt cramped in the narrow confines of the medieval village swelled the cities of Bruges, Gand, Liège, Ypres, Dinan, and Antwerp. They learned trades, became the makers of cloth that was worn in all the courts of Europe, the makers of coin that supplanted the old barter system of the feudal world, the makers of stone baptismal fonts found today in the villages of England, the makers of shoes and the makers of bread. And more than any of these things, the new men of the new cities became the makers of the democratic idea, the makers of social progress.
My name is Anders. I was one of the new men you have spoken of, but I knew nothing of social progress. I never even heard the word democracy. I was a weaver in a village in Flanders. I fell in love with the daughter of a peasant, and when I wished to marry her and take her off the manor, her lord refused. He said that way he would lose her litter. So Joanna and I ran away, stole away in the dark of the night like thieves. We wanted to get to the city where we could be free, to get to Bruges.
Ask that old man, Anders.
Tell me, sir, does this road go to Bruges?
The roads in Flanders go no place, stranger. They stand still. It is the people of Flanders who go places.
I see. You make sport of me because of my country dress and manner.
I meant no harm. What I said is true. Are not you and your young woman a walking proof that the people of Flanders do go places? Do you come from a way off, stranger?
No, Anders, no. Tell him nothing.
Oh, you have nothing to fear from me, my pretty one. If you have chosen to shake the dust of the manor from your feet, that is your own business. I am a poor man like yourselves, and poor men tell no tales.
But you will tell us the way to Bruges, eh, grandfather?
Half a league, straight ahead. Listen, you can hear the bell. You'd better hurry if you want to get there before they close the gates at sundown.
Hurry, Anders. Do hurry. I won't feel safe until we're inside Bruges.
You're right, Joanna. For people like us, only the air of the city is free air. So Joanna and I sought the free air of the city. The year was 1300. You won't find our names in the history books. You won't even find much about the master weaver, whom I went to work for, though he made history in Bruges during the next few years. He was a one-eyed man with a habit of saying what he thought. His name was Peter Koenig, and he was dean of the Weavers' Guild in Bruges. I learned much about weaving from Peter Koenig, and I learned much else, too. As our feet worked the treadles and our shuttles flew back and forth, we used to talk.
So you come to the city to be free, eh, Anders?
Yes, Master Koenig. I want to be my own man.
Man, open your eyes, boy. How can a man be free who has no voice in his government? Who do you think makes the laws here in Bruges?
Why, the men of the city council.
And who is that council? A few families of cloth merchants and exporters calling themselves patricians. Call yourself free if you like, but try to get a seat on the council.
Is it a law that I can't?
It's written in gold on parchment that no weaver, fuller, shearer, carpenter, or any who works with the awl, or any dyer who has blue nails, wool beater, or tinker who cries through the streets, cheesemonger, beer seller, dealer in salt and bread, worker in lambskin.
I had no idea there were so many of us plain people.
None of these or any who sells by the pound can become a member of the council. That is, unless he renounces craft and give a mark of gold, or as much more as shall be thought good by the councilmen. Beat that if you can, Anders.
But if there are so many of us, so many more than there are of them.
Aye, go ahead. Say it.
Then why shouldn't we have some say-so about things, about the wages we get, the taxes we pay?
Why, indeed. Men have asked that before you. 3 years ago, our guilds rose up and questioned the power of the council. We had the Count of Flanders on our side, too.
So what happened?
The patricians appealed to the King of France, and he sent an army against us.
Well, what did he have to do with it?
Huh? France was just waiting for a sign of weakness in Flanders to assert authority over us. You see, the Count had renounced his allegiance to France and made an alliance with England. Had promised his daughter Philippine to the Prince of Wales in marriage.
And the King of France didn't like that.
Like it? He decoyed the Count's daughter to Paris and strangled her.
I see. I remember now. We heard in the village about the fighting in the cities. So that's what the fighting was about.
Aye. And it came to nothing. The French soon won. The Count and his sons were taken to Paris to jail. That's why the banner of the Lily now flies from the bell tower of Bruges.
And that's why the King and Queen of France are coming here on a visit.
Exactly. This very cloth we're working on is for a cloak that the merchant Van Gelders and the other councilmen will present to the king for the favor he did them in putting down weavers like us. How do you like that, Anders?
Every merchant's wife in Bruges had a silk dress for the king's coming. And when they bowed low before his royal majesty Philip called the fair and his queen Isabel, there was a great rustling sound. But when the king and queen stood on the balcony with the councilmen and were presented to the people, there was no sound at all.
Fools. Fools, why don't they cheer? Why do they just stand there like oxen? What will His Majesty think?
Perhaps he will think, Van Gelders, that though we merchants were able to force a king upon the people, we cannot force them to like him.
And they'll like even less what is to follow.
Anders, I thought I'd find you still at your loom. I got the money from Van Gelders for the cloth. Here are your wages.
Well, to tell the truth, I was waiting for my wages, sir. Joanna put the last of our flour in this morning's dough cake. Thank you, sir.
Don't thank me. A weaver earns every penny he gets and more, and it's little enough.
I tell you, Anders, you'll see men falling dead of hunger in the streets when the new levy is put through.
Levy, Master Konig?
I had it from Van Gelder's. The people are going to pay for the king's visit. Wining and dining and the banners and the music. Even that cloak they gave him we'll pay for in the end.
But it's unfair. We didn't ask him here. We didn't want him.
We ate none of the roast capon or drank any of the fine wines, but we'll pay for them, too. The council has decided.
Master Konig, my wages now barely pay for the hovel we live in and buy us food. And Joanna's with child. I can't meet the levy.
I know. You're not the only one.
Then what are we to do? Pay it and starve like sheep? You're the dean of the Weavers' Guild. You tell me.
Anders, alone, the Weavers can do nothing. But there are 51 other guilds in Bruges. If we all stand together...
What would our stand be?
I must have time to think it through. Wait. I'll call a meeting of all the guilds at the marketplace tomorrow. Be there as the bell is rung for sundown. Men of Bruges, I say to you that the new levy the council is ramming down our throats is outrageous and must not be stomached. If you are men, you will not take food out of the mouths of your children to pay for the pleasuring of a foreign king. Silence, Peter Koning, If you are men, you will not let one groat of your meager wages go toward the support of a municipality in which you have no voice.
I forbid you to speak further, Peter
A
Koning.
municipality which cares no more for us than for the sheep that grow the wool we weave.
How dare you stir up the people against their rightful ruler?
Our rightful ruler is the Count of Flanders.
And the Count of Flanders is for the people. Silence! Silence, all of you! Sergeant, arrest this man, Peter Koning. Go to your homes, all of you. There shall be no more public meetings. Our new governor, His Majesty's Lieutenant Jacques de Chatillon, will arrive in Bruges within the week. He will see that we have order. Meanwhile, the council will decide, Peter Koning, whether to have you drawn and quartered as a traitor or banished as a fool.
The council was shrewd. It's dangerous to make martyrs of men. So though in days gone by, weavers who had set themselves against authority had been drawn and quartered or broken on the wheel, Master Konig's sentence was to be banished forever from the city of Bruges. 5,000 of us would have gone with him, but he would not have it. He left alone except for myself, who walked with him to the city gates.
We're coming to the gates now, Anders.
Say the word and I go with you, sir.
No, Anders. Your work is here.
I have lost my master.
You work not for bread alone now, Anders, but for justice.
Justice is a dangerous trade, sir. I have a child on the way to think of.
You work for him, too. Better he be stillborn, Anders, than come into the world to be as voiceless and driven as the weavers of Bruges are today.
What is it you want me to do?
Stand with the other artisans. John Bidell of the Butchers' Guild will take my place. He will tell you what to do.
Listen. Drums. It's Chatillon with a French garrison riding into the city.
Aye.
What can we do against that? They say, Master Peter, that Chatillon is bringing rope with him to hang any who resists his rule, even women and children.
I think that instead of hanging women and children, Jacques de Chatillon will hang himself with his rope.
Hang himself?
Like every tyrant swollen with power, he will go too far. And then the people will rise up and slay him.
But we have no leader. Without a leader, we're nothing but a mob pulled this way and that way.
When the hour comes and the people are sick of Jacques de Chatillon, they will send for Peter the Weaver. Then I will come back.
God go with you, Master Konig.
God keep Bruges.
Jacques de Chatillon rode into Bruges on horseback, surrounded by his knights, and Peter the Weaver walked out alone. But in the days that followed, it was the Weaver we listened to, not Chatillon. We listened to him, though he was many miles away in the city of Dam. He sent messages to John Bridell, and John Bridell told us what to do.
Stand together. Resist the council. Refuse to pay the levy. Every guildsman must stand with the others.
We stood together and resisted, and Chatillon forced collections with his soldiers. Children died of hunger and men cursed. But I remembered what Master Koenig had said, and I waited and watched Chatillon draw the rope tighter and tighter around his own neck.
Chatillon has said the people will be punished for refusing to pay.
He has ordered the levy raised.
The deans and second deans of the guilds must make a public apology for inciting the people to resist.
They must be dressed in black and fall upon their knees and confess sorrow for their disloyal conduct.
And last of all, the bell of Bruges is to be silenced from this day forth.
Have you heard?
Down with foreign agents.
Curse the king, curse Chatillon.
The bell of Bruges is to be silenced.
Is it you, Anders?
Yes, Joanna.
Oh, I'm glad. You're away so much. Every night it's lonely. I miss the bell striking the hour. Oh, Anders, I'm afraid sometimes. Perhaps we should not have come to Bruges. Perhaps we should go back.
Would you want our child to be born a serf, Joanna?
Oh, no, Anders, no.
Then never talk of going back. It's hard, this waiting, but it will end soon.
You mean the child will soon be born?
A child, yes. And something more. Joanna, the men of Bruges have sent for Peter Koenig.
Alms for the poor, alms for the poor. Give a penny for the poor and the blessing of St. Francis. Alms for the poor.
Here, old friar, I'll give you a penny. Though who is poorer than a weaver of Bruges, Master Koenig.
Be quiet, Anders, you fool. Why do you think I've gone to the trouble of disguising myself? The market is full of people.
And not a one of them would lay hands on Peter the Weaver. It's like you said. The people only wait for a signal from you to rise.
Listen, Anders. 1 week from tonight, on Friday the 13th, the moon will be down. That is the night.
We're ready. The smiths and carpenters have set boar spears and plowshares in long clubs, as you sent word for them to do.
And there is one for every artisan?
Every artisan in Bruges will be armed.
Here comes the soldier of the king.
I'll give you a psalm, brother, that we friars sings at matins. Deposuit potentes de sede et exaltavit humines.
I know no Latin, old friar.
Then you shall have it in the language of the people. He will put down the mighty from their seats, and he will exalt the humble.
The soldier's gone now. What will be the signal for the rising?
The ringing of the bell.
It's forbidden. There's a guard at the bell tower.
You will go to the tower at midnight, kill the guard, and ring the bell.
I am to kill a man? I am to give the signal for men to rise up and kill other men?
Killing is bad, Anders. But there are other things that are worse. There is no other way. Blood must be spilled before Bruges is free. If I had a son, if you were that son, I would say the same. This is what you must do.
I'll ring the bell, Master Koenig. Loud and strong.
We'll be waiting. I must go now, Anders, and see Bridell and the others.
One last thing. What is the watchword for the night?
Buckler and friend. And woe betide any man who says it with a French accent.
Alms for the poor, alms for the poor. Give a penny.
It's time for me to go, Joanna.
You must go.
Yes, Joanna. I must go.
Anders,
Yes.
when you ring the bell, our men will rise up against Chatillon's men, and men will die.
Yes. Men will die.
On both sides.
Yes, Joanna.
Anders, I must say this to you. We plain people seldom speak of things like this. We have so little time for it. The words come hard, but... Anders, I have loved you so very much.
I love you too, Joanna.
Oh, Anders, must you leave me?
I must. I wish it were a time, Joanna, when men could stay at home by their own hearths, when men could sit and watch the firelight on their wives' faces. Oh, God, how I wish it. It was black as pitch in the streets. I stole along in the shadows, and once when I heard the watch coming, I pressed myself against a doorway, and I was afraid he would hear my heart. It beat so loud. It was May, and the night was chilly, but my jerkin was wet with sweat. At the bell tower, the guard was half asleep, and I sprang on him like a cat. And killed him. Then I searched him, found the key, unlocked the iron gate to the belfry, and felt my way up the narrow twisting steps. The bell rope was heavy, and I pulled, and not a sound came. And then I thought of Master Koenig and the others waiting, and I pulled harder, and the bell began to ring. And after that, I wasn't afraid anymore. I heard screams in the streets below and men running. And I heard a little sound, a creak on the stairs. And I shouted the password, Buckler and friend!
Buckler and friend!
I knew by the accent it was one of Chatillon's men. So I let go the rope and ran at him with the boar spear, which was the only weapon I had. I killed him before he had time to cry out. And then I joined our men in the streets. And after that, I don't remember how many men I killed. It was over very quick, by dawn. The dawn looked very real and natural, and the bodies in the streets were like a nightmare. I remember I stumbled over one that was my friend, Derek, and another. But there were more of them than of us. We had won. What was left of Chatillon's men had fled the city with him. I was too tired that day for rejoicing. The rejoicing came later. There were parades and music, and the banner of the lily came down, and the Lion of Flanders went up in its place, and Master Koenig spoke to us in the square below the bell.
Men of Bruges, we have fought, and we have won. But we fought for justice, not for vengeance. Besides, vengeance will not go long unavenged. Let us bury our hates with the dead. Let us not live in civil strife. Let us not exchange a tyranny of patricians for a tyranny of weavers. I say to you, let us have a government of the people.
Some of us listened to Master Koenig, and some would not. It was only human that men who had been kept down so long would want to use the power that had been used against them. The old magistrates were thrown out, and our captains appointed to rule instead. Yes, we made mistakes, for we had no pattern, but had to cut our government out of whole cloth. But for all its faults and weaknesses, it was more a government of the people than any Bruges had ever seen before. The towns Ypres and Damme and Courtrai and eventually Gand all followed our lead, and all over Flanders the people ruled, and the air of the cities was in truth free air. Then the King of France, angry at what we'd done, began to raise an army to send against us. Robert of Artois was at its head, and following him was all the chivalry of France and Navarre and even knights from Spain and Italy. The army wore golden spurs that glinted in the sun, and the number of chariots and horsemen was so great they hid the ground they passed over. By July, they'd passed Lee, and word came to us that they had left a trail of blood and destruction behind them. So we put up our looms and our tools, and with pikes and halberts went out on foot to meet them. At our heads were Peter the Weaver and John Bridell the Butcher and the Count of Flanders' sons, who had escaped from jail in Paris and come back to help us. At Courtrai, Robert of Artois halted, pitched his silken tent, and heard the reports of his scouts.
Your Highness, the enemy is spread out in a single phalanx on the plain.
How are they armed?
They have no arms except pikes and halberds. Some even carry their artisans' tools. They go half naked and are bareheaded.
Rabble, we'll cut them to pieces. I want to end this and go home. Flanders is a dreary country, uncivilized. I've had indigestion from the horrid food ever since we came.
Your Highness, I'm afraid the enemy is well situated. On the west, they are protected by the entrenchments of Courtrai, and on the south and east...
Do you dare tell me that this rabble army can stand against the chivalry of Europe? Give the order to attack at once.
And as the army of the king marched against us, every man took up a handful of Flemish earth and pressed it to his lips. And the priests who had followed us to battle held the host high above our heads and gave us a last blessing.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
And that was the way we went into battle.
The Weaver Anders fell in the first onrush of France's army. So the rest of our story we must get from history books. It is written that Robert of Artois' men never once broke through the close array opposing them, the solid wall of men, of ragged, barefoot men, whose only weapons were their pikes and halberds. By nightfall, Robert of Artois and Chatillon were dead, along with 75 nobles, 1,000 knights, 3,000 squires, and 20,000 men. The victory was a people's victory. 700 golden spurs were gathered from the field of battle and hung up in the church of St. Mary's at Courtrai. Peter the Weaver and John Bridell the Butcher were knighted on the field of battle. And beneath the shadow of the belfry of Bruges, a statue was erected to these two who had made the people rule in Flanders. After the battle, the plain people marched home again to their plain jobs, and there was much joy in all the cities. In Bruges, the Weaver Anders' wife, Joanna, pale and shaking from her lying in, took our newborn son to the public square and held him up to hear the bell of Bruges rung in triumph. Today, not only the bell of Bruges, but bells all over Flanders ring, and the voice of the people speaks out again after a long silence.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 3 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present the story of Andreas with Katina Paxenu. A handbook containing background information with suggestions for further reading is now in publication. We shall be happy to send you, at cost of mailing, this valuable We Came This Way handbook, especially written for the current series. Send 25 cents to cover the cost of printing and mailing to We Came This Way, Post Office 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Tonight's script was written by Frank Wells and directed by Ira Avery. The music was conducted by Milton Catons. Members of the cast were James Monks, Joe DeSantis, Mary Patton, Bernard Lenrow, Lamport Hill, Walter Epler. John W. Vandercook was the narrator. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
freedom fails.
This is W.B. Lewis, chairman of the radio division of the Free Company, which today presents a new play by James Boyd, author of Drums, Marching On, and Long Hunt. The Free Company is a society of writers, actors, and radio workers organized to prepare and to broadcast a series of radio plays dealing with American democracy. Plays by William Saroyan, Mark Connelly, and Robert E. Sherwood have already been presented. Plays to come will be written by playwrights, novelists, and poets of equal distinction, many of them Pulitzer Prize winners. Some of these plays will be concerned with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to every citizen in the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will cover the more general theme of freedom as it develops from those basic, vital rights. All are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of freedom, to supply, in terms of our lives today, answers to problems such as those faced by Abraham Lincoln when he said,
"We all declare for liberty, but in using the same word, we do not all mean the same thing. With some, the word liberty may mean for each man to do as he pleases with himself and the product of his labor, while with others, the same word may mean for some men to do as they please with other men and the product of other men's labor. The shepherd drives the wolf from the sheep's throat, for which the sheep thanks the shepherd as his liberator, while the wolf denounces him for the same act as the destroyer of liberty. Plainly, the sheep and the wolf are not agreed upon a definition of the word liberty."
The Free Company presents Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Sidney Lumet, Margot, Myron McCormick, and Dorothy McGuire in One More Free Man by James Boyd. The time, shortly after Christmas in the year 1890. The place, a cow camp in the Rocky Mountains. A young mother is alone with her baby in the camp's log-built shelter. She came to the camp to spend Christmas with her husband, a mining engineer. They are snowed in, and her baby came at the blizzard's peak. But today, the road has been opened and a team has come up with supplies and a proper crib for the baby.
A mighty river. Your eyes are shut. Your fists are curled. And now you frown. What are you doing in your dreams? I know nothing about baby's dreams, but I know about mother's dreams. Since I first felt you stir, I dreamed about you. And when you came, I was so glad that the pain seemed only pain I dreamed. And still, the dream of you goes on. Already I see that first warm day of spring, when the snow melts up into the sky and you and I drive down to town. Do you know on that first Sunday what we'll do? I can see it in my dreams. I can hear the organ.
Baptized according to our word through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Therefore I baptize thee, John, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
Was that you that cried? You're sleeping. You were crying only in my dreams. The water was cold on your head. But never mind, for now you have a name. Your name is John. No one will ever know any secret name for you, my manger baby. And when you go to school, you will be John. John Cross. In school.
John Cross?
Yes, ma'am?
Who broke the window during recess?
I couldn't say.
You mean, you don't know?
No, ma'am, I don't mean that.
Well, did you?
I couldn't say.
I suppose you don't know that either.
No, ma'am, but if everybody that didn't do it says so, then you'll find out who did.
I have a right to find out.
Not that way.
Are you talking back to me?
Yes, ma'am.
For that, you'll stay in for 2 hours.
Holy mackerel, teacher, what about the ball game?
He'll miss the ball game.
Oh, shucks, then I done it. I broke it.
Then you'll stay in for 2 hours.
Okay, teacher. John, you're clear.
Not at all. John will stay in for 2 hours, too, for talking back.
That's not fair.
2 hours tomorrow and the next day, too.
You're not fair.
2 hours more. Come now, John, this is foolish. If you'll apologize, I'll let you go to the ball game.
I said what I thought.
But that can sometimes be impudent. Come, say you're sorry, and you can go to the ball game.
I said what I thought was right.
Oh, go on, Johnny. Say it and get off. It don't mean nothing.
No.
All right, then. 2 hours today, tomorrow, and the day after.
That's how you'll be in school, perhaps. We'll make life harder for you, my manger baby. But I wouldn't want it otherwise. There are plenty of boys otherwise. And are they happier? Some, perhaps. Am I not a natural mother? Mothers are supposed to wish their children safe and happy. But a boy like you, John, will not grow into a safe man, or even a happy one, unless you have good luck. A girl that you can always love, the only luck that lasts. What will she be like? And will I hate or envy her? Or will I be there to do either? It'll make no difference. They'll not think of me, only of each other, of themselves, as your father and I did just a year ago. Will the wedding be in a church like ours? Yes. Yes, in a church, I think.
What is it, John? What's wrong?
Nothing but this. Do you really love me?
Darling, what a silly question.
If you're not sure, you could still say so.
I wouldn't think of such a thing. Oh, John, I think we're going to have a wonderful life. You're going to succeed. By next year, you'll be superintendent, and we can take the house we looked at.
You can say no still. Right now, I'd understand.
John, you're crazy. Maybe you don't love me.
I do love you. So much that I want everything to be good between us. I'd rather give it up than have it spoiled.
Oh, silly, I'm lucky. All the girls envy me.
But inside, are you sure?
Of course I am.
Oh, my son. My son. Will she be big enough for you? And if not that, faithful enough at least? And if she's not, then who will be? The men you work with? You will be an engineer, I think, like your father and like mine. But builders have no place for manger babies. I see bad times for you. Bad times in the hard, roaring world of engineers.
Yes? What do you want? I'm John Cross, the super down at Black Rock. The GM sent for me.
The general manager's expecting you. Go on in.
Cross, what's this I hear?
What do you hear?
That you've been talking to the men.
What do they say that
Never mind.
I say?
Never mind what they say or what you said. I'm your friend. Now, you've done a good job at Black Rock. Production's up. All I want is just a denial that you've been talking to the men. I've written it out. Sign here. I want to show it to the directors. It'll clear you. Don't read it, just sign it. And whatever happens, let this be a lesson to you. Never talk to the men.
What do they say that I said?
They say you attended a meeting, that you told them that you would not lay a man off who tried to organize the mine as long as he got out the ore. I don't know whether that's true. I don't want to. I'm your friend, but I'm a busy man. Come on now, sign here. I'll take care of it.
That is what I told them.
You know the company's policy. The minute we hear of a man organizing, we let him out and send his name to the association.
Yes, I told them that. I told them, too, that they had the right to organize. I can't sign any denial.
Cross, everybody makes mistakes, especially when he's green. Now, when you make one, the thing to do is to clear it up and then forget it. In this case, I'm making it easy for you.
Why easy for me?
Why? Well, I don't know. I guess it's because I see something in you. I see boys coming into the mines by hundreds. I size them up. I'm never wrong. You've got a future in this business, Cross. That's all I have to say, and it's much more than I've ever said to any other man. Now, sign here.
It's not what I believe.
Never mind that, boy. Sign.
These men have a right to better their conditions. Their houses are not fit to live in. There's too much break-off in the company store, too much dust in the working places. We're short on mine props and on ventilators. We're killing men, slowly now, but someday we'll have a big disaster.
My boy, has it ever occurred to you that if a man's not satisfied, he can leave?
Leave? With his family in a company house, with himself in debt to the company store? How leave?
He didn't have to rent the house or run up a store bill, did he?
Where else could he live? How else can he eat when times are slack?
Well, that's his business. He can work it out to suit himself. This is a free country.
Then he's free to organize.
Cross, I've no time to argue. You've got a wife. Jobs are scarce. You'll be on every blacklist in the country.
Chief, we're killing men that might be saved. I've seen their bodies carried out. I know them, living and dead. And I'm for them.
So, I've been trying to protect a radical. Smith, write a letter giving Cross notice and phone the head watchman at Black Rock not to let him on the property.
Yes, sir.
Young man, this is not my business, but I'd hate to be your wife. A real man takes care of the woman he marries. I always understood.
A real man does what he has to do. You're doing what you must, and I am, too. Well, I guess there's no more to say. Goodbye, and no hard feelings.
Don't hold out your hand to me. I shake hands with no radical.
Well, just goodbye, then.
Now, my son. Now what will become of you? Your name is on the list. All doors are shut. And everywhere you go, you bear the brand of troublemaker. A name they give to those who speak the truth. And what will that pretty wife of yours now have to say? I think I know what she will say in your cheap rooming house with a leaky step.
Well, did you find anything?
No, they'd heard about me.
What are we to do? Look at my dress. Look at my hands.
Oh, Mary, I see them. All the time. Wherever I go, whenever they turn me down.
Why didn't you think of them at Black Rock, then?
Mary.
You could have signed the letter and would be there and going up, not down.
But the men were right. I explained that.
What's right? What's wrong? And are they better off? Look at us. And all because you can't learn to keep quiet.
Keep quiet is not something a man learns. Something he forgets. He forgets how he was as a kid. Kids don't keep quiet. They say what they think. Then something happens to them and they forget.
Is that philosophy? Well, I can't live on it. I'm going home.
Oh. I guess that's best. This is no place for you. Then, when I get a job, I'll come for you. Is that your bag?
Yes, and it's packed. I got supper for you.
Packed?
Don't look at me like that. I got your supper, didn't I?
But, Mary, you could wait a day or two. Something might turn up.
Oh, we've said that 50 times. I must hurry if I'm going to catch my train. Come on.
Yes. Yes, I'll take you to the train. Oh, Mary.
No, let me go, John. I must hurry. Go get my bag. Come on.
Yes, you mustn't miss the train.
You think she'll come back to you? Or even wait? A girl with her bright beauty fading, with not much time to lose. And all the brisk young men around, so confident and careful. No, my son, someday you'll learn the truth. And then for you the name of loneliness will have a meaning all its own. and you will be a wanderer in the dark places of the earth. But work you must. And work perhaps you will among the workers you work to save.
The meeting will come to order. This meeting of Local 1634 is called for the election of officers and delegates to the National Convention. Nominations are now in order.
I renominate our president, Tony Seagull.
I second the nomination.
I move the nominations be closed.
Well, brothers, it looks like I was in again. I'm much obliged.
Well, the chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cross.
This election is not in order. There was no time for other nominations.
All right, bright boy. Is there any other nominations? You see, bright boy? Now sit down.
I want to speak on the nomination.
Wait. Let him speak. Okay, bright boy, go right ahead.
Ever since I joined this union, I've seen how it's run. It's run by Seagull. So in my spare time, I looked around to see how Seagull runs it. Here's what I found. Last spring, we struck in violation of our agreement. We lost 28 days' pay and the goodwill of the town.
Who cares for goodwill?
Ain't the employers chipped us plenty? We lost our wages, but Seagull didn't lose. Ever since then, he's been taking down $100 a month from the employer to keep us working.
That's a lie.
I have proof. Where is it? Not here, Seagull. Not where it can be snatched out of my hands by your gang. But I'll produce it when I'm ready. And I'll produce another piece of paper. Seagull's real name's not Seagull. What is it? But I know what it is. And what he did. Seagull's no working man. The only job he ever did, he got 6 years for. Living off girls. Seagull, am I right? Now, here's my office, Seagull. Resign and take your mob out of the hall and let us have a free election. Seagull, resign or I'll turn you in.
Till you came in here, we had a nice little local, everything quiet and regular. But since, at every meeting, you got a new squawk. Don't we mean to stick by our agreement? Why won't we show a financial settlement? Is it right to restrict production?
That's what I asked, and I never got an answer.
I never will while I'm here.
That's why I want you out. This is no labor union. It's just a gang that lives off the employers and off the union members. There's you. You and your mob. Not one of you are workers. The rest of the crowd here, the workers, are all right, but they're scared to move. They've got their bread to think of. They've got their wives and kids. You used to live off girls. Well, where are the girls you live off now?
Brothers, I guess you can see his racket. He wants to frame me and get the job.
I'm not a candidate.
What are you then, bright boy?
I'm just a guy. Says what he believes.
And what do you believe? We've heard you talk a lot, but never found out yet.
I believe that people have got to take care of themselves.
Well, ain't we doing it?
Yes, you are, but not us. Listen, boys. To take care of himself, the worker's got 3 things. He's got his fists for scabs and finks.
Listen to him, brothers. He'll be punching himself in the jaw, maybe.
He's got his skill. He's got his skill that the world can't do without. And he's got the backing of public opinion. Those are his weapons, and he needs them all.
Well, now that we've heard your little Sunday school lesson, sit down.
I'll not sit down. Listen, you American workmen. We're American workmen no matter where we started from. Where does this local stand today? Have we any respect like good unions? Any public support to back us in a fight? Does this town trust us to stick by our agreements? Do they feel about us the way Junction City feels about their local there? We've thrown away our weapons. Now look, man. Why does the name of the American workman stand high all around the world? Because he's the man that turns out the stuff. That's his ace in the hole, his blue chip. He can turn out the stuff. So I say, let's clean up, start right. If the employers treat us fair, be tough but square, and turn out the stuff. If they're in trouble through no fault of their own, help them keep going if we can. And turn out the stuff. Then if they jip a strike with the town behind us, and they'll know they're losing men that can turn out the stuff.
Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful and true. It's what my father used to say. Now they listen. Now they're cheering, but will they act? Time is the enemy of all things good. The enemy until it has destroyed them. Then when it's too late, it turns and preserves the ruins. Preserves them through generations. Generations in the minds of men. But I must watch my dream until it ends. And it will end, perhaps, where water flows like fate and time, and great ships sleep in darkness by the dock.
Who's that?
It's me, John. Benny.
What are you doing here?
You oughtn't to go alone at night. Not by the docks. We've appointed some of the boys to watch you. We tipped off the cops to watch out, too.
What do you mean, appointed?
We had a meeting, all the right guys. We're going to throw Seago out and put you in. We don't want nothing to happen to you, see?
Pick somebody else. There's plenty.
We've done our picking. Now, listen. Keep out of these dark places, will you? Why make it tough for us to cover you?
All right, maybe you're right.
One thing more. We've been a bunch of heels, see, with this Seago. We ain't proud of it, you understand, but most of us got kids, see? I guess you don't know what that means.
No. I've got no wife, no kids. But I know what it means.
But get this right. From now on, we back you. Boys are all right, you understand? Only sometimes it takes somebody to give them a right steer. Now, let's get out of this. Listen, what's that?
Somebody in a big hurry.
Look out, it might be Seago. Look out.
Yeah.
John! Did I get you? John! John, can you talk? I can't get to you. They got me, too. Can you hear me, John? Hang on, fella. That's the ambulance. Over here, Doc. Hurry.
Who else got it?
Just him and me. Look at him. Who's this boy?
I'm the driver. I'll fix you up till the doc gets around to you.
You got here quick for once.
Here, roll over in this blanket. There you are. Yeah, we heard the shooting. Knew just where we'd find you, buddy.
Too bad you didn't know sooner. Some of you cops could have got Seago then.
They got him.
Oh, they did?
They blocked him off coming out of third, and they cut him down just before we came by. Him and 3 with him. Didn't you hear it?
That's Seago and Jack and Red in one arm. Doc, have you looked him over?
Yeah.
Well, for Pete's sake, Doc, I mean, he's a friend of mine.
He'll never walk again. The spinal cord.
You mean he'll be no good? For nothing?
I mean, it's his legs. Only his legs. His other end's all right.
Okay, then, Doc, okay. That's the end we need.
Not happen. It mustn't. Yet if it should, if here and now, between this manger and the magic northern lights, by wishing I could make my dream come true, or not come true, What would I say? I am a daughter of the pioneers. Strong men, brave women, free, daring men who worked, took chances, and winning, losing, made this land. What would I say? I'd say then, let the dream come true. Out of my nameless body, let there come a man who speaks the truth he knows. One more free man to make his country great. Are you hungry, my baby? Come. Come then now, come. It's time for you to eat. Out of my body you have come. Out of my body you grow strong. Be happy now. And eat. And sleep. And dream. And then, whatever lies ahead, go on.
What is the meaning of Mr. Boyd's play for us? How does it touch our own lives? Here's how. We are citizens of one of the few remaining countries on the face of the globe in which the John Crosses of this world may still escape the concentration camp and the quicklime grave. John Cross had a compulsion to speak the truth and to act the truth. There are many such men, and there have been many such men in our past. William Penn and Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, Sam Houston, Lincoln, all were men like John Cross. The meaning of our freedom is this, that here in our land, men like John Cross shall win in the end. John Cross may suffer because American democracy, being human, is not perfect. There is always a gap between what our people believe and what they do. Men like John Cross break their bodies and their hearts trying to close that gap. Then others follow, and so another gain in man's long struggle to be free is made secure. We should be proud that we have a land where men and women still are free to lead, and others are free to follow. A land where men and women stand for what is decent and just, where all our citizens have the right, by law and by our great tradition, to make their fight for a better world. Let us again, in this present time of crisis, renew our timeless and high resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. In today's Free Company presentation, you have heard Margot as the mother, Dorothy McGuire as the teacher, Sidney Lumet as John Cross, the schoolboy, Marilyn McCormick as the elder John, Betty Field as Mary, Alan Dinehart as the general manager, and Elia Kazan as Seagull. The stars and author of today's play contributed their services without payment, as did Bernard Herrmann, who composed and conducted the music, and Norman Corwin, who directed the production. All those who enjoyed James Boyd's play will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to The Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week, the Free Company will present Freedom's a Hard-Bought Thing by Stephen Vincent Benet, adapted by David Eskind. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight's story is about a treasure.
Fake or real?
It's a real treasure.
Captain Kidd's?
No.
Sir Henry Morgan?
Not even Henry Morgan's.
No pirates, huh?
No pirates, sorry.
Well, what kind of treasure are you talking about?
Freedom.
Mm-hmm. So that's the treasure.
And that's the story.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as the narrator, we present Chapter 6, a story of the struggle for the freedom of men's minds in We Came This Way.
This is a story of men who have no statues or memorials built in their native land. For the heritage of freedom that they left behind has been betrayed. The time is the year of our Lord, 1509. Europa stands upon the threshold of a modern age. The shadowy shape of the world to come looms large. Men's minds question the cowled Gothic universe of the Middle Ages, and their senses, like an astonished caress, discover the beauties of Greek civilization. A wind blows across Europe, up from the Italian south, bright and vigorous, up from the rich silken cities of Florence, Genoa, and Venice. Up from fabulous Rome it comes, a reawakening, a blossoming, an emancipation of men's reason. The wind brings a new learning, a new philosophy, humanism, a new expectancy, a renaissance. Europa stirs like Lazarus come from the dead.
Only 16 years ago in 1492, an obscure sea captain discovered a new barbaric world.
Out of marble and division, Michelangelo fashions his Moses in Rome.
Galileo's machine brings the heavens closer to the earth.
Look, there goes Vesalius, the anatomist.
In Rotterdam, Erasmus argues for the translating of the scriptures into the people's tongue.
Copernicus, Holbein, Albrecht Dürer, Sebastian Brand, Siegingen.
The year is 1509, and the place, Germany. '16th century Germany, a crazy quilt of a land, an idiot Tom of tatters of armed and suspicious cities under the sovereignty of the Holy Roman Empire and its Emperor Maximilian I, who, by the grace of God and powerful feudal princes, rules this land. But the wind blowing from the south is blowing strong here, driving the darkness from the minds of men, raising the enormous question of man's relationship to man. And throughout this fragmentary patchwork empire, scholars arise, seekers after truth. And foremost among them stands John Reuchlin, scholar, teacher, and humanist, whose life was peaceful and filled with quiet study until his 54th year.
Yes, I repeat, you, my students, are more fortunate than I. For before you, in all its promise, lies the immense discovery of the world. As the unknown sailor Columbus did, you approach a new and varied shore. Behind you, like a cathedral built to the universality of God, rises the wisdom of the past. Take that wisdom, and with it, widen the possibilities and hopes of man. Treasure the holy languages of Greek and Hebrew, through which God first spoke to us. Spread the learning we have won from them. Treat it as the heritage of man. Until we meet again, my students, God bless you all.
That God is love, man is hope, and the bond between them, yes, combined in an indescribable union.
What a time to be alive in.
You loan me a gulden, Damon. I promise I'll pay you back next.
Pfefferkorn.
Eh? Oh, it's you, Von Houten.
What brings you to the enemy, Pfefferkorn? A love of the new learning, my brother? No, wait, don't go.
I have no time to waste with poets and scriveners. I have things to do.
So have we all. Some for honesty, Pfefferkorn, and some for treachery.
I would watch my tongue, Ulrich von Hutten.
It speaks its own mind, my friend. For the life of me, I can't make a gentleman out of it. Wait.
What is it?
How did you like good Reuchlin's letter, Pfefferkorn?
He speaks well.
Is that the sum of your applause, Pfefferkorn?
I've no talent for flattery.
But fairness, Pfefferkorn, fairness in God's name. His words reveal a whole world to come, and all you can find to say is that he speaks well. There must be more.
There is.
Ah?
Instead of Holy Greek and Hebrew, I'd rather he spoke of Holy German. My Lord Prince, the danger is very great.
That I could discern myself, Pfefferkorn.
This new learning is like a plague in the universities. At Erfurt and Freiburg.
In providing myself an informer, I could have done better with an ass. I know all these things, Pfefferkorn.
Patience, my lord. It will shortly come together.
You come by a long and dull route, man. Well?
The peasant's yoke is a heavy one, my lord.
They still stand.
But they are restless, though without confidence or courage to do more than groan. These humanists will give them what they lack, my lord. For their nonsense about the freedom of men's reason and potentialities will sift and diffuse down to the mass. And a time will come when, on the strength of it, a peasant who used this scythe to cut his hay will use it for a bloodier cutting.
So?
So, my lord, I've found a way to cut down the tree before it blooms.
How?
We will discredit them.
Discredit whom? The peasants?
No, my lord, the bookworms.
How?
We will drive a wedge against their new learning by attacking their Holy Greek and Hebrew.
Holy Greek and Hebrew?
Their Holy Hebrew first, my lord. We will get more support for that.
Will you speak sense, man?
In the name of winning the Jews to Christianity, we will confiscate and burn all their books, my lord. And the fire we light will burn the humanists. But I will not be surprised, my lord, if in this we find them to be enemies of the church.
Pfefferkorn, your pardon. I have maligned your intelligence. What would you have me do?
A mandate, my Lord Prince. Get me a mandate from the Emperor.
Sire, let us not permit sentimentality to rob us of our value.
But these scholars are men of prestige, my lord.
They are firebrands, sire. They sow the sparks of our destruction.
But this way, my lord.
Sire, let us be frank. We princes of the realm elected you to your throne, and we princes keep you there.
Is this a threat?
Oh, no, sire. But if the floor beneath us rots away, if our strength is slowly sapped by this present danger, when the time comes, you and your throne may have no more protection than a common beggar in a public stocks. Will you sign the mandate, sire?
Yes. Yes, I'll sign. I, Maxwell, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, after solemn conclave with my princes of the realm, do hereby command Albert, Archbishop of Mainz, to gather evidence on the subject of Hebrew books, whether it would be praiseworthy and beneficial to our holy religion to destroy such books. Further, do I command that the Archbishop secure the suggestions of Jacob von Hochstraten, Victor von Carbon, and Dr. John Reuchlin upon this matter. Such suggestions to be set in writing and given to John Pfefferkorn, my ambassador in this matter. Signed this day of our Lord by my hand.
You make more of it than is there, Ulrich.
Do I, Dr. Reuchlin? It's my suspicious nature, Dr. Reuchlin.
And your cynicism.
I find nothing ideal about peppercorn.
What does the mandate actually command, Ulrich? An opinion, a suggestion. And it leaves the gathering of evidence in the Archbishop's hand. A friend to the new learning.
In 1,500 years, we've failed to convert them. Doctor, I think it's a trap.
Perhaps.
I think that the princes are striking out at us, and through you. Why don't you leave Cologne, Doctor?
Go away, Ulrich. Truth has but a handful of champions as it is. No, Ulrich. If it is a trap, I shall try to be the only one to fall in it.
Aye, like the cornerstone of a great wall.
And on a bright November morning, Dr. John Reuchlin went to the Archbishop's palace to give his opinion. And in the great hall of the palace were crowded barons and knights and priests. The giant tapestries on the walls stirred with their motion.
Behold the miracle of peppercorn, Doctor. A serpent sitting amongst grown men.
Ulrich.
Truly, this is a momentous event, Doctor. I see ambassadors of all the prince-electors. The Inquisitor of Cologne. A monk or two I don't trust. The hall has more the look of a field of battle than a congress of learned opinion.
Quiet, Ulrich. The Archbishop is...
My lords, please, my lord. His Highness, the Emperor Maximilian, sends his good wishes, my lords, and begs that no malice guide us in our deliberations here this day.
Peppercorn smile.
I will add my hopes to his majesties, my lord. For we are here in the sight of God, and upon his work. Let us not in manner of thought, or deed, or word, profane it, nor cast a single shadow upon the light of his divine justice. Before me lies the imperial mandate, my lords, upon the subject, whether it be praiseworthy and beneficial to our holy religion to destroy such books as the Jews use, and commanding the opinions of 3 learned men. Victor von Carbon, is such an opinion prepared?
It is, Your Reverence.
Jacob von Hochstraten.
I am ready, Your Reverence.
And you, Dr. John Reuchlin.
I am prepared.
Then, Victor von Carbon, read us yours.
I never liked his face, Doctor. It formed his opinion before his brains.
My lords, if you please, my lord.
Your Reverence, my noble lords, my opinion is brief and to the point. I say the books of the Jews be burnt. We cannot hope to win them to our religion unless we destroy the root of theirs. Burn each one. The Old Testament, the Talmud, the Kabbalah. Destroy them not only for the good of our church, but for the good of Germany.
For Germany? Doctor, I see the fine, unsupple hand of our princes in this.
Yes, Your Reverence, that is all.
The Emperor's thanks, my lord. Now, Jacob von Hochstraten.
Your Reverence, I find no need to read my lengthy opinion, for the sum of it meets with Brother von Carbon's thoughts. I, too, say, burn their books.
These assassins killed justice twice.
I am through, Your Reverence.
The Emperor's thanks, my lord. That makes 2 opinions, my lords, both for burning. We have one more. Dr. John Reuchlin.
Are you afraid, Doctor? You stand alone here.
Do not worry, Ulrich.
They eye you like a starved, unpaid executioner.
Dr. Reuchlin.
I am ready, Your Reverence. My lords, I speak not here in hasty judgment. For a man's opinion is an uncertain thing. Time, the ultimate critic, often has proved him wrong. And not alone time, my lords, but ignorance and the power of self-interest often colors the conclusions of men. In this matter, I have tried to be impartial, to come to it not like an unyielding enemy, but like an honest scholar. What are these books that you would burn? commentaries, books on ceremonies, on arts and sciences, poetry and fables. Before a judgment can be rendered on these, they must be subject to a careful examination, not piecemeal, not by hearsay, not by hostility. It is true, my lords, there is much that is contrary to our holy religion in these books, but that is the nature of their belief, a belief which is protected by law. Yet there is also much of great value to our religion in these same books. For example, the Kabbalah. It is my opinion that this work assures us, as none other, of the divinity of Christ. Their commentaries, my lord, are invaluable, for they help scholars understand the Old and New Testaments more fully. My lords, it would not be beneficial or praiseworthy to destroy these books. I stand against this burning.
My lord! My lord!
Your Reverence! A word, Your Reverence.
What is it, John Peppercorn?
I have a word to say, if it please Your Reverence.
Well?
My lords, for 30 years I have fought as a warrior of our church. But never, my lords, have I heard the anti-Christian like of this. What have we heard from the lips of this learned man, this advocate of humanism? Is treason to the Mother Church. Sitting amongst us is the Inquisitor of Cologne, our guardian in such matters. I demand that Dr. Jean Reuchlin be seized and tried before the Inquisitor's court as an enemy of the Church.
And thus did the feudal princes strike their first blow against the humanist scholars of the land. And the enormity of the plan, the realization of what and who was the real victim, slowly seeped into the consciousness of the teachers, the poets, and the painters. And for the first time in history, men of goodwill came together to fight back.
Quiet. Let
I say that von Houten is right. The princes are perverting the office of the Inquisition. They use it against us. They threaten the whole development of culture in this land.
Reuchlin's not the whole culture.
No, but what he stands for is the free inquiry after truth, the right to explore his world and widen it with knowledge and with art.
If they burn Reuchlin, they burn our prestige. They bring back an eternal night for the bright day we've found. They'll plunge mankind into a pit.
If he can't see it yet, Holbein, draw a picture for him.
Let Albrecht Dürer draw. I'll paint.
You'll paint, Holbein, and Dürer will draw, but for Reuchlin.
Eh?
And I'll sweat poems out of this pen of mine, and Melanchthon will give us tracts. I say the pen is mightier than the sword, brothers. I say truth will batter down the strongest fortress in this land.
The words have a fine poetic ring, Ulrich. But what's the meaning?
This. We'll fight for Reuchlin. Each in his own way, but together. And we will defend what is most sacred to us all. Our ideals and hopes for the coming world. The freedom of men's minds for the unhampered search for truth. This we will fight for by defending Reuchlin. Our skill with words, with pencil and brush, will be fighting for ourselves. Well?
I'll paint.
Good. I'll draw.
And I'll write tracts.
Brothers, we'll fight until the sound of our rallying reaches Rome and they hear what's been done in this land.
Witness against the Dr. John Reuchlin, Bastian Baum of Strasbourg, student of the accused. My Lord Prince.
What is it, Peppercorn?
May I see you privately, my lord? It cannot wait.
Come this way.
It has only just come to my attention, my lord.
What is it?
This, my lord. Look at it.
A drawing?
By Albrecht Dürer.
Why, this is you, Peppercorn. In chains.
And you, my lord, behind me. Also in chains.
What?
descending into the mouth of hell while Christ commands us down.
How dare he?
Not only he, my lord. Here, a tract by Melanchthon, a poem by Ulrich von Hutten, all attacking us.
I'll have them flogged.
It's not as simple as that, my lord. They are all fighting back.
These bookworms?
Aye, it is the miracle of the age. The bookworms. Marching as one.
I'll have them buried as one.
Yes, my lord. But meanwhile, there are questions being asked in Rome.
The Pope?
And the cardinals. These bookworms' voices seem to have carried across the Alps.
Will they act? In Rome, I mean?
I do not know, my lord.
Then we must move swiftly, Peppercorn. Reuchlin must be a corpse before they do.
Will Rome act, Your Reverence?
I cannot tell, Ulrich, my son.
Will they permit such perversion of the Inquisitor's office?
God's justice moves in inscrutable ways, Ulrich.
But the princes move as clear as air.
Ulrich.
Forgive my heat, Your Reverence, but I see not Reuchlin and an honored natural death, but Reuchlin at the stake.
I have received questions from Rome. They are not asleep, my son.
But time, Your Reverence. Time's running out.
What would you have me do? The Inquisitor is not of my diocese. I am aware of how monstrous is this thing the princes are doing. My anger is as sincere as yours, Ulrich.
I know that, Your Reverence. You've done much for us.
But you would have me do more.
Yes.
What?
Send the Pope another appeal.
And the clamor and protest of the enlightened men of 16th Germany, 16th century Germany rose and gained strength. And as the feudal princes of the realm drove on the murderous persecution with a renewed vigor, the surprised questions in Rome became angry answers.
This is a monstrous act. They pervert the offices of the Mother Church. The prosecutors are the true enemies of the Church.
Like a sword in battle, the issue grew bright and sharp. Would a massive door be clanged shut upon men's minds, trapping them in the narrow medieval world? The question hung like a headsman's axe over the future of Germany. And upon a spring day when enlightenment in this land stood like a criminal before the Inquisitor's court, Rome acted. The Pope reserved judgment to himself.
My Lord Emperor, His Holiness Pope Leo X, has in his wisdom seen fit to reserve judgment to himself upon the charges of Dr. John Reuchlin as an enemy of the Church. He appoints as his ambassador in this matter myself, Bishop of Speyer, who alone is authorized either to free or condemn said John Reuchlin.
The prince-electors are here, Your Reverence.
Let them come in.
The bishop will see you, my lords.
Good day to you, Your Reverence.
Good day to you, my lords. I am honored by your visit.
You know why we are here, Your Reverence.
My judgment on Reuchlin?
Yes.
I have not reached any as yet.
He is guilty.
That remains to be seen, my lord.
The evidence is conclusive, Your Reverence. What he said regarding the Hebrew book...
I have not read it all.
Your Reverence, let us cease this playing. The issue and the guilt are clear in our eyes, and immediate action is necessary. Our peasants grow restless with these fools' words about the potentiality of man. We are good Christians, Your Reverence, but we are also princes of an empire. We will defend our land and rights with all the strength we can command. And, Your Reverence, we will defend yours, the churches. Be with us in this matter, and we will build you the finest cathedral in all Germany.
It is as I have said, my lords. As yet, I have not read all the evidence.
A gentleman to see you, Your Reverence. A von Herten.
Let him come in.
The bishop will see you, sir.
You are Ulrich von Hutten?
Yes, Your Reverence.
Now is the time to strike the blow for freedom. God would have it so. Take heart, whose heart for freedom still can beat. No longer bend your will to those whose lies have wrought us ill.
My poem, Your Reverence.
Yes, and a very good poem, too, my son.
Thanks, Your Reverence.
But have I reached a decision?
Yes, Your Reverence.
What will you build for me, you scholars, poets, and painters?
Build?
The princes of the empire have promised me the finest cathedral in all Germany, if I see this matter their way. What will you promise if I see it yours, my son?
A poem, Your Reverence. My feelings and those of hundreds of others poured into a paltry poem.
I think God's justice, my son, likes the style of your architecture best of all.
And in a few days, the papal legate, the Bishop of Speyer, rendered judgment.
I, Bishop of Speyer, with full authorization from His Holiness, Pope Leo X, find that the writings and teachings of John Reuchlin, in reference to such books as the Jews use, as not being harmful to our Mother Church. And further do I find John Peppercorn, instigator of these charges, guilty of slander, and find him a son.
And the fight was won. The attack upon the emancipation of men's mind, upon the freedom of their reason, was foiled, but only for a little while. What began as a great promise was wiped out in the blood of countless peasants, as Germany from 1518 to 1648 plunged into a century of civil wars. And after the final struggle, the 30 Years' War, the nation was devastated and impoverished. The peasants in brutal servitude, great provinces razed by fire and sword. Science and art had fled, and the great, hopeful learning of the universities was replaced by narrow, pedantic ignorance. It was the dream of the feudal princes that ultimately won the land. And because that dream is still murderously alive in Germany today, we comprehend how enormous is the betrayal of those early years. That heritage of freedom left by the scholars, the poets, and the painters stands like forgotten ruins in a lost land. Yet, because the fight for liberty belongs to the whole history of man, because it is the heritage of all peoples, it belongs to us. On the way we came, these were the initial battles. These laid the pattern for our democratic world. Thus, we, citizens and soldiers of this republic, claim that heritage as ours.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 6 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present a story of the Netherlands in the days of William the Silent. Tonight's script was written by Rayful Hayes and directed by Ira Avery. The original music is composed by Leo Kempinski and conducted by Milton Cadams. The members of the cast were Alexander Scooby, Joe DeSantis, Martin Wolfson, Don Morrison, Maurice Tarplin, John Martin, David Kerman, John Archer, and Gregory Morton. Your narrator was John W. Vandercook. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company. avail, the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail. Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvyn Douglas, Clair Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connelly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pasture. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald Macleish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connelly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. Now, that's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed.
Oh, boy. Okay, thank you.
More pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though. You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
They don't need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and, well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at 'em young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
Now, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No, Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. You must have made quite an impression on the principal. Last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
Oh, that's so. Where did you meet him?
The summer before the war started, we were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour?
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
You know, you don't have to live here, even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Well, but you got the books approved, all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Eleanor, 4 times 7.
28.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Why don't you sign the report card now, Pop? Then it'll be ready.
Because I want to go over it. We've got all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop, did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers. like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that saw penance. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will. Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all. But he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm. I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that, quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate un-American activity.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board, each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
Last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these Clavering books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statement this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the Revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops."
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point. You mean calling American patriots a mob? On that occasion, they really were a mob. That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who help make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. Saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured. Couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I've read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. Sit down, Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, we were all sitting there, and Miss Thatcher said, "Do you know who this is?"
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, "Heil Hitler."
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Miss Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
Oh, you said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said, "Heil Hitler," what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
That they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Mr. Etheridge. Is there any more discussion? Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words.
The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I must go on record as saying that I've just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is not to glorify the past, but to ensure the future. And our children have the right to be given history truthfully, so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months she's opened my eyes, and so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
But you told me this afternoon you'd back me up.
No, I didn't. I just said I'd be here and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, "Put that mole back." We know it don't make him look like a movie hero, but he didn't happen to be a movie hero. So you put that mole back, because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts, then make improvements as we get a chance to. If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect. and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
You haven't got a chance,
It is moved and seconded that the Millersville Board of Education.
Sorry to take you away from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg. And let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connelly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. All criticisms of historical facts contained in The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek are based on authentic conditions. There is no flavoring series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night, starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
What avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail?
This is James Boyd speaking for the Free Company. Last Sunday it was announced in error that today Paul Muni would be heard in a drama by Maxwell Anderson. Mr. Muni will be heard in Maxwell Anderson's The Miracle of the Danube on April 27th. This afternoon we're going to hear A Start in Life, an original radio play by Paul Green, author of In Abraham's Bosom, a Pulitzer Prize play, as well as Johnny Johnson, and the current Broadway success, Native Son. Canada Lee, star of Native Son, plays our lead today. The Free Company is a group of writers, actors, and radio workers who have come together voluntarily to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of their plays have been about freedom in general, some about one or another of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Mr. Green shows us a scene where no legal right of a certain old colored man is violated, but where an attitude toward him and toward his race works against him and against his loyal, hopeful son, just as much as though his rights had been destroyed under the law. The Free Company presents A Start in Life. Our play today is in and around a great American university in the southern part of the United States. The college sits aloft on a hill. Its observatory, library, science buildings, museum, dormitories, and church spires shining in the first rays of the morning sun. This, like 100 others, is our temple of learning, the interpreter and guardian of democratic truth. A mile away, in a little field below the hill, is a Negro cabin. A cabin like thousands of other Negro cabins and dwelling shacks throughout the land.
Ain't called him yet, Pappy.
Lord, the day near about broke already. And ain't it cold out there? Whew, that ground's froze like a bull's horn.
Feed the mules?
I has. Hey, Bobo, get out in that bed.
Watch that fat back crying, honey. I'll go get him up. Better get up in there, boy, if you was going with your pappy. Oh, get up, get up. Breakfast is all done fixed and got you some hot coffee, too.
Let me alone.
What about all your proud bragging about how soon you was going to be up this morning? Get out of that bed, boy.
Is it time to get up, Mammy?
Sure is. And if you was going to haul wood for that fest up at the big college, you better rise and shine. Come on now. Come on, bring your shoes into the kitchen.
Yeah, let them fix everything on the table for you, honey. Now, you sure look pretty this morning.
Oh, Pappy, ain't you ashamed?
I reckon I can give you a big hug, too, on a morning like this. Yeah, what's the matter, gal?
Just thinking about that wagon wheel.
That right back wheel?
It's all dished out and crooked, and it rattles so.
That old wheel gonna hold up. Ain't it held up so far?
If you could just get you a good new wheel.
Honey, I'm gonna. When the professor paid me for hauling the wood, that's what I'm gonna do.
Look out how you drive 'em, honey. Don't load 'em up too heavy.
You know me, gal. I'm careful.
This is the best job we ever have had. Don't lose it.
Hush up, here come Bobo. No use to fret him. Come on, son, eat.
Ooh, fat back and coffee.
Wash that face first.
These here taters and backbone coming mighty good for your dinner.
Yeah, and don't forget them collards. Collards give a man muscle power to handle them big pieces of wood. Sit down, boy. Lord, make us thankful for what we're about to receive and be with us in time to come. Amen.
Now, Bobo, this is your big start in life. Today you begins. You start hauling for the white folks with your daddy.
And I'm going to save my money. Ain't I, Pappy?
Sure. We're all going to save our money. Ain't I got a new wagon wheel to pay for? And there's that Mary mule. Ain't paid out on her yet.
I'm going to help you pay for him, Pappy.
Sure, we're all going to help, honey. And you and me, we'll be out every morning hauling away. Wood for the fessers, carrying off their trash. And with our 2 mules and maybe someday a brand new spanking wagon. Yes, sir. We're making a new start now. Come on, let's hurry and finish here and hitch up them mules. No, you can't whistle, boy.
I learned mighty fast.
I mean, it's too cold for you to whistle. Getting light enough to see the frost everywhere. Boy, there is a frost. How's your feet?
Oh, they all right. Look at that big star over there.
Yeah, that's in the east. The morning star. That old red sun soon be coming up there.
Look how big is that star that sets across the river at sundown.
That's the same star. The morning star and the evening star is the same star, the good book say.
How come that? One of them's on the right hand and one of them's over there on the left hand. How come they be on the same 2 sides of you?
Well, that's 'cause it goes around under the earth and rises again. God's power.
Does God make all that happen?
He sure do. He's smart and all-powerful. Knows everything. Does everything.
White folks powerful, too. They knows heaps.
Yeah, but they ain't God.
But they's next to God, ain't they?
Well, now, maybe you might say that. Mostly they act like it.
I bet old Professor's near about next to God.
Huh?
You know, Professor Johnson, the man we're going to haul the wood for. Mammy said he about the biggest man at the university.
He's a smart man, all right, and he's going to pay us good for this hauling.
Gosh, I feel like a grown-up man today.
You do, huh? Yeah, I'll break you off a chew of tobacco.
Oh, thanks, Pappy. Yeah, tastes kind of funny, oh. You know who the smartest man in the world is, Pappy?
God, I done told you.
Maybe.
Sure.
But you next to him.
Oh, well, dog my cat.
And you is, too. You about the biggest man in them. I'm all, Pappy.
Yeah, I'll give you one more chew of tobacco and you'll bag me clean out in my britches. And all here at the first commencement. See, can you drive? You're starting up that long hill into town now. I don't reckon these mules will run away with you. They sure mighty smart-spirited, though.
Here, let me take that whip. Get on there, mule. Get up there. Got a big day's work. It's getting light now so we can see everything.
Yeah. And look up there at the white folks' town. See the church spires. Old sun touching them off with fire.
Ain't that a high one? I mean, that one's sticking way up.
That's them shouting white folks Methodists. They built that, pointing their finger way up in the face of God. Morning, Sister Lucy.
Morning, Brother Jody. Morning, ma'am.
How is you, Lucy?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're all up early.
Sure, anybody cooks for the white folks got to be up early. Scrumptious tea you got there, Brother Jody. No pot of corn wouldn't help none.
I guess not. Wish I had more. See you later.
Yes, sir. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye, Miss Lucy. Gee, Miss Lucy looks mighty cold, all bundled up.
Sure, she's cold. That's why she walks so fast.
The white folks sleep late, don't they?
Sure, but the good book say be up and doing. That's how to get ahead. We's up and doing, ain't we?
We sure is.
He that rises with the sun, the man that gets the most work done. But the white folks twist and turn in their beds heavy with their deep thinking.
Gee, everything sure looks funny. All them buildings all shut up and so early in the morning. And look, that bank building over there. I bet they just got a bushel of dollars in there.
So they have. Yellow dollars and white dollars and great big piles of greenbacks. That's where you and me gonna put our money. Yes, sir, when we get it saved up.
How much you reckon we're gonna make, Pappy?
We'll make something every day. And you get your 10 cents. Every day you get it.
And then, look at that hardware window. Them fishing hooks and poles. I get me one of them, ain't I?
Sure.
And then I go up to the creek and catch Mammy a mess of yellow bellies anytime I want them. Can I?
You sure can do that, too.
And then someday, who knows? Someday maybe I'll get me a bicycle.
Lord help my life. Done spent that money long before he earned it. Want all cream and no milk.
Just an old bicycle. Second-hand, maybe. And then I could come uptown and get things when you and Mammy wanted them.
You were peddling your guts out trying to get up that long hill. You wait till you make some money before you spend it. Now remember, boy, him that buys what he don't need is going to need what he can't buy. That's an old saying my daddy taught me. You know, them old sayings come in handy. That's how come I got along the way I have, with a team and a wagon of my own. Now remember that.
Yes, sir.
Well, here we is. Whoa!
Oh.
Well, now let's begin.
Look at all that wood.
Ain't it true? Mergings of it. Professor had them CC boys down here cleaning up and piling away. Gonna have him a big hillside garden down here. And see right over there, between them sweet gums? Well, that's where the swimming pool's gonna be for the children. Splashing and ducking about in the hot dog days.
That sure be nice. And look at that house up there shining. It looks just like a mansion.
That is a mansion. Got 10 rooms in it.
Sure is a rich man.
Yeah, Professor Johnson, he make the money. Well, now, let's get busy so we can make some, too. Here goes.
See, Pappy? See up there?
Huh?
Them bicycles on the porch. Them's brand new.
Yeah, they children's. Now, turn your eyes on this here wood and let's load. That's it. That's it. Now, right over here. That's right. Give me that other.
That old blind Mary mule sure love them dead leaves.
She ain't never had enough of nothing. I give her 3 big ears of corn and a whole 2 hands of fodder this morning. Can't fill her up. Oh, yeah! Dang old hide. Have to tie her. Reckon that'll keep her.
Boy, that's some house. How did that professor make so much money? Well, how do he?
Well, he teaches in the college. But that's the leastest of it. He writes books. Big books, they tell.
Yeah, what does he write about?
He writes about us Negroes. Now, go on away.
What do you write about Negroes for? Ain't nothing to tell about them, is there?
Don't know. Say he makes plenty money selling them books.
Do the color folks buy them?
Now, how can us poor colored folks buy any books? Hush your mouth. Whoa! Ho, I tell you! Ho!
She wants some more of them leaves.
Well, she ain't gonna get them.
that the professor over there on the porch?
Hey, what are you boys doing down there?
Take off your cap, son.
We thought we'd get up and get an early start, sir.
Well, you have. You're waking up the whole neighborhood.
Well, we'll be right quiet, sir. Yes, sir, right quiet and easy.
I hope so. Now put the wood around in the cellar, and I'll be out later.
He's kind of sore about something.
Well, that's just his way. Come on, we got a load now. Let's untie old Mary. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Stand back now. We're going to drive out of here. Get up. You Suki, get up from there. Pull your part.
Look out! That hamstring's broke. Look out!
I tell you. Ain't that'll come off. Now that hamstring was cut from Ben Cate's bull hide. Said it could hold an elephant. That's all right, Joe. I'll fix it in a minute.
There's the professor man, Pappy. He's coming this way.
What's the trouble?
Nothing, sir, nothing. I was just getting ready to ride out.
What the devil are you beating your mules for?
Well, old Suki's kind of lazy sometimes, but we'll be right along, Professor.
For the last time, I tell you, don't make so much noise. Mrs. Johnson's not gotten up.
Yes, sir. Now we go out of here. Get up. Get up. We'll drive this up to the house.
Watch out, Pappy, watch out. He's going to hit a tree.
Watch out, mule. That dod-rotten hussy, sprat-legged fool, the stump-sucking ditchwater animal. Now pull your jaw. Come here. Gee! You better push. I'll push, too.
Gee whiz, maybe we ought not put such a big load in next time.
That's all right. Everything's fine now. We'll take this load round to the back door. Get up. Whoa! Whoa! Well, here we is.
Look, old Mary's biting them shrubs.
Dang old hook. Hold the head, son. I'll throw the wood out. Then we'll take it inside the cellar. Give me that.
Well, I see you got one load around here.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
And see that your mules don't eat Mrs. Johnson's spirea bushes, these here.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
I hope they haven't been eating them already.
No, sir. No, sir.
Well, all right. Is that your boy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he seems smart. What's your name, son?
They call me Bobo.
Bobo, eh? How old are you?
About 9 or 10.
Yes, sir. That's right. He'll be 10 the next coming 5th of July.
Huh? Does he go to school?
Well, no, sir. He ain't,
Well, you ought to have that boy in school. Now, how do you ever expect him to grow up to be anything?
His mammy teaches him some at night. He can read a little.
Well, you still ought to have that boy in school. Now, how do you expect... What have you got in your mouth, boy? Don't tell me you're chewing tobacco.
Yes, sir. He takes a little mite now and then to curtain him up.
And barefooted. Now, what's the matter with you? Letting the boy go around like that?
Oh, he don't mind the cold much. You see, the sun done come up and everything's getting warm. He don't mind the cold.
Heavens above, barefooted in this weather.
So I got shoes, Mr. White folks.
That's right. Some of Judge Markham's wife gave them to him.
Well, then he ought to wear them.
But they's too small for him, being they's white woman's shoes, see? But his feet's like wet leather. He don't mind the cold.
Hey, what have you got there? You realize one of your wheels there's about to cave in?
Well, we going to drive some wedges over that tire. They need a bit might shrink.
They sure do. That's no outfit to come hauling wood with. Oh, well, do the best you can.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, breakfast is ready. Breakfast is ready.
I'll be right in, Martha. Oh, all right, now, but be as quiet as you can, please.
What's the matter, Bobo? Bet you swallowed that backer down, didn't you?
I couldn't help it. That man, he scared me.
No, he won't hurt you. He's a good man.
How many children you got?
Well, they got about 4. All little girls, they say. Yeah, all them little girls.
All them little girls and that bicycle. I see all their wheels on the porch over there. See them red wheels?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing but girls. I've been knowing Fessel for a long time. Fact is, I helped dig the foundation for this house. From 7 in the morning till 6 at night. 7 to 6. Swinging that old pick in the pipe clay.
But that was before you got your mules and wagons, wasn't it, Pappy?
Sure. I was like all the other Negroes down in the ditch. Digging.
But Pappy didn't stay there. He come out of that ditch.
That's right. All the time I was going to save my money and get in business for myself.
And now we in.
And everything's smooth sailing. Come on, we get another load.
Reckon that'll hold that old wheel.
Don't know. It stands mighty crankside.
But we ain't got much of a load on this time. Sure, it'll stand. Get up, Mary. You thooky? What in the name of time ails that mule?
Here's that man again.
What in the name of mercy is the trouble this time?
One of the wheels got a little cantankerous, but we done fixed it.
Well, it doesn't look like it. Still, it ought to hold up that handful of wood.
Yes, sir. We's loaded light this time.
I'll say you are. Won't your mules pull?
Seems like the old Scratch himself got into Blind Mary.
From the looks of things, she needs something to eat. Maybe she's too weak to pull.
She could pull all right if she just would, sir.
Why in the name of mercy did you come here trying to haul wood with such a turnout as this?
Yes, sir, but...
But nothing. Leading your poor mules that way won't make them pull. Here, son. You hold her head a minute. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right now. Back. That's it, girl. Now. Right, easy.
You sure you know your stuff about mules, Fessel?
Well, I know enough not to starve them to death. Not to try to haul wood with a harness and wagon falling to bits. What's the matter, son?
Nothing, sir.
You're shaking with a cold.
But no, sir, I ain't cold.
All right. Here goes. Get up there. Get up.
Yeah, you sure can drive, can't you, son?
Look out. That wheel's going to fall off.
Well, I reckon there won't be any more wood hauling. Here, take your mules and your rattle trap and clear out.
We'll fix that up, sir. In a jiffy.
Here, we're getting a new wheel, huh? Well, you need 4 new wheels. Here's $1, though you haven't earned even 50 cents. I'll get somebody else to haul my wood. Good Lord, heavens above.
What is it, Marvin?
Oh, these Negroes, these Negroes. You needn't come back tomorrow. Just forget it. Just forget it.
Don't let it fret you, sir.
Well, how can I help it? There are millions like them. Hopeless, helpless.
Oh, come on. Finish your breakfast, Marvin. What do you say, Pat?
I reckon that's the end of our job. We got to get this thing home. What are you looking at?
Nothing.
Yeah, well, why are you looking at me like that?
Nothing.
I'm a mind to get a switch and fail you. Quit looking at me.
I ain't done nothing.
You ain't done nothing. Nobody done nothing. Mule's done nothing. You done nothing. That Fessel talking to me. Abuses me like a dog. You hold your head up! I reckon that'll hold you for a while, you... Here. Help me get one of these limbs and stick on this axle. Got to drag this thing back home. Hear me? You hear me?
Yes.
Catch hold of that side of the wheel and lift it up. Got to put a limb on it and drag home. What business is it yours, woman?
Well, I ain't got your dinner ready yet.
We don't want no dinner.
What's the matter, son?
Nothing.
What in the world's happened, boy?
Stop! Stop, I tell you!
What's happened?
Nothing. Nothing.
Did your wagon break down, son?
Yes, it did. Had to haul the wagon home ourselves.
Don't worry about it, son. We'll get us a new wagon. Maybe. Sometime.
It ain't that. It ain't that.
Oh, what is it, baby?
It's Pappy. Pappy. The way that man treated him.
What man?
Shut up, Bobo.
He talked rough to Pappy. And Pappy couldn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing.
Laugh, I tell you.
Don't let that boy.
Lay our hands on him, I'll beat him black and blue.
Don't you do it. Don't you. Don't look like that. Oh, honey, never mind. Please, Pappy, please.
Yeah, that white man. You ought to get my gun and go back and kill him.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
And the way he look at me, abuse me. They put out the light, make the day dark like a cloud. Stomp on me, squash me. Give me no chance. Yeah, taking your life away, take all. Put a fence around the world and leave you no room. Now I'm down at the bottom. Oh.
Look at your poor face. In your eyes. Don't cry. I got my arms about you. All safe about you, honey. I'll hold you tighter.
I ain't crying, gal. Ain't no use to cry. There ain't no use.
Come on. I'll get you dinner.
In our Bill of Rights, we say that no man shall be deprived of his vote by reason of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. We say that under the law all men are equal. We do not always observe even the letter of our law. And if we did, it would not suffice. For freedom is a faith, and laws alone will never save us if we lose faith. Faith in equal justice and equal freedom for all.
This afternoon's Columbia presentation of the Free Company's drama by Paul Green starred Canada Lee as Pappy, with Georgette Harvey as Mammy, Edna May Harris as Bobo, Louis Van Rooten as the Professor, and Marietta Canty. Music was arranged and conducted by Len Murray, and the production was under the direction of Norman Corwin. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive a copy of this broadcast. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York. Next Sunday, April 20th, at this same time, you will hear a verse drama by Archibald Macleish, starring Burgess Meredith, titled The State's Talking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We invite you to listen to a program about free speech, first produced on the Columbia Network a few weeks ago. Free speech. 2 words that seem to have new meaning since December 7th, 1941. Or have they? Perhaps the meaning of the words free speech is so deep and timeless that it changes not at all, that it remains valiantly the same today as yesterday, tomorrow as today.
This time and these words are dedicated to the men and women throughout history who have been willing to pay any price, even death itself, rather than surrender freedom of speech. Their voices, speaking out to us from all the days and all the times, drown out the rantings of tyrants whose names no longer frighten even schoolboys. They are with us, and they speak today, these liberated voices. We hear them and understand, for we too are free and mean to remain so. Let us begin in the Mother of Parliaments in the year of our Lord, 1941.
Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Winston Churchill.
Mr. Speaker and members of the House of Commons. Certain members of this Parliament have been questioning of late whether their democratic prerogatives of free speech are not being imposed upon by this government in the present crisis. If these honourable gentlemen really believed what they pretend to believe, I do not imagine they would have the courage to speak out on this subject as they have spoken. It has been pointed out that in wartime, criticism is the lifeblood of a democracy. Well, in war, it is very hard to bring about successes, but very easy to make mistakes or to point them out after they've been made. And so I say this, not so much in answer to the honourable members' questions as for the guidance of those in countries abroad. No one speaking or voting against this government will be assaulted with rubber truncheons or sent to a concentration camp or otherwise molested. We shall keep our parliamentary institutions intact, come what may. And if we stand by so doing, we shall have afforded the final answer to mankind's age-old conflict between slavery and freedom.
In the folded and quiet yesterdays, how many times has it happened? How many times has it happened?
Yes, how many times has it happened? And in the folded and quiet yesterdays of how many lands? Did you read about Socrates in a book? Is it too far back for you, the 399th year before Christ? It needn't be. A man jailed by dictators on trumped-up charges, speaking calmly, freely, to a friend on his last day. That voice never stops speaking, speaks to you now.
Why have you come at this hour, Crito? It must be quite early.
Yes, it is.
What is the exact time?
The dawn is breaking.
I wonder that the keeper of the prison would let you in on this morning of all mornings.
He knows me because I come here often, Socrates. Moreover, I have done him a kindness.
Oh, certainly. You will pardon me for having forgotten.
Socrates, I come to bring a message which is sad and painful, not as I believe to yourself, but to all of us who are your friends.
What? I suppose that the ship has come from Delos, upon the arrival of which I am to die. Very well, Crito. If such is the will of God, I am willing.
Oh, my beloved Socrates, let me entreat you once more to take my advice and escape. For if you die, I will not only lose a friend that cannot be replaced, but there is another evil. People who do not know you and me will believe that I might have saved you if I had been willing to give money.
Good men, and they are the only persons who are worth considering, will think of these things truly as they happen.
Then, Socrates, will you not, I adjure you, at this last time, call unto you here your judges. Say to them that you will cease your inquiries and criticisms. You know that they will grant you your freedom once again on this provision?
No. I am afraid that if they were to come into this chamber, I would say to them what I said to them before. I would say, Lords of Athens, You have nothing of which to accuse me. I have concealed nothing. I have dissembled nothing. I know that this plainness of speech makes you hate me. And what is your hatred but a proof that I am speaking the truth? I would say, all men that have condemned me, I would fain prophesy, for I am about to die, and that is the time in which men are gifted with prophetic power.
Socrates, I
Me
entreat
you have killed because you wanted to escape criticism and not to give an account of your lives. But it will not be as you suppose, far otherwise. For I say that there will be more accusers of you than there are now. Acquit me or do not acquit me, but be sure that I shall not alter my way of life. No, not if I have to die for it many times.
How many times has it happened? How many times has it happened?
Yes, how many times? The thinker forbidden to think, but thinking all the same. Books burned in the public square at Athens, but always a copy unburned somehow. Left unburned to be discovered a century, 7 centuries, 20 centuries later. It's hard to stop people from thinking. The crackling roar of the burning drowns out your thoughts for a while. But there is the thought again when the quiet returns. Burn the books, burn the printing press. Burn a woman's body, too, if there's no other way.
When did you last hear the voice speaking to you?
Yesterday and today.
At what time did you hear it yesterday?
3 times. Very often I hear it. More often than I tell you.
What were you doing when you heard it?
I was asleep, and the voice woke me.
In what way? Did it touch your arm?
How could a voice touch my arm?
You claim to have seen these saints, Mademoiselle Jeanne. In what shape do you see them?
I see their faces.
Can you describe them? Do they wear robes or garments of some sort?
Do you think our Lord has nothing to dress them in?
But surely they must have something besides faces.
I see only their faces.
Have they hair on their heads?
Why should their hair have been cut off?
Jeanne d'Arc, I hardly need tell you that if you persist in this heretical contention that the voices of saints are speaking to you, and to no one else in France, you will die by fire at the stake.
Speak now, Jeanne d'Arc, and be saved.
My lords and bishops, I will speak what the voices bid me to speak, but no more. That I, Jeanne d'Arc, was bidden by the King of Heaven to make my country free. That the voices spoke to me, and even now bid me speak. And that your threat shall never interdict them. For were I to see the fire, and I tied to the very stake, I would still say what I have said, and would not do otherwise.
A woman burned for saying, I listen to my voices and obey them. But men learn slowly. There came an age of reason, or so they called it, and in a century or so there were politer ways to go about the throttling. Torture went out of fashion, but there were still ways, legal ways perhaps, other ways to keep a man from speaking out too freely. Exile. Exile will do very well. The threat of exile came to one of Britain's most illustrious men of science, Joseph Priestley, at a quiet dinner given in the home of another great free thinker, the pamphleteer Thomas Cooper.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should like to propose a toast to England's greatest scientist, the discoverer of the extraordinary vapor called oxygen, Dr. Joseph Priestley.
Here, here, Dr. Priestley.
Speech.
Thank you so much. Now that you've toasted my generation, let me toast yours. On this 14th day of July in the year of our Lord, 1791, I salute the future. The future of liberty, equality, and fraternity that will one day be realized all over the world. The future that was given to us on Bastille Day by the French Revolution.
I don't know that I like that.
Dr. Priestley, surely you must be joking.
Dear lady, I couldn't be more serious.
But then I'm afraid the Duke and I have no alternative. We must leave.
Good heavens, madam, we are not living in medieval times. Surely today a man may stand up in a room and express an opinion freely on any subject he chooses.
I'm sorry. Are you coming, sir?
Quite right, my dear. Sorry, Priestley. I think
You'll excuse us too, Dr. Priestley.
Come, my dear.
Well, Cooper, that leaves you, Mrs. Priestley, and me.
Gentlemen, a toast. Liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Church and king, down with Priestley. Turn the traitor out. Listen to them, listen to them. Mobs in the streets outside our own house.
Oh, let them shout. They shout my name. They don't even know who I am. I can walk through the mob without being recognized. They've been shouting it for 5 days now, ever since that night at Tom Cooper's.
Oh, there'll be worse violence, though. They set fire to Tom Cooper's house, and they broke up his printing office because of the pamphlet he wrote and published defending you.
What are the Coopers going to do?
Oh, they're going to America. It seems the government's friendly to journalists over there.
Are you afraid, my dear?
Oh, yes, I am, Joseph. I'm terribly afraid. All your scientific work, this new element you've discovered, this oxygen, it might be terribly important. And it might be lost
If what?
Open! In the name of the king! Open! Oh, Joseph, what are you going to do?
I'm going to let them in.
Oh, no, Joseph, no.
Come in, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Priestley, I've been sent by the government to warn you that you are in acute danger, and that you and Mrs. Priestley will be better off out of this country.
Well, sir, this may surprise you, but I think you're right. I think perhaps I shall be better off outside this country.
Out of England?
Yes, my dear. The Priestleys will be sailing to America on the very next ship. In America, they will be very interested in learning what will happen to me here for speaking my mind.
Very well, sir. I shall report your decision to my superior officer. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Oh, Joseph, what's happened to our England?
My dear, the fight for the freedom of the human spirit has been fought many times. Sometimes the forces of liberty appear to be losing, but they're never lost, really. England still has her lesson to learn from the French Revolution, but she'll learn it, and she'll still have it when Europe shall have gone into the darkness again for a little while.
How many times has it happened?
Promises are made of words, and promises are broken. Words can be treacheries, but as long as true words can be spoken, something will come of it. Men in the New World spoke of a greater freedom. We recall words spoken over a pint of ale in a tavern in Williamsburg, Virginia, between two gentlemen with little in common. The one, a fiery revolutionary, Patrick Henry. The other, a staid landowner, James Madison.
I tell you, Mr. Madison, the Constitution as it stands is milk and water.
You think so? I have a letter from Tom Jefferson, Mr. Henry. I marked a passage there especially for you. Read it.
A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government on earth, general or particular, and what no just government should refuse. Well?
Mr. Henry, an unjust government could suppress freedom of speech and freedom of press, and of commerce, and all the rest of it. Bill of Rights or no Bill of Rights.
It's the guarantee that counts, Mr. Madison.
Well, it seems to me that the Constitution is specific enough as regards liberty.
There are too many definitions of the word liberty, Mr. Madison. What if a tyrannical government took it to mean liberty for them to put other people in jail without a trial? Mr. Madison, we need your vote, and we need your help. Jefferson and I are known as radicals. The Hamilton crowd are afraid of anything we support. But you, a conservative, one of the biggest landowners in the country, they'd listen to you.
You think so?
I know it.
But what have we to fear from a government composed of men who fought a revolution for just these rights?
Nothing, but there will be other governments. There will be men with different ideas of liberty. We cannot forever remain isolated from Europe as General Washington hopes.
Do you really believe this Bill of Rights is the answer? You seem to have a good deal of faith in the words on that piece of paper.
Words on a piece of paper are all that bound us to the tyranny of the old world. Words on a piece of paper declared this nation's independence.
Not words alone.
The idea must come before the action, Mr. Madison. Words alone cannot guarantee the liberties of this nation through the centuries. But they can tell men, come what may, that once they were free and can be free again.
Mr. Henry, I think I'll join your forces.
Thank you, Mr. Madison, thank you. This means much to me and to our country, too. Oh, Mr. Phipps.
Coming, sir, coming.
Come over here.
What is it? Anything wrong, sir?
On the contrary, Mr. Phipps. Mr. Madison and I are about to drink a toast to you.
To me?
Yes, to you, Mr. Phipps, in whose excellent tavern upon a night in 1791, slavery and the opposition of the human spirit were abolished for all time.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Because of what we decided here tonight, the shape of things to come may be a different thing. Who can tell what may happen when men are free to speak their minds?
And so it was done, and a nation was built upon it. In one nation, at least, men were free to speak their minds, and still are free. Unhappily, in many other nations, even as we speak to you, it is not so.
Prisoner Niemöller.
Yes?
Herr Niemöller, you are going to leave this concentration camp. The Fuhrer has decided to make an exception in your case. He feels that the intense popularity which you enjoyed as a minister of the gospel is not to be overlooked.
Enjoyed? Past tense? Has my congregation forgotten me already?
I'm sure, Herr Pastor, they will welcome you back with open arms. Reichsbishop Müller feels that you have learned your lesson, and the Fuhrer has personally pardoned you. You are free to return to your church at any time.
Free? Are you sure of that?
Absolutely. Of course, you realize what is expected of you in return for the Fuhrer's kindness.
Yes. Yes, I know exactly what is expected of me.
Good, good. Well then, good luck, Pastor Niemöller. Heil Hitler.
Good day, Commissioner. Dearly beloved, I stand before you again, hardly able to keep back the tears of joy that are welling up at the sight of you, my brothers in the communion of Jesus Christ. I am free because you wanted me to be free, and there are so many of you. I ask you not to forget that. If I go to a concentration camp for what I say here today and in the days to come, be they many or few, you will know that you too are no longer free. For in a land where one man is not free to speak his conscience in the sight of Almighty God, who is my Führer, in that land no man is free. Dearly beloved, my text today is from the Epistle of St. Paul to the Romans. To the right! Halt! Halt!
And you prisoners, step out. Herr Captain, these are the new men. Left to right. Schiller, Reinmann, Niemöller.
Niemöller? Bring that man over here, Lieutenant.
Niemöller, step forward. Get a move on.
Let me look at your face.
Eyes up, you fool. Salute your captain. Did you hear what I said?
Let him alone, Lieutenant. It is you, Niemöller. Pastor Niemöller.
I remember you. Yes. Pastor Schmidt. You preach at Rothenburg.
I was Pastor Schmidt. I was formerly preacher at Rothenburg. But we need soldiers, you know, and now I'm a captain with our forces.
I see, yes.
Pastor Niemöller. Well, well. What are you doing in the concentration camp, brother?
Brother, what are you doing out of a concentration camp?
folded in quiet yesterdays, put down in the book of the past, is a scrawl of scrawny thumbs and the smudge of clutching fingers, and the breath of hanged men, of martyrs saying, "Welcome," as an axe fell, of men made to drink bitter death for teaching truths to other men.
Socrates!
Of traitors cut in 4 pieces according to the ancient Anglo-Saxon formula for the crime of treason.
Thomas More!
Of persons covered with filth in due exaction of a penalty.
Martin Niemöller!
Of ears clipped, noses slit, fingers chopped.
John Huss!
Of wanderers seared with a hot iron in the breast.
Abelard!
Of violence as a motive lying deep as the weather changes of the sea.
Mary Dyer!
Of gang wars, tongue wars, civil tumult.
What tyrant?
Of agitators outlawed to live on thistle. Lovejoy! Of thongs for holding plain-spoken men.
John Brown!
Of fronted thought and speech being held a crime.
Peter Zenger!
And a woman burned for saying, "I listen to my voices and obey them."
Joan of Arc.
And a thinker locked into stone and iron for saying, "The earth moves."
Galileo.
And the pity of men learning by shocks,
Semmelweis.
by pain and practice, by plunges and struggles in a bitter pool.
The Son of Man.
In the folded and quiet yesterday. How many times has it happened? How many times has it happened? The leaders of the people estimated as to price and fought with bribes signed and delivered, or waylaid or shot, or meshed by perjurers, or hunted and sent into hiding, taken and paraded in garments of dung, fire applied to their footsoles, their mouths basted with rebels, thrown into solitary, fed on slops, hung my thumbs. Till the mention of that uprising was casual, so, as though the next revolt response were in the bounds of that missing freedom, the people. Yes. And when it comes again, say wonders. When it comes again, we are ready. In the folded and quiet yesterday, how many times has it happened?
You may burn my flesh and bones, throw the ashes to the 4 winds, smiled one of them. Yet my voice shall linger on, and in the years yet to come, the young shall ask, what was the idea for which you gave me there? And what was I saying that I must die for what I stood?
No, he didn't last long after that. 5-man firing squad finished him. 4 o'clock one morning.
Didn't hear much about his family after that.
Who are you talking about, Father?
I hear his son turned up in another country, preaching the same things.
What was he preaching, Father?
They say he was a pretty straight, hard-working man, treated his wife well.
I remember the time he was talking to a few of us down in front of the town hall.
Why, that must have been just before they arrested him the second time.
Why did they arrest him?
What was he saying?
Something about the rights of the people, as I remember, son.
What's the rights of the people?
Some of it's written down, and some of it isn't, son.
But why'd they kill him, Father?
What was his idea?
What was he saying?
Why did they kill him?
What was the idea?
What was he saying? Why did they kill him? What was the idea? What was he saying? Why did they kill him? They shouldn't have killed him. And his voice shall linger on till the years yet to come. The young shall ask, what was the idea for which you gave him death? And what was he saying? That he must die for what he said. So many times in the fullness and quiet yesterday.
In the folded and quiet yesterdays, men have died for the right of free speech. We are grateful to be living in a country in which we can speak and write and broadcast with freedom and without fear. A country whose president, in the very week which brought war to us, could assure us that all confirmed facts, except those which would prove valuable to the enemy, would be told to us, and could invite criticism from anyone who feels that the government is not disclosing enough of the truth. Yes, we who are speaking and we who are listening are free and mean to remain so. This hemisphere of the Americas is strong and courageous and unafraid because of it. And across the seas, too, even now, there are men whose souls remain free. Men underground in Europe are saying what they think, even with the threat of death hanging over them for saying it.
How big an audience do you suppose you have? After all, the penalty for listening to a freedom radio station could hardly be more severe.
We must have a tremendous audience. We have a good wavelength, and our transmitter is strategically located. The people can't help hearing us, even if they are forbidden to hear us.
Aren't you afraid that you'll be caught?
Not anymore. I think that if we were located, somebody would let us know there was danger. We have many friends.
I know. That's how I was able to locate you and offer you my services. But supposing they do find you, what could you do?
I could die, of course. But there are other transmitters like this one. There will always be more and more of them.
Sometimes, as you work here, it must seem futile. The air is so crowded with voices, and the punishment for listening is so decisive.
No, I never feel discouraged. I believe that any station broadcasting lies will lose its audience in the long run to the stations that broadcast the truth.
You have just heard a program dedicated to the men and women throughout history who have been willing to die, if necessary, rather than surrender their freedom of speech. The composition, In the Folded and Quiet Yesterdays, is from The People, Yes, by Earl Robinson, Carl Sandburg, and William C. White. The soloist was Lansing Hatfield. Lynn Murray conducted, and John Daly was the narrator. Earl McGill directed the production for the Columbia Network.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fails? Chairman of the Free Company, speaking from New York. Today, the Free Company presents Orson Welles in his own play, His Honor the Mayor. The Free Company is a group of writers, actors, and radio workers who come together voluntarily to present a series of plays about our basic liberties. We're unpaid, unsponsored, and uncontrolled. Just a group of Americans saying what we believe about this country and about freedom, trying to say it by means of plays, just as the Bible parables or the anecdotes that Lincoln used to tell illustrate other truths by means of stories. Some of our plays deal with the whole subject of freedom. Others with the different basic civil rights on which that freedom rests. Today, the theme is an ancient and fundamental democratic right, which will become clear to you as you listen to the play. This week's author is Orson Welles, and the cast is recruited from his own Mercury Theater. Most appear prominently in Mr. Welles' forthcoming motion picture, Citizen Kane, and are now to be seen on Broadway in the Mercury's new success, Native Son. We present His Honor the Mayor.
This story happened in a small town near the Mexican border. We'll call it Benton, because I never heard of any town by that name. Our hero, who's the mayor of the town, we'll call Nags. Bill Nags, because I don't know anybody called Bill Nags. Right here, I want to say that this broadcast isn't intended to be uplifting or inspirational. It hasn't any moral at the end of it or any message. You can draw your own conclusions, and I hope you do. I'd like to know what you think of Mayor Nags' problem, and if you think he solved it the right way. Maybe you'll say he didn't solve it at all. That's possible. Believe me, I'm not campaigning for Nags' re-election. He's a friend of mine, but I don't want to get mixed up in municipal politics, particularly in a town that's almost 2,000 miles away from my own. I'm just going to tell you what happened.
Bill, time to get up. I'm not going to tell you again.
Let me sleep another half hour.
No, sir.
Just one little half hour more.
I know why you don't want to get up today. Hear me, Bill? It's always the same. When you're in trouble and don't want to face it, you try to stay in bed.
If I had troubles, I'd stay awake. When I finally do drop off, I'd like to take advantage of it. I don't know why you always assume that my motives are mean and petty and niggling.
What does niggling mean?
Picayune.
What does that mean?
Niggling. Niggling, picayune. Picayune, niggling. Don't sound like English.
Are you awake now?
The Nags are a good couple, and although neither of them believes it, each has a better opinion of the other than is usual in marriages as old as theirs. They have better reasons than most, maybe. Anyway, they think they have, which is the best reason of all. Mrs. Nags looks a little older than she ought to because her life hasn't been easy. But she wears the smartest clothes she can afford, which isn't true of most of the other ladies in town, and doesn't especially enhance her popularity. Her husband, the mayor, looks younger than his years and his job, not because he doesn't work as hard as anybody in the state. His features just never grew up with the rest of him, and he stands very straight.
Morning, I want flapjacks. Hey, Mary?
Yes, Bill?
I don't care how fat I get. Today I want flapjacks and maple syrup.
Today you shall have them.
Thanks.
Take my word for it, when responsibilities get to be almost unendurable, a man on a diet takes to his sugars and starches as an addict retreats to his opium pipe or a drunkard to his bottle. On this particular day, Mayor Nags ate 3 helpings of Mrs. Nags' flapjacks, 2 nut bars before a lunch, which included potatoes, among other forbidden fruits like bread and butter and custard pie. I won't reveal the full catalog of what His Honor consumed during the course of that day, but by the time he got to bed, claiming to Mrs. Nags that he'd lost 10 years of his life, she says he'd gained at least 5 pounds.
Morning, Bill.
Hello, Jerry.
What'll it be?
Fill her up.
Okay, Bill. What are you aiming to do about the meeting tonight, Bill? The White Crusaders rally.
Don't know yet.
Hadn't you ought to make up your mind, Bill?
Reckon so. What you think about it, Jerry?
Well, there's conditions in this town's got to be changed. You know that, Bill.
Reckon so. Which condition?
These here Reds.
You mean communists?
Yeah.
We only got one communist in town, Jerry. Joe Enochen. He can't hurt anybody. He's 87 years old. Besides, there's nothing illegal about being a communist.
That's what you say, Bill.
That's what I say. There's no law in this country against having opinions.
What about them labor organizers that come into town?
They're Reds, ain't they? I don't think so. They're just trying to get their hands over at the factory to form a union.
Yeah. Unions.
Well, the hands get paid more for their work, they're going to spend more. Maybe buy some new tires for their cars from you. Maybe buy some new cars. Would you object to that?
Unions is what's wrecking this country.
Check my oil.
Holding up the fence.
Heap of money in them big defense orders. Don't you guess part of it belongs to labor?
Your oil's all right.
What you mad at, Jerry? Bet you don't know. Hey, Jerry.
Yeah?
You going to that meeting tonight?
Sure am.
I'll see you there.
On his way to work, Mayor Naggs always looks in at the Carters after he's been to Jerry's garage. It's right next to the city hall. Carter's Drugs and Stationery.
Morning, Mrs. Carter.
Morning, Mr. Naggs. Here's your papers. Can't see how you ever get around to reading all them papers, Mr. Naggs.
I get them from my conscience.
Your conscience?
Just take them all up and put them on my desk so as I can look at the words on the mastheads during the course of the day. All them big words like Dallas and Houston and Denver and Chicago, Seattle and New York. Makes me think I keep up with the world. Of course I don't.
Mr. Naggs. What you going to do about that Crusaders rally?
Mrs. Carter, what should I do?
You oughtn't to let them hold it. It's going to make trouble. Them white Crusaders hanged a Mexican in Effigy last week.
Yeah, with a sign on him that said I tried to vote.
No telling what they'll do after this meeting. They may get after some real live Mexicans. You can't tell, Mr. Naggs. You know what the boys is like when they get excited.
Yes, I know.
Of course, everybody agrees we mustn't let them Mexicans get the vote, but still...
Why not?
Why not what?
Why shouldn't the Mexicans vote, same as we do?
Oh, Mr. Naggs, you know just as well as I do.
I'd like to hear your reasons.
Well, there's so many of them. Why, if we let the Mexicans vote, they'd run the whole town.
Mrs. Carter, didn't folks ever tell you about all that federal money that I throw away on the Mexicans for their schools and whatnot? Naturally, I want the poll tax abolished so they'll vote for me.
Mr. Naggs, you're joking.
Haven't you heard that if the Mexicans could afford to vote, they'd make me a dictator?
You'd be a wonderful president. I'd like to see you in the White House, Mr. Naggs. I really would. But not if we got to get rid of the poll tax to do it.
Of course, I'm biased, Mrs. Carter. But haven't you ever heard this is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people?
Sure thing, Mr. Naggs. American people. Oh, them Mexicans don't even speak English.
But we don't give them much reason to learn it. Gotta go to work.
What's that for, Mr. Naggs?
Give me a candy bar. Nuts in it.
Pearl Hylas is passionately in love with Mayor Naggs. She is his secretary.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Colonel Egenhorn.
Mr. Mayor.
Well?
Just for a moment, may I have your private ear?
Come on into the office.
Your Honor.
Yeah?
Lou Rudnick over at the Sentinel's been trying to get you. He says it can't wait.
Put him on.
Yes, Your Honor. It's about the White Crusaders. He wants to know if you're going to let that meeting go on tonight. He wants a statement for the paper.
Get him on the phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
And don't call me Your Honor.
I'll get right to the point.
Well, thanks.
The White Crusaders, Mr. Mayor. You may not realize it, but I have considerable interest in that organization.
I know all about you, Colonel Egenhorn.
Do you, indeed?
Yes, I do indeed.
What do you know about me, Naggs?
Well, I don't know how old you are or where you were born. You made $1 million on patent medicines before you moved into the county and built that big ranch. I know that. And from there on, I really know about you. You're supposed to be retired, and you keep pretty busy, Colonel. You bought up the old Dayton print shop, for instance. You turned out a lot of stuff from there. Bet you write most of it.
I write it all, Mr. Mayor. Do you mind?
Yes, I mind. I don't like that literature of yours going out all over the country with my town's postmark on it.
Your town?
I'm a citizen. Benton's my town. I work hard for it. I don't like it to be a return address for all that anti-Semitic garbage.
That's a loose term, Mr. Mayor.
What's a loose term? Garbage? Yeah, I agree with you.
No, anti-Semitic. The International Jew.
Mr. Rudnick on the phone, Your Honor.
Lou? Yeah? Yes, Lou. I know what it means. Fascism was just one word for it, a loose term. No, nothing. Lou, you can print it in your paper that I can't stop it. I said I can't stop it. I know about refusing, revoking licenses. Just say I can't stop the meeting. Flew.
Hung up on you, didn't he? Hung right up.
Yeah.
Glad to see you're taking that stand, Mr. Mayor. I don't forget any favor.
Don't thank me.
I'll do more than thank you. By the way, here's a copy of the White Crusader, a little monthly publication of ours. Read it, Mr. Mayor. Keep an open mind. I think you're big enough to admit your mistakes. As for the crusade itself, our ranks are always open to men of your mettle.
And color?
Naturally.
How about my religion?
You're a Christian?
Maybe you forgot, Colonel. I'm a Catholic.
I had forgotten. Well, Mr. Naggs, we always manage to make exceptions.
Well, that's very nice of you, Colonel. But as far as I'm concerned,
For broadcasting purposes, I have to censor the rest of Mr. Naggs' remarks. Enough to say that these remarks were unanswerable and that Colonel Eggenhorn left the mayor's office very red in the face and in quite a hurry. The mayor spent the rest of the morning receiving committees and talking on the telephone. The subject was always the White Crusaders' rally. The first committee came from Benton College and was headed by Naggs' old friend Noble Cornflower, the president. Second was semi-officially from the Chamber of Commerce, and the third was sent by the American Legion. Everybody telephoned. Nobody wanted the Crusaders to hold their meeting.
Yes, Dr. Evers, I know what they stand for. I know. Well, we'll see. I said we'll see. Thanks for calling.
Mrs. Dewey on the other line, Your Honor.
I talked to her before.
She's calling again.
I talked to everybody in town. Do I have to talk to them all twice?
What's funny, Your Honor?
I was thinking, that can't be a very big meeting tonight. Everybody's objected to it. There ain't nobody left to attend.
Your Honor.
I know, Mrs. Dewey, and don't call me Your Honor. Tell her I'm out to lunch, and that's where I am, darn it. Out to lunch.
Father Hatton and Mayor Naggs went to school together when they were kids. Now Father Hatton hears Mayor Naggs at confession. Every so often, they meet for lunch all the time. There was some coolness between them during the mayor's gambling reform a couple of months back when a fanatic, or at least tactless, member of the police under orders to clean up every game in town embarrassed one of the church's bingo socials. Nothing serious, though. Never any real difference of opinion.
Bill, I don't agree with you.
No coffee, Father.
Thanks. I wish you did.
It isn't just that these White Crusaders oppose the church. They're lined up against everything anybody could possibly mean by Christianity.
I know.
Worse than that, they've recruited every convenient branch of intolerance. They're anti-labor, anti-Semitic.
Anti-everything but themselves. Yeah, there's a dozen more little clubs here and there like the White Crusaders. All those nuts are the same.
Those nuts. Bill, that's what they said in Germany about the Nazis a while ago when Adolf Hitler was still on the soapbox. Those nuts. Nobody thought those nuts could do any harm.
Germany was a young democracy. Don't forget it. Her republic was only a few years old. It lacked experience. We're the oldest democracy on the planet. We know our way around. Gosh, I got too much faith in America to think Colonel Eggenhorn or any reasonable facsimile could march in and start giving us orders. Look at the way our folks are rising up against this White Crusade business right here in town.
Listen, Bill.
Folks just won't stand for it.
They won't if they can help it. People are decent and good at heart. They won't listen to lies unless you make them.
I'm not making them. Excuse me for shouting. Losing respect for thought, Father.
Forget my clothes.
Well, darn it all, I'm not making anybody listen to lies. I'm just upholding the Bill of Rights.
Why do you think they're having this meeting?
What?
You heard me.
Yes, I heard you.
Let me tell you what you know. Benton has a factory that makes auto parts and ships them up north. Who owns the factory? Nobody in Benton. Who works in it?
Everybody in Benton that'll take the wages.
That's the whole point. Now, I don't care about unions, Bill. They're not my concern. But last week, a couple of organizers were beaten up in my parish. One of them takes communion in my church. I don't want that to happen again. And it's going to happen just as long as the White Crusaders get their way. I warned you I was going to tell you what you know. Well, here's something maybe you don't know. I've heard that some of my parishioners and a whole lot of our citizens are planning to visit that little meeting tonight. What? That is, if you allow it to be held.
What?
Don't keep saying what. You hear me perfectly well.
How do you know?
Sometimes a priest knows more about the world than you might think.
Yeah, sometimes he knows more about a town than the mayor himself.
Well?
Well?
I don't want you to have to call out deputies, Bill, or ask the governor for help. What I'd really hate would be for you to have to stop the right people from doing the wrong thing. Do you understand me?
I understand you. Waiter?
Yes, Mr. Met.
Get me another piece of pie.
Mayor Naggs is just about as stubborn as they come. He may have guessed that Father Hatton didn't convince him, but he worried him sorely because Mayor Naggs could see that everything the priest told him was true.
Sure it's true. And so's the Bill of Rights.
What's that, Your Honor?
The Bill of Rights.
I didn't understand you.
You know what the Bill of Rights is, Pearl. Answer the telephone.
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Go to the public library and look it up.
All righty. Shall I make a transcript and bring it back to you?
Memorize it. Learn it by heart. Then go to the corner of Main Street and Central and recite it.
That's a scream.
Go on. Go out and find me 10 citizens like you that never heard of the Bill of Rights. Bring them back here, and I'll recite it.
You mean I get the afternoon off?
If you get out of here quick enough.
Gee, thanks. You better answer the telephone.
Hello, and don't call me your aunt. No, not you, Mrs. Dewey. Just a second, please. Hello? Just a minute. Just a minute.
3 more calls came in from Mrs. Dewey before the afternoon was over. But now most of the calls weren't complaints. Most of them were threats. Some political, some social, a lot of them the kind of threats Father Hatton was afraid of. These were all anonymous. By supper time, Bill Naggs had listened to enough of them to know that things were serious. For the sake of the record, I must tell you that Pearl went to the public library after treating herself to a malted at Carter's and looked up the Bill of Rights. She didn't learn it, of course, but she read it all through, including the place where it says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievance.
Hey! Joe Enoch!
What do you want?
Want your advice?
You won't take it.
Maybe I will. You never agree with anybody, Joe, and this time I don't either. What about the White Crusaders?
Don't let them congregate. Goodbye.
Hey! Joe Enoch!
What is it now?
You know, I thought you were the one man in town might agree with me.
Well, I don't agree with you.
Joe, I can't start interfering with the people's right to assemble.
They ain't people, they're fascists. Everybody else wants you to interfere, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Well, there's the people for you. Everybody else. Ever hear of the will of the people?
Ever hear of the Bill of Rights?
Now, where'd the Bill of Rights come from? The will of the people. Where'd the Constitution come from? It didn't come down from Mount Sinai, Bub. God didn't write it. Listen, this country with its institutions belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it.
Naturally, you would advocate overthrowing the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, Joe. You're the town communist.
No, I didn't say that. Abe Lincoln said it. And I don't advocate overthrowing it any more than he did. I just believe in the will of the people. So did he. So should you. Don't set yourself up against the will of the people, Naggs. You're their servant. They pay you to serve. Besides, I ain't a communist. I'm an anarchist.
Sit right down, Bill. Don't wash up unless you want to. There's creamed chicken and baked potatoes and hot bread.
Mary, have you seen today's Sentinel?
And chocolate cake for dessert.
Says I'm going to lose my job.
And I sent out for some ice cream.
If I don't stop that meeting, I guess I will.
What do you want me to say, Bill?
If I don't keep my job, I'll never grow up to be Abraham Lincoln like you want me to be.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me what to do.
You never asked me that before.
Well?
You'll never grow up to be Abraham Lincoln like I want you to be if you do something just to keep your job.
I'm never going to be Abraham Lincoln, honey. But I promise you it won't be because of that.
The White Crusaders' rally was scheduled for 9 o'clock at Nicky's dance hall. Mary and Bill Naggs arrived at 8:30.
Mr. Naggs, sheriff's been trying to get you. You didn't answer your phone.
I know I didn't. What's he want, Sam?
He wants to swear in some deputies.
Tell him to sit tight.
Where are you going?
To the meeting.
In there?
My own meeting. Right now, I'm going to greet my friends.
Oh, the Crusaders?
No, the ones that ain't. Ones that aren't, I should say. Sam, you stay with the car here and watch out for Mrs. Nag.
As I told you, this story hasn't any moral or any message of mine tied to it. It's about morals and messages, though, and I was serious when I said I hoped you draw your own conclusions. I don't insist that Mayor Naggs did the right thing. I do believe the subject is worth conversation, and I'd like to hear your opinion of how he solved his problem. Also, I admitted earlier that he mightn't have solved it at all. By 9 o'clock, the White Crusaders had gathered. A lot of the members may have been too scared to come because there wasn't much of a crowd inside the hall. The crowd was outside.
Away from that door, Naggs! If you don't break up that meeting, Naggs, we will! Let us let them turn it!
Half the town was there at least. Central Street, which runs past the dance hall, was jammed so you couldn't move.
Go on, Naggs, get away!
Why?
We're going in!
You belong to the White Crusaders, Charlie? There's nothing to see in there. Just a couple of dozen anonymous citizens in fancy dress. There's nothing to hear. You know what they're talking about?
We know!
So do I. They're talking about scaring the Mexicans to keep them from voting for me. Talking about keeping unions out of the factory so the town don't get any more of that money from up north. Well, maybe that's all right. But here's something that ain't. They're talking about hating the Jews. We only got one Jewish family in the county. The Mankowitzes. Anybody hate the Mankowitzes? Anybody want to join the White Crusaders? No. We got a better club out here. Not so exclusive, but more fun. We're the Loyal Order of Fellow Men. We're supposed to love each other, you remember? The rules out here are easier to follow, and we didn't make them.
Oh, shut up, Bill!
What's that? You back there? Can't see you. What's your name? You got the floor. No further remarks? All right. The chair will resume.
Why don't you break up that meeting?
Because I'm holding one of my own. Friends, you all know perfectly well I'm demagoguing you. Sure. I'm demagoguing you, same as Colonel Agenhorn in there's demagoguing the Crusaders. Only I ain't fomenting and inciting a riot. Just the reverse. I ain't kidding you. You know I'm just filibustering until that gang breaks up. I don't like what's going on in there any more than you do. Believe me, I like it less than most of you. You say this is a free country and you got a right to stop a meeting if you want to. I say it's a free country and anybody can hold a meeting. You say, who's the mayor to stand up against the whole town? Or I say, who's the town to stand up against the mayor it elected? As long as I'm in office, the laws are going to be obeyed. That's what I'm paid for. If you don't like me, elect somebody else. If you don't like the laws, change them. But don't start forbidding anybody the right to assemble. Democracy is a rare, precious thing. And once you start that, you finish democracy. Democracy guarantees freedom of assembly unconditionally to the worst lice that want it. If they don't get it, they'll go underground so as we can't see them. Let them thumb their noses at the stars and stripes. Just as long as they don't touch it. Let them jeer at everything we're willing to die for. That's anybody's right, the right to jeer. The right to be what's called nowadays un-American. Like this White Crusaders rally, that's un-American, all right? But listen, if we break up that meeting, we're un-American. For keeps. A lot of you work in the factory and you want a union. How would you like it if I didn't let you hold a strike meeting? All of you have read the history books. You know what the right to assemble and worship God meant to most of those folks that first came here, the ones that couldn't pray the way they wanted to in the old country. Are you convinced? Maybe so, maybe no. Anyway, you're not going to break the law, are you? All right. Neither's the White Crusaders. Let them raise a hand against a living soul, and by glory, I promise you, the law's got them. Hello, Colonel Agenhorn. Well, folks, the rally's over. You and your dirty shirts going home, Colonel?
I demand a police escort.
I don't guess you'll need it, Colonel.
Well, I think I do.
Well, I'm going to take a chance on it. Good night, Colonel. Folks, the Colonel and his boys are asking for trouble. Let's not give it to them.
The crowd gave way and let the Crusaders go home. They went meekly. There wasn't an illegal move.
Thanks, everybody. And if you don't like what I've done, please wait till Election Day. Meeting's adjourned.
Then the crowd broke up. Mayor Naggs went back to where his wife was waiting for him in the car. They drove home together.
Like his honor the mayor, then, let us stand fast by the right of lawful assembly. Let us say with that...
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail a plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail? This is Burgess, Meredith, and Hollywood speaking for the Free Company. Today we hear Francho Tone and Gail Patrick in a new radio play by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night. The Free Company is a group of leading writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined together on their own initiative to present a series of dramas illustrating and explaining our basic American liberties. All members contribute their services as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make that way of living together possible. The list of writers for the Free Company includes some of the most distinguished names in American letters. 9 Free Company members have won Pulitzer Prize awards. Our dramatists include Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald Macleish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, and John Steinbeck. Today, Robert E. Sherwood's play, An American Crusader, seeks to honor the memory of a man who fought against cruel odds for freedom of speech and for freedom of the press. His name was Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. He lived more than 100 years ago when our country was in a period of growing uncertainty and fear, increasing doubt of the permanence of our institutions. Americans in Lovejoy's time could be heard saying many of the same things that we hear today.
People are hollering about the need for national unity, but there ain't no such thing.
We've got to abolish slavery. There can be no compromise with evil.
If we keep on the way we're going, we'll be in war, and that'll mean the end of democracy.
What this country needs is sound money. This new doctrine of President Monroe sounds good on paper, but it won't work. The trouble with this country is we're getting mixed up in the politics of Europe. The trouble with this country is...
The trouble with this country is...
One of the greatest American voices was raised in an expression of faith at the dedication of the Bunker Hill Monument in Boston. It was the voice of Daniel Webster.
If the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Human agency cannot extinguish it. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven.
So spoke Daniel Webster, and his words burned into the soul of young Elijah Lovejoy, who had gone from his native Maine to the Theological Seminary in Princeton. A day before his graduation, he is called to the office of Dr. Guthrie, the Dean of the Saints.
Oh, Mr. Lovejoy, I'm glad to see you. Do sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to have a word with you before you leave us. I knew there would be no time in the midst of tomorrow's ceremonies. Of course, like all the others, you'll be glad to be out of this stuffy, scholastic atmosphere.
I'll never stop being grateful to you, sir, for your kindness, your
understanding.
I hope you really mean that, Mr. Lovejoy.
I shouldn't say it if I didn't mean it, Dr. Guthrie.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't. I've observed that you're one who isn't afraid to speak his mind. I believe you'll make a great name for yourself as a minister of the gospel.
Dr. Guthrie, I have a confession to make.
I'm eager to hear it, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm not going to preach the gospel. At least not from the pulpit.
But tomorrow you'll be ordained as a minister. You've been working hard for years to reach that goal.
I know it, but there's a great battle going on. A battle which will decide whether freedom and slavery can continue to exist side by side in the same country, in the same world. I want to join in that fight.
And how do you propose to fight, and where?
I have an opportunity to become editor of a newspaper in St. Louis, Missouri. That's where the fight's strongest. Do you feel I'm making a mistake?
Naturally, I'm disappointed. I've been a minister of the gospel all my life. For the past 30 years and more, I've been instructing young men like yourself in the Word of God.
And you taught it well, Dr. Guthrie. So well that you filled me with a desire to preach it. Not only from the pulpit, but in the marketplace, in the streets, on the farms, and across the great waters. For the Word of God is the promise of justice to all men, equality for all men, freedom for all men by God's will. I know I can say these things in the church to pious people, but I believe I can say them more strongly through the press, the free press. More people will hear them.
You realize, don't you, that in following this course you'll be risking your life? This war you're entering, it's a bitter war, a war to the death.
I realize that, Dr. Guthrie, but if I am risking my life, it could not be in a better cause.
That is no more than the truth, Mr. Lovejoy. May God give you strength in the battle that is ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Elijah Lovejoy went to St. Louis. He gained recognition as a young man of high promise, of courage, of intelligence, and integrity, and there was no one more appreciative of his good qualities than a certain young lady named Cecilia Ann French.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, miss. What can I do for you?
We want a marriage license.
Well, I suspected as much, seeing as this is the Marriage License Bureau. Name, please.
Elijah Parrish Lovejoy.
Date and place of birth.
Albion, Maine, November 9th, 1802.
And the lovely bride.
Celia Ann French. Born right here in St. Louis.
You don't have to say when. Your occupation, Miss Lovejoy?
I'm a minister of the gospel. And I'm editor of the St. Louis Observer.
Oh, I thought I'd seen your name somewhere. Been having a mite of trouble, haven't you, Miss Lovejoy?
Yes, a little.
Well, I guess everybody is these days. Here's your license. Wish you both luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elijah.
Yes.
What did he mean, trouble?
Oh, nothing in particular. All newspaper editors have trouble as part of our job.
Elijah, don't lie to me. You have been having a particular kind of trouble, for my father said.
I know what your father says. He thinks I'm one of those crazy reformers who'd better keep their ideas to themselves.
And maybe he's right, Elijah. If you endanger yourself by expressing those ideas.
Celia, listen to me. Your father's a dear old gentleman who has a fine, big plantation and many slaves. And a beautiful daughter. And ideas and beliefs that are not the same as mine. He doesn't think anything should ever be changed.
And you think everything should be changed?
Not quite everything, but many things. Oh, I don't say your father isn't justified in his convictions. But he doesn't realize that times have changed. That what was true in his time is no longer true in yours and mine. He helped shape and build his world, as you and I must shape and build our world, Celia.
But if it means danger and trouble.
There is always danger and trouble when men battle for truth. Celia, darling, I love you more than anything in the world except one thing.
And that one thing?
Man's liberty.
But that's only an idea.
Not an idea, Celia. An ideal. An ideal for which men have fought and died since the beginning of history. It's a never-ending battle, for in every generation there's a new threat, a new menace. And it must be met, no matter what the cost.
I'm not sure that I understand. And I'm a little frightened, too. Oh, Elijah, promise me. Promise me you'll keep out of danger for my sake.
I promise to love you for as long as I shall live. Be content with that, darling. And right now, let's forget everything except the one important fact that we're going to be married.
Slavery must be abolished. The other group was shouting, each state must mind its own business and leave its neighbors alone. And Lovejoy was forced to move his printing press across the Mississippi River to Alton in Illinois. There he and his bride set up housekeeping anew, and he started another newspaper.
Look, darling, the first issue of the Alton Observer. Aren't you proud? Here, read it.
Slavery is a crime against God and man. It is poison in the very lifeblood of human society. But, Elijah, you're saying the very same things that you said in St. Louis.
Of course I am. They're the truth.
But people don't want to hear the truth.
Nonsense, Celia. Illinois is a free territory. It was the truth that set us free. It'll keep us free.
It's all very well to fight for the truth, but not at the risk of losing your home and happiness and maybe your own life.
I wish I could make you understand, Celia, that the truth for which I fight is worth all that risk. Once you see that, once you understand, then you'll not fear any longer.
In a way, I understand. But it all seems so hopeless. You're only one man against a city. What good does it do to raise your voice? Who listens?
When I was still in college, I heard Daniel Webster. I've never forgotten his words. They burned into my very soul. He said, "If the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven." Those were his words, Celia. I don't want to have it said they were spoken in vain. That's why, even though mine's the only voice in all this territory, it must be raised to keep alive that spark of liberty.
At the risk, Elijah.
I'm going to fight them to the end, Celia. I'm determined. Good, Jake. What is it? The new newspaper. Read that.
Slavery is a crime against God and man.
Well, who's printing that disgraceful inflammatory?
It's that young preacher that just moved in. Name of Lovejoy.
I say, he's the fellow they threw out of St. Louis.
Sure he is.
He ain't got no right to print such stuff. That's war talk.
That's precisely what it is. Trying to stir up trouble. As Judge Douglas says, he's trying to inflame the passions of men.
If you let people like that go on talking, and worse, printing their opinions, why, we'll end up in war, civil war.
Well, since we seem to be agreed,
The next question is, what do we do about it?
Elijah, look. There's a mob of men coming up to the house. Men with torches. Oh, darling, I'm frightened.
There's no need to be, Celia.
What are you going to do?
I'll go out to talk to them.
Oh, Elijah.
I'll be all right, my dear. Well, gentlemen?
We just come to call, Mr. Lovejoy. To tell you won't be needing to go down to your newspaper office tomorrow. Because the newspaper ain't any good without a printing press. And your printing press ain't there any longer.
You've stolen it?
Oh, no, we ain't stole it. We just heaved it in the Mississippi River.
Yes, you'll find it in the mud, Mr. Lovejoy.
And it won't be in very good condition for printing anymore, your firebrand war talk. Have you got anything to say to us before we bid you good night, Mr. Lovejoy?
Just this. The Mississippi's a mighty big river, but it isn't big enough to drown all the words that are going to be spoken before this issue's settled. Good night.
You're all right, Elijah?
Yes, dear, I'm all right. But I'm silenced. Oh, you should have listened to your father, Celia. Never married a crazy reformer with no gift for anything but antagonizing people.
Would we have to leave Orson now?
I don't know. I don't know where we could go or what we could do. We haven't any money left.
Does it matter, darling?
Yes, it does matter. We can't let them beat us this way.
But what's the use of going on, Elijah? Yours is only one voice crying in the wilderness.
All the more reason why my voice must be heard then. For surely somewhere, somehow, somebody will hear. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave the ultimate land.
And there were some who heard, even in Alton. Some who knew Lovejoy was fighting the good fight. And some, too, who knew that he could not fight alone.
Mr. Lovejoy?
Yes, Dr. Maxwell.
I believe you know these gentlemen, Mr. Strother, Mr. Callahan, Mr. Enton.
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, sir?
We've come to you on behalf of certain citizens of this town. Citizens who've come here from all parts of the country, north and south. We represent all sorts of political opinion. But we are united in our devotion to the principles of our Constitution, including freedom of speech.
Well, I'm glad to hear those principles have not been totally forgotten by all Americans.
I'm from South Carolina, sir. My family have been slaveholders for generations. But I believe in the words of Voltaire. I disagree with what you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Strother. You're a real patriot.
As we all are, I hope. We've taken up a collection sufficient to buy you a new printing press, Mr. Lovejoy. We wish you to resume publication of your paper.
And if that scalawag mob comes around again, call on us. We'll help you fight them. Are you ready to fight for freedom, Mr. Callahan? I'm an American of Irish descent, Mr. Lovejoy. Need I say more? No. Need say no more, or any of you. Gentlemen, this is an act of great generosity and great faith. I shall do my best to justify it.
Once more, the Alton Observer printed its attacks on slavery and intolerance. But the mob was strong, and again the crusader Lovejoy was attacked and his press destroyed. He set up a new press in a warehouse in Alton. An armed guard of volunteers assembled to defend the building on the night of November 7th.
I suppose it's useless for me to ask you, beg you, please don't go down there.
Oh, I have to go, my darling. I've got to get the paper out.
They'll try to kill you, you know that.
Yes, I know it. But I also know that they can't kill what I stand for. All over the country, the Friends of Freedom are interested in this fight. We can't surrender now.
What satisfaction will there be for me, knowing that your ideals live on while you...
Darling, there are certain things that are more important than our own lives. The things which make our own lives worth living. I'm no hero. I'm just an ordinary person who believes that there's no point in being an American. There's no point in being a man unless this country lives in freedom. If I denied that belief, I wouldn't deserve to be your husband. You know it. be no happiness, no peace for either of us.
All right, Elijah. If that's what you believe, then I can't change you. But I'm going with you.
No, Celia, you can't.
Wherever you are, I want to be.
I've made this fight against your wishes, against your better judgment, yet you've stood by me no matter what you felt or what you believed. But I can't let you do this. The risk's too great, Celia.
No matter what the risk, no matter what I believe, a wife's place is by her husband's side, and that's where I intend to be. I'm going with you, Elijah, and nothing you can say can stop me. I'm determined too, Elijah.
Stop Lovejoy from printing that filthy sheet of his, and we've got to stop him now.
That's right. We can't let him get away with his radical talk any longer.
Destroy his press. Burn his warehouse. They've got the warehouse gone. Yeah, but there's only 5 or 6 men at most. We got 30.
And we got guns, and we can shoot them.
We gotta get that Lovejoy. We gotta prove to him that guns know what talk. They talk louder than words. Guns will stop his words.
Yeah,
Kill Lovejoy. That's the only way to stop him. Kill Lovejoy. And you're with me, men. Show him what we're doing. This war talk is being heard all over the country. He's getting people inflamed and excited everywhere. There's only one way. Kill him and silence him once and for all. All right. Do we do it now, or do we let Lovejoy go on printing his rotten paper? We'll do it now.
Here's the headline, Joe. Free men arise, death to slavery. And the subhead, our forefathers fought for liberty, so must we.
If we print that, Mr. Lovejoy, this press will go into the river like all the others.
Just the same. Go ahead and print it. Where's the rest of that copy, Celia?
Right here, darling.
Thanks. Ready, Joe?
Sure, Mr. Lovejoy.
All right, let's get on with the editorial. The Declaration of Independence.
Elijah.
Lovejoy. Yes, Lovejoy. There's a mob of men out there. They're armed and they're surrounding the warehouse. What should we do?
Lovejoy, we want you to come out of there. We're holding our fire for 1 minute. You ain't out by then, we're coming in.
Elijah.
Oh, Celia, I should never have let you come. Now I've no choice but to yield.
Not because of me.
Yes, Celia, those men out there are desperate men. They have guns. They mean to use them. Your life's in danger here. That's all my fault. I won't let you take the risk. I'll go out.
Elijah, once you said you were not afraid to die. Then neither am I.
Celia.
If those men out there are the ones you're fighting, if mob violence and hate and destruction are your enemies, then I understand at last what you've been fighting for. Elijah, go on with your editorial.
I'm giving you one last warning, Lovejoy. You better come out.
You're not going out, Elijah. You're going to show them that not even guns can stop you.
Celia, you're wonderful. Callahan, return that fire. But shoot over their heads. We don't want any bloodshed.
I'll tell the boys.
All right, Joe, once again. The Declaration of Independence said to the people of this nation, the whole world, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator. Life, liberty.
They can't shoot. They haven't hit one of us yet. Hey, you, Gus, Bill, Lem, get around there behind that warehouse and heave in some of them flaming pagans. Set it afire. You bet, Jake. And the rest of you keep shooting tight.
The final word of that declaration, with a firm reliance in the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And where is our sacred honor today if we submit meekly and timorously to evil?
Lovejoy, Macklin's been killed.
Oh, how terrible.
What about the others?
Two are bad hurt. We can't hold out much longer.
There's no use going on.
There's
Joe.
every use in going on. That's just what that mob out there wants, to stop you, but they can't.
I'm thinking of you, Celia, of your safety.
Please, if you love me, Elijah, go on.
Oh, you're very brave. All right, Callahan, keep firing.
All right.
Let's go on, Joe. Ready?
Yes.
In the preamble to the Constitution of the United States, it is written, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish...
No use, Lovejoy. We can't go on. They fired the warehouse. There's nothing to do but surrender. It's suicide to go on. Suicide for all of us.
We've got to fight on.
No, Celia. Callahan's right. There's no use going on. They've trapped us. I've got to go out with them.
No, you mustn't.
It's my fight, but I've got to finish it my way.
Come on out, Lovejoy. We've got to finish up. Come on out.
Elijah, I can't bear to have him.
Are you coming out, Lovejoy, or is you?
You've been very brave, Celia.
It's you that's made me brave, darling. Without you...
And we've got to go on being brave, both of us. The fight didn't begin with us. It won't end with us.
This is your last chance, Lovejoy.
I'm going out to them, darling.
Yes.
I love you. I love you so very much. Remember that. Always.
It's about time, Lovejoy.
There's no use continuing your useless murder, gentlemen. You succeeded.
You bet we've succeeded, and that ain't all.
Once again, you've succeeded in suppressing freedom of speech.
Oh, what's that? Well, you thought you'd learned your lesson, Lovejoy, but I guess you're slow to learn. Huh? Big bullets to learn here. How many times we've gone on and on with your war talk? Now we're going to put an end to it once and for all.
Do you really believe that guns can suppress freedom of speech?
We can certainly suppress you, and that's all we're after.
If you believe that in suppressing me you suppress the beliefs and the ideals for which I stand, then I pity your ignorance.
What's the use of that damn go on talking? Why don't we get it over?
Let me say this one thing. If preaching the gospel of freedom is a crime in this land, then I'm a criminal and I'm ready to die. Other men have died for that same gospel. And God willing, there'll be men who come after me, willing to die.
Let him have it, Jake. As long as you're ready, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm ready.
So be it.
So died the Reverend Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. In the halls of Congress, an ex-president of the United States, John Quincy Adams, rises to speak.
Elijah Lovejoy is the first American martyr to the freedom of the press and the freedom of the slave.
And in the years that went by, the gospel of freedom that Lovejoy had preached was spread through the land. And in that same state of Illinois, an obscure small-town lawyer arose and spoke. That he was a future president of the United States, and his name was Abraham Lincoln, and he fired the imaginations of men with these immortal words.
If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could better judge what to do and how to do it. A policy has been initiated with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to slavery agitation. Under that policy, that agitation has not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free.
As Elijah Lovejoy gave his life for freedom, so did Abraham Lincoln give his life for freedom. The Union was saved, and this nation did endure, all free. Today, the freedom Lovejoy fought for, freedom of the press, is increasingly denied as the enemies of all human liberty march to victory after victory. And under the threat of a world half slave and half free, let us renew again the pledge of Lincoln, and let us once more highly resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Franchot Tone and Gail Patrick, soon to be seen in MGM's Love Crazy, as well as the author of today's drama, Robert E. Sherwood, joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed. This is Burgess Meredith, offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
afternoon will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents One More Free Man by James Boyd, with an all-star cast including Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Margot, Dorothy McGuire, and Lionel Stander, and will be directed by Norman Corwin, with music by Bernard Herrmann. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
City Hall, corner of Nassau and Wall Street, New York City. Here on this 4th of August, 1735, the long-delayed trial of John Peter Zenger is about to begin. He stands accused of the crime of libel against the person and character of His Excellency, Colonel William Cosby, governor of the provinces of New York and New Jersey. Informed observers believe that Zenger's chances for acquittal are dim. They point out that he is heavily handicapped. The governor controls the court, presided over by Chief Justice James Delancey. Zenger's 2 attorneys have been disbarred, and the Crown has appointed John Chambers, a young and relatively unknown attorney, to defend Zenger. This case has been waiting to come to trial for 8 months. It has attracted considerable attention both here and in England. There are many who see
August 4th, 1735, New York City. You are there.
John Peter Zenger, a colonial printer, stands before a government-controlled court determined to convict him for libel. CBS takes you back 214 years to one of the most celebrated trials in our nation's history, the trial which established our treasured heritage of freedom of the press. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on historical fact and quotation. Walter Hamden plays Mr. Andrew Hamilton in today's broadcast. And now,
a crowded courtroom in colonial New York, and John Bailey.
Action here in the colonies is about to begin. The courtroom is packed with people who have come from points as far away as Boston and Philadelphia to witness this trial. Chief Justice Delancey and his associate, Justice Phillips, have not appeared yet. So now to our CBS News headquarters for the trial and the latest developments in this dramatic case. Go ahead, Quincy Howe.
There's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. The issue is not just whether John Peter Zenger is guilty of libeling Governor Cosby. The larger question is, shall the people of these colonies have the right to protest against what they regard as arbitrary and oppressive rule of any and all Crown-appointed governors? 2 years ago, when Colonel Cosby became governor, he began to tax the people in what they considered a high-handed manner. It's also alleged that he suppressed their civil rights. When the colonists tried to get some relief in the city council, the governor removed the senior member of that body, the beloved and respected Rip Van Dam. When the people took their case to the courts, Governor Cosby replaced the Chief Justice, Mr. Lewis Morris, with Mr. James Delancey, who will preside over today's trial. Deprived of their normal avenues of protest, several influential New Yorkers got together and backed John Peter Zenger in issuing a newspaper, the New York Weekly Journal, which published many unsigned articles attacking the governor. 8 months ago, Cosby arrested Zenger on a warrant charging him with printing seditious libels, and Justice Delancey set the bail so high that Zenger had to stay in jail. If the jury finds Zenger guilty, the New York Weekly Journal will certainly go out of business. Also, many colonists believe that such a precedent will tend to discourage opposition to the government and will throttle a free press. Just a moment. The sheriff has brought Zenger into the courtroom, so back to John Bailey.
dock, and the crowd has broken into a spontaneous demonstration. Zenger just waved at his wife, Mrs. Anna Zenger, who is sitting next to John Chambers, his attorney, and Don Hollenbeck is with Mrs. Zenger also, so over to Don Hollenbeck.
The bailiff seems to be quieting this demonstration for Zenger. Mrs. Zenger, is this the first time you've seen your husband since his imprisonment?
The first time. This is the first time.
And how do you think he looks?
Dreadful. Terrible. He's lost so much weight. So much.
Mrs. Zenger, there's been some talk that the articles in the journal, those that the governor specifically objected to, were not written by your husband. Is that true?
John printed the articles.
I know that, but they were never signed. Who actually wrote them?
That is what His Excellency would like to know. That is why he threw my husband in jail, to find out. He was sure he could make John tell who wrote the articles. Then he could punish them. Even if my husband didn't confess, the governor thought it was John in jail, the paper would be finished. But His High and Mighty Excellency failed in both his plots. John would not tell, and the journal kept on being printed.
Yes, it certainly did, and much of the credit for that belongs to you, Mrs. Zenger. And now that the trial's begun, how do you think it's going to go?
The jury will find my husband innocent. They must. If they convict John, the only weapon we have against Cosby and all the others like him is lost. Our voices choked off. We're struck dumb, and Cosby can run riot over us. And we will have neither the right to protest nor the voice to cry out with. But if John is acquitted, as I pray the Lord he will be, then men everywhere in America will be able to speak out as free men must speak out, without fear and freely.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zenger. Now the sheriff is asking that the aisles be cleared. It seems the trial is about to start, so back to John Daly.
The aisles are being cleared, and this place is taking on some semblance of order. Mr. Richard Bradley, the Attorney General who will prosecute Zenger, is standing at the Crown's table. He seems very complacent. He's smiling, and at the moment, setting his powdered wig at just the right position on his head. And now the bailiff has reached up to the judge's bench and is pounding the gavel. Chief Justice Delancey and Associate Justice Phillips are entering the courtroom from their chambers. They're going up to their places on the bench. The spectators have risen. Let's listen.
Oyez. The New York Supreme Court, term of August, in the 9th year of the reign of our sovereign Lord King George II, Justices Delancey and Phillips presiding. All those having business before this court draw near, give your attention, and ye shall be heard. Be seated.
The clerk will read the calendar. The Crown versus John Peter Zenger, printer of New York City. Mr. Attorney General, are you prepared for the Crown?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Mr. John Chambers, are you prepared for the defendant?
May it please Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chambers, what is it?
May I address Your Honor to say that I have just been advised that I am to have the cooperation of another attorney in the presentation of my case.
Another attorney, sir?
I ask, sir, that you declare to be qualified at this bar the distinguished member of the bar of our neighboring colony, Pennsylvania, Mr. Andrew Hamilton.
Andrew Hamilton will defend Zenger. Hamilton, the most distinguished, the most noted attorney in the colonies, is here in this courtroom, and he's going to help defend John Peter Zenger. He was sitting with Rip Van Dam. We didn't recognize him because we've never seen him before, but we certainly do know of his reputation. Mr. Hamilton rose when Chambers spoke his name. He has come forward to the bench. The spectators burst into spontaneous applause when they heard his name, and the bailiffs are now trying to quiet them. Their reaction is not at all surprising, for with Andrew Hamilton pleading his case, John Peter Zenger's cause is no longer hopeless. Hamilton is a brilliant trial lawyer. He has a long and remarkable record of courtroom victories. He is a man in his early 80s. Some time ago he retired from active practice, but he apparently has come out of retirement to defend Zenger. Now Zenger, the underdog, has at least a fighting chance. At last the crowd has quieted down. Now back to the bench.
Mr. Hamilton,
Your Honor, I am ready to take the oath.
The oath. Yes, of course, yes, the oath. Well, now raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that at this bar you will abide by the laws of our Lord and Majesty the King and all the ordinances pertaining to the trial of this case?
I do.
We welcome you to our bar, Mr. Hamilton.
I thank Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton is now taking his place at the defense table. If it were anyone else, Justice Delancey might possibly have refused the oath, but he just couldn't refuse it to Andrew Hamilton. That's the gavel again. The trial will proceed.
The clerk will panel the jurors.
Robert Sinclair, Joseph Dillingham, Charles Osborne, Daniel Forsyth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection to what, Mr. Chambers?
I humbly move, Your Honor, that the sheriff be instructed to read the names of the jurors in the same order as they appear in the freeholder's book.
How is that? Are they not in that order?
No, sir, they are not. Some of the names that were last on the panel are now placed first.
Clerk, is it so? Look on that copy. Is it a true copy of the panel?
Yes, I believe it is.
Well, then how is it that some of the names are misplaced?
I have the list handed to me by the sheriff.
Yes. Well, then, I say someone must be in error. Yes. Well, now, put aside the list you've read and read the names from the freeholder's book in the order they do appear.
Yes, Your Honor.
Apparently, some attempt to obtain a jury favorable to the Crown has been frustrated. Normally, a jury is selected from a list of names known as the Freeholders' Book, and customarily the names are called in order. Here, however, someone evidently shuffled the names so that the list contained a number of men who are known to favor the governor. Whatever the reasons behind the maneuver, quite obviously it has failed. And now, as the clerk finishes reading off the true list, the jurors, most of whom are middle-class merchants and farmers, are filing into the jury box. And they're all in there now, standing and waiting.
Do you have any challenges, Mr. Chambers?
No, Your Honor. The defense is satisfied.
Yes. Mr. Attorney General, are you, too, satisfied?
That is the Crown.
Yes.
Of course, yes. The Crown is happy. Very happy indeed.
Well, swear in the jury.
Mr. Thomas Hunt, as foreman of this jury, do you swear that you shall well and truly try and true deliverance make between our sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar whom you have in your charge, and a true verdict give according to your evidence? So help you God?
I do.
Gentlemen, the same oath which your foreman hath taken on his behalf, you and every one of you shall well and truly observe and keep on your honor. Repeat after me, I do.
I do.
Be seated.
The jurors now seat themselves, and the long-awaited trial of John Peter Zenger actually begins.
Mr. Attorney General, will you proceed?
If I please, Your Honor, and gentlemen of the jury, the charge against the defendant, John Peter Zenger, is that he did willfully and maliciously print a false, scandalous, and seditious libel in which His Excellency, the Governor of this province, who is the King's immediate representative here, is greatly and unjustly scandalized as a person that has no regard to law nor justice. Such libeling has always been discouraged as a thing that tends to create differences among men, ill blood among the people, and oftentimes great bloodshed. There can be no doubt but that you, gentlemen of the jury, will condemn these practices and find the defendant guilty as charged.
Mr. Chambers.
Your Honors, gentlemen of the jury, my client, John Peter Zenger, pleads not guilty to the charge. We shall attempt to show that none of the alleged libels refer directly to any specific person. And we shall also point out that it is incumbent upon the Crown to prove that the defendant is the author of the said libels.
Your Honors, my respectable but very young colleague has stated that it is necessary for the Crown to show that Zenger personally is responsible for the appearance of the libels in the so-called newspaper he publishes. It shall be my happy duty to prove this beyond reasonable doubt.
My witnesses will show.
May I be forgiven for interrupting the discourse of the learned attorney for the crown?
What is the nature of your interruption, Mr. Hamilton?
May it please your honors, I will save the Attorney General the trouble of going further into the matter, for I do confess for my client that he both printed and published the statements set forth in the charges.
As you've heard, Mr. Hamilton has surprisingly admitted that Zenger printed and published the alleged libels. Now the Attorney General again.
As Mr. Hamilton has confessed the printing and publishing of these libels, I think the jury must find the verdict for the king.
Not so neither, Mr. Attorney General. There is more to this bargain. Now, I hope it is not our bare printing and publishing a paper that will make it a libel. You will have something more to do before you make my client a libeler, for the words themselves must be libelous, that is, false, scandalous, and seditious, or else we are not guilty.
Your Honors, I think nothing is plainer than that the words contained in the articles as pertaining to the governor are scandalous and tend to sedition. And if such a thing is not libel, I think it may be said that there can be no such thing as a libel.
May it please your honors, I must insist that what my client is charged with is not a libel. I observed just now that Mr. Attorney General, in defining a libel, made use of the words scandalous and seditious. But whether from design or not, I cannot say, he omitted the word false.
I repeat, a libel is still a libel, notwithstanding it may be true.
In this I must again differ with my honorable colleague. I point out to him that the indictment to which my client pleaded not guilty accused him of, I quote, a certain false, malicious, seditious, and scandalous libel. Now, Your Honor, the word false must have some meaning, or else how came it there? To show the court that I am in earnest, and to save the court's time and Mr. Attorney General's trouble, I will agree that everything Mr. Zenger printed about His Excellency the Governor is scandalous, seditious, and a libel, provided only that he proves them false. So it seems our work is now pretty much shortened. All the Crown is left to do is prove the word false, and we are guilty. If he is reluctant to do that, we shall take the task upon ourselves and prove them true.
Mr. Hamilton, you cannot be permitted to give the truth of a libel in evidence. A libel is not to be justified, for it is nevertheless a libel that it is true.
Your Honor, I'm sorry the court has so quickly decided upon this bit of law.
The law is clear. You cannot justify a libel.
With submission, I have seen the practice in very great court.
Mr. Hamilton, after the court have declared their opinion, it is not good manners to insist upon a point in which you are overruled.
Your Honor, I must insist on...
Use the court with good manners, sir. You are not to be permitted to argue against the opinion of the court.
Then I will say no more at this time.
Mr. Hamilton has now turned his back on the bench, almost deliberately it seems, and he is approaching the jury. Apparently he intends to skip the pleading, the evidence, and to go at once to the final summing up before the jury. Mr. Hamilton.
Gentlemen of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal. For witness, we are denied the liberty of proving the truth of the facts deemed libelous. Gentlemen, power may be justly compared to a great river. While kept within its bounds, it is both beautiful and useful. But when it overflows its banks, it bears down all before it, and it brings destruction and desolation wherever it comes. If then this is the nature of power, let us at least do our duty
and like wise men who value freedom, use our utmost care to support liberty. The only bulwark we have against lawless power, which in all ages has sacrificed to its wild lust and boundless ambition the blood of the best men that ever lived. As you see, I labor under the weight of many years and am borne down with the great infirmities of body. Yet, old and weak as I am, I should think it my duty, if required, to go to the furthest parts of the land where my service could be of any use in assisting to quench the flame of prosecutions that aim to deprive a people of the right of remonstrating, aye, and complaining too, against arbitrary attempts of the men in power. Men who injure and oppress the people under their administration provoke them, cry out and complain, and then make that very complaint the foundation for new oppressions and persecutions. Gentlemen, I make no doubt but your upright conduct this day will entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens. For every man who prefers freedom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you as men who have baffled an act of tyranny. Gentlemen of the jury, your impartial and uncorrupt verdict today will lay a noble foundation for securing to ourselves, our posterity, and our neighbors that to which nature and the laws of our country have given us a right, the liberty both of exposing and opposing arbitrary power by speaking and writing the truth. The question before the court, and you, gentlemen of the jury, is not of small nor private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone, which you are now trying. No. It may, in its consequence, affect every free man in America. It is the best cause. It is the cause of liberty. The defense rests. Mr. Attorney General, will you sum up for the Crown?
Well, that is, gentlemen of the jury, now, all that you have to consider is the fact that Mr. Zenger, the defendant, printed and published certain scandalous libels which reflected upon the integrity of His Excellency the Governor. Well, these are confessed. Well, yes, they are confessed. Well, now, I'm certain you must find the defendant guilty as charged. But yes, of course. The Crown rests.
Mr. Bradley's summation was brief, certainly. He seems to be stunned, still under the power of Mr. Hamilton's oratory. Chief Justice Delancey is about to begin his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, my charge to you shall be most brief. I wish to remind you that as the facts or words in the charges are confessed, the only thing that can come in question before you is whether the words as set forth in the charges constitute a libel. Now, as that is a matter of law, you may leave that question in the hands of the court. In other words, gentlemen, you, as a jury, have only to decide facts, not law. The facts being confessed, your duty is obvious. Bailiff, remove the jury to its chamber for deliberation. The court will recess.
Chief Justice Delancey and his charge to the jury practically instructed it to bring in a verdict of guilty against John Peter Zenger. There's a confusion of emotions here in this courtroom, a mixture of fear and of hope. Don Hollenbeck has made his way to the defense table. He is at Mr. Andrew Hamilton's side, so now over to Don Hollenbeck.
Mr. Hamilton, that was a most eloquent and moving summation. How were you brought into this case? Who brought you here?
I was first informed of Mr. Zenger's predicament by Mr. Rip Van Dam.
And what verdict, sir, do you think the jury will bring in?
I think they will find as their conscience instructs them.
But even if they do find Zenger not guilty, won't they expose themselves to retaliation by the governor and his party? After all, even after this trial, these men will still have to live here in New York City.
Yes, and they must now determine just how they shall live, whether as free citizens or as slaves.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Hamilton. And now here's Mrs. Anna Zenger. Mrs. Zenger, did you know that Mr. Hamilton was going to be here today, that he was going to defend your husband?
No. It was a complete, a wonderful surprise. His words were great words. No matter how the trial comes out, no matter what happens now, I should like to acknowledge the deep debt that my husband and I, owe to Andrew Hamilton. He is wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zenger. The bailiff is calling the court to order now, so back to John Daly.
The bailiff's call for order is no doubt the signal that the jury is returning. Of course, the jury will not be allowed to return to the courtroom until order is complete here, and there's been a great deal of excited chatter and comment about the magnificent summation of Mr. Hamilton. However, now the people are returning to their seats, are nearly all seated. The judges, as a matter of fact, are entering the courtroom and taking their places. The jury has reached its verdict in a remarkably short time, and yes, here come the jurors now. They're filing into the jury box. The spectators have finally cleared the aisles and are all in their seats, those who have seats. Justice Delancey is looking over to the jury box, waiting for the jurymen to get finally settled. Now there's a sudden hush over the courtroom. There's the gavel and back to the bench.
You may proceed, Mr. Trach.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? We have. Do you find the defendant, John Peter Zenger, guilty of printing and publishing the libels as charged?
We find John Peter Zenger not guilty.
Not guilty. The verdict is not guilty. John Peter Zenger has been acquitted of the charges against him. The principle that truth can be used as a defense against the charge of libel is upheld. Zenger is free. The courtroom here is in an uproar. People are rushing forward to congratulate Zenger and Hamilton. Mrs.
August 4th, 1735. John Peter Zenger is acquitted, and the American colonies win a free press to spearhead their fight for independence.
You have been listening to the trial of John Peter Zenger, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The trial of John Peter Zenger was written by Irv Tunick and Mr. Cheon. Walter Hamden played Mr. Andrew Hamilton. Inga Adams was Anna Zenger. D.A. Clark Smith was Justice Delancey. Bernard Lenroe played Attorney General Bradley. Richard Newton was John Chambers, and the cast included Guy Sorel, Bert Cowlin, Van Marlowe, and others. Next week.
October 4th, 1066, England. The Battle of Hastings. You are there.
CBS is proud of its Sunday programming, which brings you distinguished drama like You Are There and fine music from the New York Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra, which follows over most of these stations. CBS Sunday nights are filled with a remarkable array of talent as well. Tonight, for example, over most of these CBS stations, you will hear Van Johnson starring on the Prudential Hour. You'll hear Spike Jones, Amos and Andy, Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade, Broadway's Helen Hayes, and Hollywood's Eve Arden. They'll all be here tonight, and in case you think we've made a big omission, Jack Benny will be here on all of these stations with his guests, Claudette Colbert and Vincent Price. This is CBS, Jack Benny's radio address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, partially transcribed, by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing. We say one and only because there just isn't any other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is different, and it tastes different. Miracle Whip tastes so good it's become the most popular salad dressing ever created. More Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. Try it. Make your salads better tasting with the one and only Miracle Whip. The great Gildersleeve has never plunged into the sea of matrimony, but he does like to dangle his toes in the water once in a while. A few days ago, he met a Miss Gloria McKinley, manager of the complaint department at Hogan Brothers. He hasn't had a date with her yet, but this afternoon he has persuaded her to let him drive her home from work. Accordingly, we find him parked in front of the store with his motor running.
I better leave it running, too. That policeman in the corner has his eye on me, and I'm parked in a loading zone. Well, I'm waiting to pick up a pretty little package. Right, George, I want to make a good impression on her. Should have washed the car. I didn't notice Leroy written in the dust on the hood. Oh, well.
You, Gildy.
Uh-oh, Judge Hooker. He would have to show up.
Gildy, you're in a loading zone.
I know it, Judge.
And your motor's running.
I know that, too.
Why don't you turn it off before it boils over?
Well, it is beginning to steam.
You better start it up again, Gildy. You're too close to the fire plug.
Oh, my goodness. The only backseat driver I ever saw who stands on the curb.
Are you waiting for somebody?
Judge, I'm not just sitting here trying to run out of gas.
Oh, I know. It's closing time, and I'll bet you're waiting for Miss McKinley. Do you have a date?
You bet. She's letting me drive her home.
Well, I guess she figures that's better than taking the bus.
Yes.
She can save a dime and make fewer stops. Unless you plan to stop and watch the sun setting behind the reservoir.
Judge, will you please go away?
As it happens, Gildy, I must. I'm going home and read my 4th of July speech. I'm orating at Kraft Park.
Well, I thought Congressman Greenhall was going to speak.
Well, he's leaving for the convention, and I'm reading the speech that he prepared.
Oh?
I suppose you'll be there to hear me?
There must be a better way to spend the 4th than listening to an old goat.
Gildy, I don't exactly relish the assignment. Miss Matterhorn is vacationing at Virginia Lakes, and I'd planned to go up there for the 4th.
Judge, I don't envy you reading somebody else's speech.
Well, if I don't like what the congressman has written, I can always preface it by saying the views expressed in the speech do not necessarily represent the views of the speaker.
Step aside, Judge.
What?
Here comes Miss McKinley.
Oh, I'll open the door.
Judge, let me open it.
It's already open.
Busybody. Hello, Miss McKinley.
Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not at all. I've kept him entertained.
Judge, hop in, Miss McKinley.
Oh, thank you.
Judge, you may now close the door.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, all right. Miss McKinley, may I present Judge Hooker?
How do you do, Judge?
This is a rare pleasure, Miss McKinley.
Look at him bow. If he isn't careful, he'll bump his head on the running board. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
I told you goodbye, Gildy. Why don't you go?
Yes. Come on, car.
Could your car be out of gas?
Oh, the water commissioner doesn't burn gas. He burns water.
Oh, Judge.
Darn car would have to embarrass me at a time like this.
My, what a noisy car.
Goodbye, Judge.
Why don't you bring it to the park on the 4th and we'll use it instead of firecrackers?
Courtroom comedian.
Is Judge Hooker a friend of yours?
He poses as one.
Well, all in one afternoon, I've met a distinguished judge, and I'm being driven home by the city water commissioner.
Well, Miss McKinley, you'd be riding in a new car if this wasn't election year. You've heard the cracks about freezers and fur coats and stuff like that, I guess.
Uh-huh. You men in the public eye have so many things to think about.
Well, scarcely a day goes by that I don't think about something.
I've always wondered what important men talk about.
So have I. Oh! You mean the judge and me?
Of course. Oh, you don't have to be so modest, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you.
Well, now, what problems were you two men wrestling with?
Oh, nothing important, really. When you came up, we were just discussing the 4th of July speech.
Oh, are you going to deliver the speech at the 4th of July celebration?
Me?
Oh, thrilling!
Well, anyway, that's what the judge and I were discussing.
And he was asking you to deliver the speech.
Well, no, not exactly, Miss McKinley. Originally, our congressman was supposed to make the speech. But he couldn't be here, so he had to ask somebody else.
So the congressman himself asked you. Are you a close friend of his, too?
Well, I voted for him. He helped put him in office, I mean.
How wonderful that he asked you to take his place. What are you going to say in front of all those people, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it much thought.
I don't suppose that's a problem to an experienced orator like you.
Well, you can be sure I'll come up with something. I wonder what I will come up with. So that's how it happened, Marjorie. Now I'm behind the 8 ball.
Unky, why did you lead her to believe you were going to make the speech?
I didn't. When a woman wants to believe something, she just believes it.
I got an idea, Unc.
What's that, Leroy?
Tell her you can't make the speech because you have laryngitis.
But I don't have laryngitis.
Go get your feet wet and catch it.
Leroy, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not even supposed to give the speech. That's Judge Hooker's job.
Why didn't you just tell her Judge Hooker was supposed to do it?
Well, she made it sound like such a big thing, I couldn't say no. She'll probably be sitting in the front row, and if I don't appear, she'll think I'm a braggart.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just trying to attract attention to myself.
Yeah.
She'll lose respect for me.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just a big...
Windbag?
Yeah. Leroy.
Well, just helping you out.
Yeah, well, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
What are you going to do, Unky?
Well, now that I'm in this deep, there's only one thing to do. Call her and tell her she made a mistake about the whole thing.
She made a mistake.
Well, she got the wrong impression. I'll tell her Judge Hooker is making the speech.
Oh, I think that's very wise, Unky.
You bet. She'll like me better if I tell her the truth. Yeah, I'll drive over and see her right now and clear up the situation.
I'll get it!
All right, Bertie. If it's for me, I'm just leaving.
Yes, sir. It's Gilsey, President. One moment, please. It's you, Miss Gilsey.
Bertie, I said I was leaving.
Yes, sir, but this is a lady. And when there's a lady on the phone, I know you ain't going nowhere.
Oh, well. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Gloria McKinley.
Miss McKinley? Oh, yes, Miss McKinley. Well, I was just thinking about you. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh, I hope you don't think it's terrible of me to phone you, but there's something I must talk to you about, too.
Good. Glad you called, but first let me clear up something about that 4th of July speech.
Speech of yours is what has me so excited. I've just had the most marvelous idea.
Oh?
Hogan Brothers is having a special 4th of July window display.
Yeah, fine. Now, about the speech.
I'm coming to that. I'm so thrilled about your making the speech. I'm having our art department put a sign in the store window.
The sign in the window?
Telling people not to miss the important address to be delivered in Craft Park by Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Zeke.
What?
Miss McKinley, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, it was nothing.
Yes, it was. You don't understand. Suppose I don't even make the speech.
But you said you were going to.
Now, wait a minute, Miss McKinley.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you weren't just leading me on, were you?
Miss McKinley, I'd never do that.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't. Now then, what did you want to talked to me about. You said there was something that needed clearing up.
Clearing up? Oh, yes. Well, it's a little cloudy. I hope the weather clears up so I can give that speech.
The sun is shining at my house.
It isn't shining over here.
You look a little better this morning, Unc. You don't look so worried and wrinkled.
Leroy, I'm not wrinkled. And I do feel better this morning.
I don't get it. You meet a new girl, and the first time you take her out, you get yourself in a big hassle.
Yeah, I'm not in a hassle. I figured the whole thing out.
Yeah?
Judge Hooker doesn't want to make the 4th of July speech anyway. All I have to do is offer to make it for him. He'll be delighted. Then he can go to Virginia Lakes and see Miss Matterhorn.
He'd rather look at Miss Matterhorn than make a speech?
Well, there's no accounting for tastes. Yeah, I'm stopping here in the judge's office, my boy. See you later.
So long, Unc.
The judge's door is open. Look at him wave his arms. I wonder if he's practicing his speech or there's a bee in his office.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to preface my remarks by relating an amusing little anecdote.
He's working on his speech, all right.
On the way to Craft Park this afternoon, I met 2 gentlemen named Pat and Mike.
Pat and Mike. Judge!
Pat said to Mike...
Judge, do you mind if I interrupt?
Oh, hello, Gildy. I was just rehearsing the opening of my 4th of July address.
Well, Judge, you can forget the speech.
What?
Yeah, I know your heart isn't in it. You'd rather go up and join Miss Matterhorn.
Well, the speech is knocking me out of the trip.
It doesn't have to. I've come to do you a big favor, old friend.
Oh?
I've decided to make the speech for you.
You have? Why?
Why? Well, Judge, don't ask silly questions. Just take advantage of my generous offer and hit the road.
Gildy, why are you so anxious to get me out of town? You must have a reason.
I'm only thinking of you and Miss Matterhorn. You know you want to be with her, and she wants to be with you.
Well, yes, she does. I had a card from her this morning saying, having wonderful time, wish you were here.
You see, Judge? Now get going and forget about the speech. Just hand it to me.
No, I'd better make the speech. The congressman asked me.
Well, you can ask me. Go ahead, ask me. I'll do it. In fact, I've got to do it.
I won't do that to our congressman.
Oop. You know I'm a better speaker than you are.
Is that so? I heard you speak at the Elks Club once, and even the stuffed elk got up and walked out.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. The time is early evening. The place is your dining room. The table is set with your best linen and china and silver because you're expecting guests. And you, the hostess and star of this drama, are proudly bringing in the most beautiful and elegant-looking salad you've ever fixed. You're relaxed, too, sure that this salad will taste just as delicious as it looks because you've used the salad dressing you know will give it just the right flavor. Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip salad dressing has a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. It's a lively, teasing flavor. Distinctive, too, one you won't find in any other salad dressing. That's because Miracle Whip is a different kind of salad dressing. It's made from a secret craft recipe and gives you the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine, rich mayonnaise. Miracle Whip has a perfect texture, too. Creamy thick and smooth as satin because this salad dressing is blended carefully with special craft beaters. No wonder it's America's favorite salad dressing, the most popular salad dressing ever created. So whether you're fixing fancy company salads or the simplest salad in the world for your family, remember to make it extra delicious. Make it with Miracle Whip. Well, the great Gildersleeve was so anxious to impress his new girlfriend, Miss McKinley, that he was willing to let her believe he was making the important 4th of July address in Craft Park. Now, the water commissioner is in hot water.
The judge certainly did surprise me, Marjorie. He didn't care a thing about making the speech until he found out somebody else wanted to do it.
Well, that's a very human reaction, Unky.
Yeah, that's the trouble with the old goat. He's too human. He immediately suspected that I was up to something.
Weren't you?
Well, naturally. But what sort of a friend is he to accuse me of it?
Ain't you giving the speech, Miss Gilsleeve?
Apparently not, Bertie.
Yes, sir. But there's a sign in Hogan Brothers' window that says you are.
I know, Bertie.
It says here, Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve speak on the 4th of July.
I saw that sign, Bertie, but it's misleading.
Then you're not reading the congressman's speech?
No, the congressman really asked the judge.
Because the congressman didn't want to?
Well, he wanted to, but he couldn't, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am.
And the judge didn't want to, but I do, so now he wants to.
Oh, yes, sir. I wonder if that speech knows who's going to make it.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, the congressman wanted to make it, but he couldn't, and the judge could and would, but he didn't want to. Then you come along and want to, but couldn't, because when you wanted the judge to give it up, he wouldn't.
Bertie, it isn't funny.
No, sir.
Unky, don't you think you should call Miss McKinley and tell her to take that sign out of the window?
Well, I'm going to phone the judge and give him one more chance to change his mind. I hate to crawl back to him and beg him, but beggars can't be choosers.
Hello? Judge Hooker speaking.
Hello, Judge. About that speech you don't want to give.
What about it, Gildy?
Well, I just wondered if you wouldn't reconsider.
I have reconsidered.
You have?
My answer is still no.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw that sign in Hogan Brothers' window.
Well, then you see, I have to make the speech or I'll be the laughing stock of the town.
Good. May I be the first to laugh?
Yes.
Now hang up, will you? I'm busy. I have a million things to do.
But
I have to study my lines, go to the barber shop, stop by the cleaners from a blue suit. The only one that I can wear for the speech.
Oh? You don't have another suit?
When I thought I was going to rough it at Virginia Lakes, I sent all my suits to the cleaners. They're rushing my blue serge for me.
Well, Judge. Horace. Old friend. If you're so busy, why don't I stop by and pick up your suit for you?
Would you do that for me, Gildy?
You bet. Naturally, I want to do anything I can to help make the 4th of July a success.
Well, Gildy, be sure to pick it up before 5. The cleaners are closed over the 4th.
Don't worry, Judge. You'll have something to wear.
Thank you, Gildy, old friend. I have to hang up now and get busy.
Yeah, I have to get busy, too. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
You don't seem the least bit upset about not getting to make the speech.
Oh, not a bit, my dear. Just imagine. The judge doesn't have a thing to wear tomorrow.
What's so funny? Unky, you are going to pick up the judge's suit, aren't you?
Sure. But there can be many a slip between the cleaners and Judge Hooker's house. Bertie!
Yes, sir?
Is Leroy's little blue suit up in the closet? Yeah, Gildersleeve, you're pretty clever. Pretty clever the way you outfoxed the judge. Yeah, I had quite a time explaining why I didn't bring the suit by last night. Now it's too late for him to do anything about it. Ooh, wait until he tries to put on Leroy's suit. And lucky for the old judge, I can step into the breach, though. Yeah, I can see Miss McKinley now, sitting in the front row in something summery, listening to me give the speech.
Well, Gildy, it's about time you got here.
Hello, Judge. Here's the suit in the bag.
All right, give it to me.
Don't be so impatient, Judge.
If you'll excuse me, I'll slip into the next room. I want to dress and rehearse my speech in front of the mirror.
Oh, brother. Wait until he sees himself in that suit.
If you hadn't shown up with this suit, I'd have had to leave for Virginia Lakes. I certainly couldn't make the speech in my bathing suit.
Well, your barber pole swimsuit covers you pretty well, Judge.
I can't see very well in here. Gildy, are you sure this is my suit?
It's blue serge.
That's funny. Feels awfully small.
And maybe you've gained weight, Judge.
I might have gained a couple of pounds, but I know I haven't grown this much. Why, the pants cuffs come clear up to my knees.
They do?
Yeah. Everything shrunk. Gildy, come in here and look at this.
I'd like to.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness. Judge, you can't stand up in public like that.
Stand up? I can't even sit down.
Judge, don't try it.
I can't bend. See?
Oh, Leroy's suit. Bertie, how's my new suit? I'm going to need it.
It's pressed and in the closet. Are you making a speech?
You bet. The judge is on his way to Virginia Lakes.
Yes, sir.
You should have seen him trying to squeeze into Leroy's pants.
Yes, sir. Where's Leroy's suit now?
Well, I'll have to buy him a new one. But it was worth it. I sure tricked the old judge.
Yes, sir, but this ain't April Fool's Day, you know.
What's this, Bertie?
This is the 4th of July, and that's Independence Day. It ain't April Fool's Day.
Now, Bertie.
The judge don't get to speak, and Leroy lost his pants, but that don't make it April Fool's Day. This is Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Gillsleeve, you know why you don't play April Fool jokes on the 4th of July?
Yes,
That's
Bertie.
right, because it's Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Good old Bertie. She takes Independence Day pretty seriously. Well, I do, too. That's why I want to be with Miss McKinley. She seems to like big shots, and by George, that's exactly what I am. I'll mesmerize her with my speech, and then take her to the hot dog stand. Never mind, Bertie. I'm right here. Wonder who that is. Hope the judge didn't decide to come back and speak in his bathing suit.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Miss McKinley. I didn't expect to see you. Come in.
Oh, I haven't time. I just stopped by on my way out of town.
Out of town?
But I just couldn't leave without wishing you luck with your speech today.
Miss McKinley, you're not going to be there?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm going to Hogan Brothers' 4th of July picnic with the assistant manager.
Assistant manager? But I thought you wanted to hear me speak.
Oh, I do, but I can't afford to offend the assistant manager.
You can't?
Mr. Gildersleeve, he's an important man.
But what about me?
Oh, you can read me the speech some other time. Goodbye now, and I'll be thinking about you every minute.
Big help.
When are you leaving for the park, Unc?
Oh, I don't care whether I go or not, Leroy. Somehow my heart isn't in reading the speech.
Well, gosh, you sure worked enough angles to get the chance.
No, Leroy, all this is Judge Hooker's doings.
What?
What a sneaky thing to do. Run off to Virginia Lakes and have the time of his life, toss his old speech in my lap.
Get him. Oh, brother.
I don't have to make this speech. I'm not trying to impress anybody.
Oh, that's right. She ran out on you, didn't she?
Leroy.
Mr. Gillsleeve, aren't you putting on your new suit?
Oh, I don't know, Bertie.
It's getting late. I see people heading for Craft Park.
I'm going to parade with the Boy Scouts, Unc.
Good for you, my boy.
I just saw a man in a uniform pass here with a bass drum. There's going to be big doings today.
Great. Leroy, I think I'll let you take the speech down and give it to somebody on the committee.
Yeah? Who?
Well, give it to Mr. Sprague. He likes to be in the limelight.
Is this a speech here on the table?
What's the speech about?
It says freedom.
And you ain't going to read it, Mr. Gillsleeve?
Bertie, it isn't my job. Congressman Greenhall wrote the speech. It was his job to give it.
Yes, sir.
And then it was the judge's job. And then they wished the job onto me.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Unc, says here that freedom is everybody's job.
What's that?
The speech says the survival of our freedom depends on everybody.
Oh?
And listen to this. If we want to preserve the liberties we commemorate on this 4th of July, each of us must conscientiously work at being good citizens.
Yes, sir. If you want to do anything right, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good cook, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good citizen, you got to work at it.
That's true, Bertie.
Hey, get a load of this, Unc. Being a good citizen means voting in elections, keeping informed and making our opinions known to our representatives, serving on juries and school boards, and... Unc, how about that time you wiggled out of jury duty?
Well, I did get off the jury, but I was serving on the school board at the time. Let me see that speech, Leroy.
Sure.
Freedom. Represented. This makes a lot of sense. Our American heritage, the rights and liberties which we cherish, must be made an increasingly vital part of our everyday life. We must work together to keep our freedom, not just take it for granted.
That's right.
By George, we'd better watch it. We could lose some of those liberties before we know it. Come on, Leroy, we're going down to Kraft Park and tell them a thing or two.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just 30 seconds. Too hot to cook? Make a cool, easy salad main dish and make it really delicious with Miracle Whip salad dressing. And I mean really delicious, because Miracle Whip has such a wonderful flavor, a peppy flavor, a flavor that folks everywhere call just right. It's a different flavor, too, one no other salad dressing has. Try Miracle Whip on the very next salad you make. See how much better tasting your salads are when you make them with the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing.
You got the speech, Unc?
You bet. Right here in my inside pocket.
Boy, if you lost that, you'd be sunk.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you gotta have something to read. You haven't got it memorized.
Well, I'd get up there and say something. I know a few things, my boy. I've got quite a bit of history right at my fingertips.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. Did you know, my boy, that yesterday was the 85th birthday of one of our closest neighbors?
Oh, Mr. Bullard?
Mr. Bullard, no. It was the 85th birthday of our country's good neighbor to the north, Canada.
No kidding.
That's right. The United States and Canada have been good neighbors for more years than you could count, working together, each contributing to the prosperity of the other. We have the kind of working friendship that should be a lesson and an inspiration to other countries all over the world. All right, George, let's all wish Canada a happy birthday. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is partially transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Gloria Blondell. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday throughout the summer for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Who likes sandwiches? Just about everyone, when they're made with Miracle Sandwich Spread. Miracle Sandwich Spread gives sandwiches a wonderfully different, delicious flavor. Created by Kraft, Miracle Sandwich Spread is made from America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip, and spicy relishes. For quick, easy, thrifty sandwiches, use Miracle Sandwich Spread alone between slices of bread, or use it along with the meat or cheese sandwich filling you like best. Get it tomorrow. Miracle Sandwich Spread.
Tonight, hear the best of Groucho Marx on NBC.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvyn Douglas, Clair Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connelly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pasture. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald Macleish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connelly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. Now, oh, that's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Some more pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though. You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we've missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
They don't need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and Well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at 'em young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
Now, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No, Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. You must have made quite an impression on the principal. Last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
Oh, that's so. Where did you meet him?
The summer before the war started, we were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour?
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
You know, you don't have to live here, even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Well, but you got the books approved, all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Eleanor, 4 times 7.
28. E-F-G-H-I-J. A sailor cried, land, land, and at daybreak Columbus saw that it was indeed land. Next week, Pop. The teacher wrote on the blackboard, Eddie Etheridge, monitor of erasers.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Why don't you sign the report card now, Pop? Then it'll be ready.
Because I want to go over it. We've got all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop, did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers, like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will. Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all. But he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm. I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry? I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate un-American activity.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board, each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
Last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these Clavering books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statement this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the Revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops."
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point.
You mean calling American patriots a mob?
On that occasion, they really were a mob.
That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who help make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured, couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I've read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. Sit down, Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, we were all sitting there, and Miss Thatcher said, "Do you know who this is?"
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, "Heil Hitler."
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Miss Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
You said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said, "Heil Hitler," what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
That they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Mr. Etheridge. Is there any more discussion? Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words. The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I must go on record as saying that I have just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is not to glorify the past, but to ensure the future. And our children have the right to be given history truthfully, so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months she's opened my eyes, and so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
What you told me this afternoon, you'd back me up.
No, I didn't. I just said I'd be here and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, "Put that mole back." We know it don't make him look like a movie hero, but he didn't happen to be a movie hero. So you put that mole back, because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history that ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts. then make improvements as we get a chance to. If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect, and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
It is moved and seconded that the Millersville Board of Education...
Sorry to take you away from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg. And let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connelly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. All criticisms of historical facts contained in The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek are based on authentic conditions. There is no flavoring series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night, starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Human Adventure. Presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System with the University of Chicago for America's radio audience.
These evenings, through science and scholarship, enter with us upon a new search toward the fuller understanding of our universe, ourselves, and our society.
Our host is Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
Our story is the story of man's search for knowledge, which is science, his search for wisdom, which is scholarship, the adventure in ideas, which is the human adventure. This day, from a recent work of historical scholarship, new light on the economic and political beginnings of a new nation.
This hour, a study of revolution. Seems a bit unfair to me.
I suppose one could say so, but we're part of a great empire. Really, it's not so serious as you would have me believe.
No, perhaps not. Yet I feel imposed upon.
Come now, you mustn't grumble so, or we'll put you down for a crank.
I'm no crank. I'm a perfectly good, law-abiding subject of the British Empire.
So help me, my friend. I don't question your loyalty.
I should hope not. No one knows better than I do. Here in the colonies, we draw our strength from Britain. Yet I do feel we are being treated rather shabbily. Crank or no crank, I say it seems a bit unfair.
How long are we to bear such injustice? It rankles my very soul to think about it.
Easily, my friend, easily. Would you have us take you for a radical?
Take me for what you will. I've had my fill, and I intend to speak my mind. This is no longer the Dark Ages. This is 1762.
Be calm now. Be calm. We are all linked together in a profitable chain of dependence. The colonies, with our parent England, form a beautiful whole, and together we shall all make our fortune.
If fortunes are to be made, let them be made for us and not for England. Let us have our independence.
Independence? You are a radical.
Burn it down! Burn the house down! Give the scoundrel a taste of our independence!
Listen to me, men! Listen to me! This is the house of an honorable agent of the king.
This is the house of a sneaking tax collector. This is the house of a nation of tyranny. Burn it down! Burn it down, I say!
Hear me! Hear me! Are you without respect for the law? Are you without respect for the crown? Have you no respect for your own mother country?
Show your mettle, men. You afraid of your shadows? Let them know what it is to be an American. Burn the house! Burn it down!
Burn it down! Burn the house down!
Burn! Burn!
Burn! Burn! Burn! Burn!
They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, and the brave. Besides, we have no choice. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir. Let it come.
Patrick Henry made that speech in 1775. But many of his countrymen considered him a Virginia hothead and failed to share his joy in the prospect of conflict. Why, then, should the bloody struggle be welcomed? What are the causes of the American Revolution? Tonight, we dramatize the struggle of the 13 American colonies for independence from the British Empire, as told by John C. Miller in his study of the origins of the American Revolution.
And now, our host for the human adventure, Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
World War II is ended, and we have victory without peace. The cries for independence are heard from colonial peoples around the world. The dictators may be dead, but tyranny lives wherever men are taxed without consent or forced to yield obedience to alien peoples. In such a crisis, this country, as the world's strongest power, must face the persisting question of empire and colonial peoples. A university is concerned with the problems of history, problems which involve revolution and empire. Tonight we turn to the story of our fathers, who fought for the principle that all governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Our struggle for freedom in 1776 is the timeless struggle between despotism and democracy. For when men are moved to revolt, mere economic concessions do not satisfy them. Our unhappy generation must learn that freedom is not something to be owned, but something to be lived. We can have it only when we insist that others share it. The quest for freedom is our great human adventure.
In the year 1764, the tiny island kingdom of Great Britain has reached a new height in empire. She has secured Canada and India, and numbers among her possessions 13 colonies strung along the Atlantic seaboard of North America. Thus, the fashionable aristocracy in London, basking in the victories won in the Treaty of Paris in 1763, looks to the government of its empire, dances the newest minuet.
Egad, sir, I told him. Who is to be the master, England or the colonies?
My dear Lord Ratcliffe, I feel sure no colonial could properly answer that, eh, what?
You may feel so, Sir Henry, but you have no idea what unreasonable scoundrels these colonials may be.
Is that so? More wine for you, Lord Ratcliffe.
If you don't mind. A fine bottle, this.
You, other gentlemen, will you have some? You, sir. You've drunk precious little. Won't you join us, sir?
Thank you, no. I'm not used to such quantities of good wine.
But my word, I believe you speak with an American accent, sir.
It is not surprising, my lord, inasmuch as I am an American.
Oh, how very embarrassing.
Please understand, sir, that my comments upon the character of our colonials were not personal ones.
Am I to understand, then, Lord Ratcliffe, that you do not consider me quite so boorish as my brother colonial?
Oh, indeed not, indeed not. Not nearly so boorish. Isn't that so, Ratcliffe?
My dear fellow, some of my best friends are colonials.
You are very generous, Lord Ratcliffe.
Not at all, not at all. But come now, sir. You will agree that the American colonies are making a great deal of sound and fury about nothing.
Yes. What in the world has gotten into you chaps? You spout grievances like so many naughty school children.
Some of us feel, Sir Henry, that the schoolmaster is unjust.
Unjust? An Englishman unjust? Please, sir, be more specific or be more courteous.
Oh, very well. For a full century, the English Parliament has been channeling American trade into British coffers.
So help me, I see nothing unjust in that.
Naturally not, sir. The coffers are yours. But we are bound to resent it when you pass laws making it virtually impossible for us to trade with other nations.
Oh, upon my soul, pish tush.
By your laws, we must supply your manufacturers with raw materials.
And why not, my good fellow? It's always been so.
Moreover, your laws dictate that the American colonies purchase the fruit of Britain's factories while making it most difficult for us to establish our own.
Sound business policy. Surely we will admit that.
Some of my countrymen are not so certain of Tory business policy.
But how perfectly impractical of them. The very size and wealth of the empire contradicts them.
The empire, sir, has been won partly by wars.
A time-honored method, I should say.
Quite so, but wars are expensive. The 7 Years' War is just now exacting its fee.
We shall devise means of paying for that. Never worry.
I do not doubt it.
Gracious man, what are taxes for?
Exactly. And whom will you tax?
You imply, sir, that there would be a large colonial tax. And I quite agree. Why should there not be? We have fought a war to save the Americans from the French and Indians. Now they must pay for that defense.
Hear, hear. What do you say to that?
I say, gentlemen, that you will be adding one more hot coal to an already smoldering fire. It's possible that you cannot now find a revolution in the colonies, but I am certain you can make one. Well, gentlemen, this is a party, and I shall make no more dreary political conversation. You will excuse me, I'm sure.
Perfectly astonishing, fellow.
Most unreasonable. Radical, perhaps. Possibly a Whig.
Quite typical of the American colonials, I should say. I didn't catch the fellow's name. Did you?
Oh, my wife mentioned it earlier this evening. I believe it was, oh, dear. He is the agent of Pennsylvania, as I remember. Franklin. Yes, that's it. Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
Revolution? No, not in the polite conversation of a London drawing room. But Mr. Franklin is a wise man, and he has detected a source of resentment. A resentment uttered later in the same year of 1764 by a shocked Virginia planter and soldier, George Washington. He says,
I've learned on good authority that Britain plans to tax us for the support of her troops among us. It is said we taxed 60,000 pounds per year.
Washington's authority is good indeed. 10,000 redcoats are sent to America. British soldiers whose presence in the colonies must be paid for. And Parliament, for the first time in its history, turns to the pockets of the colonists for revenue. In 1764, George Grenville, penny-pinching Chancellor of the Exchequer, pilots 2 laws through England's Parliament. First, the Sugar Act.
For improving the revenue of this kingdom, a duty of 3d a gallon shall be imposed on foreign molasses and on refined sugar.
That's not just another tax. By taxing molasses from which rum is made, Grenville threatens New England with ruin, strikes a blow at the economic foundations of the Middle Atlantic colonies, and at the same time opens the way for British West Indians to get rich at the expense of the American colonials. Then in 1765, another Grenville law, the Stamp Act.
To secure revenues toward the expense of defending, protecting, and securing the colonies, stamps sold by His Majesty's government must be affixed to all deeds, mortgages, inventories, college diplomas, playing cards, pamphlets, newspapers, and calendars.
Just how bad is that? Is it something to get excited about? What do the colonists think of it? They cluster in drawing rooms and taverns and on street corners and on the town commons in Massachusetts, in Virginia, in Rhode Island, and South Carolina. Farmers, merchants, printers, mechanics, planters, the crowds gather.
Quiet! Quiet! I have something to say. I'll tell you what this Stamp Act is. A hateful project to transfer the whole property of the king's subjects in America to his subjects in Great Britain.
Take it easy, Thomas Dodd. It ain't no such thing.
You defend the Stamp Act, friend? Then tell us how.
I ain't defending no one. I'm saying Thomas Todd is a hothead, and this Stamp Act ain't no more serious than a fly on a horse's rump. I heard a lawyer say today that all it meant was 1 shilling per man in all these colonies for a whole year. Now, that's but a third of an honest day's work, and it won't hurt none of you to pay it.
Aye, my friend. But by the same power by which England can make us pay 1 shilling, in time they can make us pay our last shilling.
We are Englishmen. We must let the Parliament lay what burdens they please on us. It is our duty to patiently bear them till they shall be pleased to relieve us.
Then why don't they tax themselves, too? Why must we colonists be the only ones?
There's a man with brains in his skull.
Brains? Is it brains to speak disloyally of king and country? Is it brains to utter treason?
Call it what you will, friend. I tell you that the Stamp Act not only threatens to fleece us of our money, It does something worse than that.
Nothing could be worse than that for you, Thomas Todd.
Make your jibes and have your jokes. But remember, I warn you now that this Stamp Act threatens more than our money. It threatens our liberty.
Big words, friend. Explain yourself.
Answer me now. Who is being taxed?
We are.
And who asked us if we wanted to be taxed? Eh? Who asked us? No one asked us, that's who. And tell me this now. Who passed this Stamp Act that taxes our money? The British Parliament did. And is there anyone in the British Parliament to stand up for us and say our say for us there? There is not. Are we properly represented in our own government? No! So what have we got? I'll tell you. Taxation without representation. And for one, I won't stand for it. We've got to protest. Is that right? We've got to protest! Protest! Protest!
Protest, they say. Is that revolution? Not yet, but closer, always closer. The colonists refuse to buy British. Patriots swear they will fight up to their knees in blood against the Stamp Act. Hatred surges into riot. Crown officers and stamp masters are chased through back alleys of America and hanged in effigy. But it is not yet revolution. And in 1766, as the American boycott takes effect and British merchants look to their pockets, Parliament repeals the obnoxious Stamp Act. A clerk in the British Treasury Office makes a notation.
Debit, 631 pounds 9 shillings, representing administration and printing expenses for revenue stamps unused.
The Stamp Act is gone. The British are making concessions. The British are appeasing the colonists. But the seeds of revolution are still there. Each man with a grievance is one more such seed. Each man like this merchant.
At first, I didn't complain about the navigation acts that forced me to trade with Britain and Britain only. You could always get around them with a little smuggling. But now, Grenville has clamped down on smuggling. He has made paper money illegal and tried to drain us of hard money. I wonder now, why should our trade be restricted? Why should I let a British merchant profit from my work?
Each man with a grievance is a seed of revolution.
I'd like to have been an iron worker like my father. But in 1750, Britain prohibited erection of any new mills in the colonies. So I can't get the job I want.
Each man with a grievance, one more seed.
Parliament is restricting our trade and ruining our manufacturing. And now the last straw, they're robbing us of our political liberty. I say that all men have a natural right to life, liberty, and property.
Each man, one more seed.
To me, the absurdity of absurdities is that these paltry fellows who have jockeyed, fought, and pandered their ways in the House of Commons should regard themselves as representatives of Virginians or Pennsylvanians whom they have never seen. And our taxes support them.
In that discontent, there is enough ill will and enough malice to start a fight. But it takes two to make a fight. Where American colonies grumble their grievances against the British protest against the colonies. For every American who said no taxation without representation, there was an Englishman who said,
"A country which we cannot tax is a country not subject to us. You colonials are English subjects. It is therefore perfectly within the rights and duties of Parliament to demand taxes from you."
For every American who complained of a domineering British Parliament, there was an Englishman who said,
"The supremacy of the British legislator must be complete, entire, and unconditional. To allow otherwise would weaken us all, including the colonies."
For every American who called upon the principle of natural law and natural rights to defend his views, there was an Englishman who said,
"An American rioter and rebel thinks he has a right to defraud the customs, to perjure himself at the customs house, to tar and feather government customs officers. But the laws of nature, which give these surprising rights to American rioters, give no such right to the king's officers to strike back."
For every American who cursed the British and shouted for blood, there was an Englishman who said,
"Patriots, sons of liberty, poppycock, merely a few self-seeking rabble-rousers. Catch and hang those few and all will be quiet over there."
Is it revolution then? Not yet. Not just yet. But gradually, year by year, the kindling is piled higher. In 1767, Parliament imposes the townshend duties on window glass, on lead, on paints, on paper, and on tea. Tea is a short word. Tea is a common, harmless drink. But in 1773, tea becomes a bigger word. It becomes a great issue. And here is how it happens. In 1773 in London, Lord North, the British Tory leader, calls his advisers to a meeting.
Gentlemen, I have called you this night to discuss the question of tea.
Tea. I wish I'd never heard the word.
You forget, sir, that the tax on tea is the source of great revenue to His Majesty's government.
Let me, sir, I forget nothing of the sort. I only wish to know why these accursed Americans object so to the tea tax. It's not they who are taxed, it's the East India Company.
You are naive, Ratcliffe. The Americans are entirely aware that the revenue derived from the tax on tea is used to support our troops and civil service in the colonies. The colonists unjustly, I feel, regard this as an infringement of their liberty.
Scurvy pack of troublemakers.
Be that as it may, Sir Henry, I believe I have hit upon a solution.
I should be amazed if that be true, Lord North.
Hear me out. First, you're aware that the East India Company has again fallen on evil days. Millions of pounds of tea stand unsold in their warehouses in India. Now, this is an unhappy state of affairs for the government. An obvious danger to our treasury.
Of course the tea rots unsold. The Dutch are smuggling tea into the colonies and underselling the East India Company.
Then our only recourse is to reduce the tea tax in order that our tea may be sold more cheaply.
Not at all, my dear Sir Henry. I have a better means. I simply propose that we allow the East India Company to sell its tea directly to the Americans. I propose that we no longer require that company to sell the tea to merchants here in England who have always then resold it to the Americans. I propose simply that we eliminate the middleman.
Lord North, I congratulate you, sir. You are a wizard, sir.
Clever. Most clever. Even the Dutch smugglers will be undersold. Deucedly clever.
Still, however, there is a question unsolved. The Americans will continue to object to the tax for the same reason they have objected before.
The Americans object to the tax on the ground that it interferes with their liberty. And liberty, sir, bothers a man less when his purse is enlarged.
I have heard that 1 million Americans drink tea twice a day. Make it easier and cheaper for them to have their tea, and patriotism will wither.
Very good. Right.
Who would have thought that tea would be the key to domestic peace? Astonishing, wouldn't you say?
No, very sorry, Tory gentlemen. Peace is not the word. True, the colonists now actually pay less for tea than do the English themselves, but fear of monopoly, fear of stolen liberty, these things are not killed by low prices. Patriotism does not wither. Cheap tea does not sweeten colonial bitterness. Instead, in America, men talk like this.
Americans, do not suffer yourself to sip the accursed duty tea. For if you do, the devil will enter you, and you will instantly become a traitor to your country.
Beware the East India Company.
It's a trick, that's what it is. What the Parliament couldn't fleece from us by taxes, the Crown will take from us by monopoly. I'll buy no British tea, not I.
There are 3 shiploads of their foul tea in Boston Harbor. And you know what I say? I say let them go back to India with him. Let them take it back where it came from.
Is that what you say? I say differently. I say we ought to show them what we think of their tea tax and their tricks. I say, let's throw the tea overboard. Let's dump the stuff into the salt water.
On the night of December 16th, 150 Bostonians disguised as Indians creep quietly to the sides of the tea ships in the harbor.
Who goes there?
Indians!
Then be gone. You can't come aboard this ship. Here, what's going on here? I tell you, you can't board this ship.
Board the ships, men. Board the ships.
Here, you! There's British goods aboard this ship. You can't do this. What do you think you're doing? Get off here. Get off.
To the tea, men. Find the tea. Into the water with it. Dump it all. Down with the Tories, men. Down with the king. Show your spirit. Find every chest of tea aboard. That's the boys. There's the first one.
You can't do this. This is treason. It's treason.
Get it all, men. Every last chest of it. Every last chest of it.
This is treason. You'll all hang. This is treason, I say.
treason is a bigger word than tea. He who commits treason is disloyal. He who is disloyal is a rebel. He may not be a rebel with a gun. The guns come later. But there is still time for the worried British General Gage to write to his superiors in London.
If you think 10,000 soldiers sufficient here, send 20. If 1 million is thought enough, send 2. You will save both blood and treasure in the end.
There's barely time for Patrick Henry to say,
The next gale from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. I am of the opinion, sirs, that we must fight.
Britain girds for revenge and mastery. But when she attempts to punish Boston, the other colonies unite in alarm. At a Continental Congress in Philadelphia, they pledge aid in case of an unprovoked armed clash of Bostonian and Redcoat. It's closer now, much closer. Then on the night of April 18th, 1775, a farmer sits reading in his house near Lexington, Massachusetts. His wife interrupts him.
John, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what, wife?
This wild talk, these angry men. These men who've stored the powder in the big house in town.
I helped store that powder, Elizabeth.
I know it well. You've caught the fever, too.
'Tis no fever. If a man must fight, he needs the tools to do it.
Must you fight? There is no war.
Not yet.
Not yet. Then you think there will be war?
You believe it as much as I.
Say you'll not fight, John. Please say it.
I have not fought. Yet.
John, I've hid your musket.
Hid? Foolish woman. 'Tis no time to play such pranks.
I'm afraid for you, John.
The rumor has it General Gage may march his redcoats on our town to take our powder from us.
Here? To Lexington?
Aye, here to Lexington. Wait. Quiet.
What's the matter? What do you hear?
Listen, Elizabeth. You hear? A horse. Listen.
A galloping horse.
Give me my musket, Elizabeth.
Why? Why, John?
You will hear. Listen now.
The redcoats are coming!
You hear, Elizabeth?
The war has come now. The war has come.
Where is my musket, Elizabeth? I must go now. Have faith, my wife. The time has come. Where is my musket?
Your musket is behind the chimney, John.
Now it has come. Now there is revolution. Now the 13 colonies along the Atlantic seaboard of the continent band together, call themselves the 13 United States of America. It is inevitable now that a year later a new nation shall announce to the world,
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
The Human Adventure is jointly presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and the University of Chicago. Selected programs are transcribed for rebroadcast by the Overseas Network of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Music was by Kenneth Churchill, the conductor, Robert Trendler. The script editor, in cooperation with the University of Chicago, Francis Coughlin. The writers, Velma Burke and John D. Hess. The director, Morrison Wood. 1 week from tonight, the Human Adventure will present Machiavelli, Teacher of Tyrants, A Guide to Practical Evil.
That's next week, Machiavelli.
This program has come to you from Chicago. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
We hold these truths.
This is a program about the making of a promise and the keeping of a promise. This is a program about the rights of people. This is a program coming to you over the combined radio networks of the United States, bringing you the voices of Americans, bringing you the voice of the President of the United States. This is a program for listeners in all zones of continental time, for listeners on ships away from home, for listeners in uniform, for listeners on the American islands in the two great oceans. This is a program about the guarantee made to the people of America 150 years ago. A guarantee that has been kept through peace and war and peace and war. A guarantee we call the Bill of Rights.
My name is Barrymore. I'm one of several actors gathered in the studio in California near shores that face an enemy across an ocean now Pacific in name only. We are here tonight to join 130 million fellow Americans in praise of a document that men have fought for, that men are fighting for, that men will keep on fighting for as long as freedom is a strong word falling sweet upon the ear. What we enact here tonight has been enacted many times before in living flesh and blood. The people we portray have walked the world. The drama is an ancient one, the endless one, the struggle for men's rights to live their lives out peacefully and profitably in a decent world. It may be many of us people here are known to many of you people there. For with us, honored to have a part in this program of commemoration, are some whose names you may have heard. Such names as Edward Arnold, Walter Brennan, Bob Burns, Norman Corwin, Bernard Herrmann, Walter Houston, Marjorie Main, Edward G. Robinson, Corporal James Stewart, loaned to us for this occasion by the Army Air Corps, Rudy Valley, and Orson Welles. In New York City, waiting to join us is Dr. Leopold Stokowski in the Symphony Orchestra. In Washington, the highest name in the land, the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy, Mr. Roosevelt. But this is not a night of names, of personalities. Our names or any names are meaningless unless your names are added, unless you join us. You, for whom the sacred rights were written, and to whom their keeping is entrusted. You, the guardians of what has been bequeathed to you by millions like yourselves, and by the toil of centuries as dark and menacing as this we live in. You, the people of the Federated States.
150 years is not long in the reckoning of a hill, but to a man it's long enough. 150 years is a weekend to the redwood tree, but to a man it's 2 full lifetimes. "150 years is a twinkle to a star, but to a man it's time enough to teach 6 generations what the meaning is of liberty, how to use it, when to fight for it."
Have you ever been to Washington, your capital? Been there lately? Well, let me tell you, it's a place of buildings and of boom and bustle, of the fever of emergency, of workers working overtime, of windows lighted late into the night. It's a handsome city, proud of its sturdy name, proud of the men who stopped there and made decisions, proud of its domes and lawns and monuments. Of course, Washington is like some other cities you've seen. It has streetcars, haberdasheries, newsstands, coffee shops, and slums. At busy intersections, there are neon traffic signs which, when the light's against you, say, "Don't walk." And when the light changes, walk. It's a tourist city, which is proper when you think how much of history a busy guide can cover in a day, and when you realize that the District of Columbia belongs to all the people of the states. The tourists know that here their voices have been heard from clear back home, that here their votes are put to work. The tourists go to see the sights they've seen in 1,000 pictures of, sights so famous and familiar that they're thrilled to find they look, well, they look just like they thought they looked. Washington Monument, for example, or the Lincoln Memorial, where the seated and relaxed Abe Lincoln sits between 2 mighty murals of plain words, his own words.
With firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
The city moves on busily outside the monument the tourist goes to see. The Capitol, the White House, the museums, sees all about him statues and inscriptions with more sayings than he's ever seen in his life before. They're wise sayings, profound sayings. At Union Station, for example.
A man must carry knowledge with him if he would bring home knowledge. Samuel Johnson.
The Archives Building.
What is past is prologue.
The Supreme Court.
Justice, the guardian of liberty.
But one of the best is in the Library of Congress.
The noblest motive is the public good. Virgil.
The tourist thinks that over.
The noblest motive is the public good.
And with this in mind, he climbs the marble stairs inside the library to come at length upon a case containing a handwritten document.
The engrossed original of the Constitution of the United States of America.
He sees the manuscript is aging, that its words are worn as though from use. The writing's dim. It's hard to make it out. It's getting on in years.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative...
The words are dim, but not the meaning of the words. The pens that put this down are dust, but not the marks they made. There was a time when this was shining parchment, when the text was easier to read, when the ink was not yet dry. Suppose that we, stopped here in modern Washington before this shrine, were to return, go back a little north by east in time and space to one bright afternoon in Philadelphia. That fine fall day when deputies from 12 free states subscribed their names to a new blueprint of a new society.
Our Lord, 1787, and of the independence of the United States the 12th, in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names, George Washington, President, and Deputy from Virginia. Now, gentlemen, we are ready for your signatures by geographical progression north to south. The deputies from New Hampshire will please sign first. John Langdon.
John Langdon.
Nicholas Gilman.
Nicholas Gilman.
The delegates from Massachusetts.
Good-looking men, these. They're mostly lawyers. 2 or 3 of them surgeons.
Rufus King. The gentleman from Connecticut, please. William Samuel.
Broom, there. Broom of Delaware. He did surveying for a while.
Roger Sherman.
And now our representative of
Sherman,
New York.
who just signed. He was a shoemaker before he studied law.
The gentleman from New Jersey.
That's Washington calling the delegation.
David Brearley.
David Brearley.
The gentleman from...
The man behind Ben Franklin is Alexander Hamilton. Ben's getting old now, 81. Hey, he slept off and on throughout the whole convention, but when it was important to be awake, he was awake all right, and active.
Pinckney. Charles Coatsworth Pinckney. The gentleman...
There have been men assembled in a room before,
William...
but never to a greater purpose.
Now, gentlemen, the others.
Well...
Abraham Baldwin.
Here comes the last to sign now.
William Jackson, Secretary.
So, the Constitution has been drafted, signed, and presently will be submitted to the states for their approval. Now, the convention's all relaxed now. There are handshakes, felicitations. Is everybody happy? Will they celebrate, do you suppose? Will Rufus King go home to Boston and be welcomed by a welcoming committee from the city? Will appreciative Virginians hoist James Madison on their shoulders and parade him through the streets, shouting, "Father of the Constitution"? Will a thumping band march up and down the town making a noise like this? No. There will be no band.
And I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, the heart of every man and woman, nay, of every child in each and every one of our 13 states, from the rock-bound shores of Maryland to the golden sands of Georgia, should fill and swell with pride on reading the noble and glorious Constitution which our wise and prudent and far-sighted representatives in solemn assembly have framed and admitted to our glorious states for their approval. And I say to you...
No. There will be no speeches. There will be no celebration. No confetti from the windows. Fireworks saluting cannon. Roses strewn beneath the coaches of the delegates. Instead, suspicion. Suspicion by the very men who fought the long fight so that there could be a constitution drawn for the emancipated states. The farmers and the clerks and the hackmen and the artisans and the grease-grimed blacksmiths in their shops. These men who only lately put away their guns and powder in a good dry place. These men who won a war of freedom, but who know that freedom must be guarded to be kept. And they're suspicious. And they're talking in the common, in the tavern, and in the parlor, and in the foundry room.
All right, what else does it say?
Well, that covers it. That's the whole thing.
Constitution. I don't like it.
Why?
Come here with me. Come over at the door. See that spire?
Yes?
That's a church I go to.
Well, what about it?
I like it. I'm a God-fearing man. I want to keep on going there.
Well?
Don't want anybody telling me I have to pray his way.
Well, who'd think of doing that?
It's been done. Happened often. You ever hear of state religion?
Yes.
Bad. I don't like it. Don't think we should have it.
Well, we haven't got it.
Nothing in that thing you read me guarantees we won't get it.
Say, this here Constitution gives us order and authority, huh?
Yeah?
But we had order and authority under King George before the Revolution. Shucks, the Romans had order and authority under Nero, too. Only the wrong kind and too much of it.
Oh, yes, but surely you can trust the men.
No, it ain't that I don't trust the men who wrote the Constitution. Oh, sure, I trust them, but them fellers won't always be around.
Oh, yeah, well, you don't seem to understand. This is our own authority. Now, if you...
The fact that it's our own don't make no difference. Constitution's fine as far as it goes. But the time to talk authority is after you put it down in black and white that we're all free men. Then we'll give you all the authority you need to keep us that way. What's more, we'll back it up with guns. That fair enough?
Now, the way you talk, you'd think that...
The way I talk, I think it all depends on who's handing out authority. Whether it's to keep men slaves or keep them free.
Didn't think it was necessary. The English thought it was necessary 100 years ago. They've got a Bill of Rights. Where's ours?
Well, maybe they'll get around to that. Maybe they'll amend the Constitution later.
How do we know they will?
Well, maybe they're planning some...
I don't like this maybe business. When my husband Robert got killed at Trenton, there was no maybe about it. He got killed. He knew what he was fighting for, and he was glad to die for it. Now the fighting's over. I want to see it.
I don't know, Jerry. Sometimes I wonder whether you use your head for anything else than to keep your ears apart.
I got my opinion, and I stick to it. The Constitution looks good to me. I don't think it needs no adding to.
Hand me that brick there.
It's a foundation, that's what it is.
Sure, it's a foundation. That's just what I'm talking about. But do you build a foundation and then go away and not build a house? Do you clear the woods and then let the ground go barren?
Ah, Pipple.
Ah, the way you argue. Pipple, eh? Is that all you can say? Hand me that brick there.
What's the hurry? Give them time. It's not an easy job to get a new country running right.
That's just the point. It's a lot easier to get it running wrong.
Rights, man. Can't you get that through your head? Why shouldn't rights be written into the Constitution just as much as rules on how to meet and when to vote and how much a senator should get paid?
Not they alone. Not only little men like they, whose names escape us, whose names will never be recalled. The men who left their bloody footprints in the snows of Pennsylvania and buried their comrades in a clearing back of a clump of evergreens. The little men who took it, gave it, stuck for the duration, saw it through. Not they alone are doubters, wondering and grumbling. No, there are big names, too. Names now bandied on the tongue, but later to be lustrous, later to be sainted. Tom Jefferson, George Mason, Jimmy Madison, Pat Henry. Now, take Jefferson, for instance. You know what he says?
Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against any government on earth.
I'll take Pat Henry.
I cannot give my oath to support this Constitution without a Bill of Rights.
I'll take Mason, a wealthy planter of Virginia who'd rather plant a seed of liberty than 20,000 acres of tobacco.
Government to be lasting must be founded in the confidence and affections of the people. Without a Bill of Rights, this government will end either in monarchy or a tyrannical aristocracy. This Constitution has been formed without the knowledge of the people, and it is not proper to say to them, take this or nothing.
Well, then, the Constitution is in peril. This document, so handsomely engrossed in Philadelphia, there are doubts about it, and suspicions. Will the states approve of it? Approve by ratifying? Will they throw it out? Or will they ratify providing certain changes will be made? The writing's fresh, still fresh upon the parchment. The text is clean, the ink is bold, the meaning clear. Only the worth of the Constitution is uncertain. All the points, the articles, the regulations are well put, but will they be well taken? The states decide. Not one man, two men, three men, but the states united. They decide. What says South Carolina?
We ratify but offer 4 amendments.
What says Massachusetts, where she stands?
We ratify but offer 9 amendments.
New Hampshire, you.
We ratify but propose 12 amendments.
Rhode Island.
We ratify but 21 amendments, please.
North Carolina.
26 amendments and the Declaration of Men's Rights.
Virginia.
We ratify, but we're suggesting 29 amendments and a Bill of Rights.
New York.
33 amendments in full wages read, and we ratify.
Now, Congress may begin. May call itself First Congress. May go to work. May tackle the new job of running a democracy. But it has one thing to remember. A promise is a promise. The people have been promised changes, promised amendments, promised that their freedoms should be written down in black and white for all to see, for all to know, for all to live and prosper by. Well, it'll take time. No quorum to begin with. Bad roads, New York City hard to get to. There's some indifference, too. So, well, days go by. No quorum. Month of March goes by. No quorum. Well, patience. Good things grow slowly. Good things don't come running when you whistle to them. Good things are always fought for, worked for, grown. The acorn to the oak is not an overnight procedure, you know. God himself took several days to make the earth. But one day they begin. They sit down in a drafty hall in New York City and they go to work. At first they're busy with 100 other things, but Madison, he keeps after them. He's a stickler for this Bill of Rights. Madison remembers what the people want. And by this time, carpenters are making changes in Federal Hall, adding more room. Now, the place has got to be enlarged. The government's growing, you know. And the representatives, all 55 of them, they work through the noise. They're making some additions of their own. They're working on the Bill of Rights.
Do you think 55 representatives of the American people sat in a hall in New York City, in a drafty hall, and made up Articles of Freedom? Do you think the congressmen from 13 states made up those freedoms out of their own heads, debated there, deliberated there, without assistance, all by themselves, from their own experience? Oh, no. They had much help. From many nameless and unknown, from dust in quiet places, from broken bones deep in the earth, deep in forgotten earth, mixed with the empty clay, from bleeding mouths, burnt flesh, cropped ears, from numberless and nameless agonies. The delegates from dungeons, they were there.
I said that men were born equal. That is all I said.
The delegates from ashes, at the bottoms of the stakes, they were there. The king did not approve. The gallows delegates, whose corpses lifted gently in the breeze, they too. The exiled wanderers, the Christians killed for being Christians, Jews for being Jews, the Quakers hanged in Boston town. They made a quorum also.
Prisoners. We are prisoners.
The murdered men, the lopped off hands, the shattered limbs, the red welts where the whiplash bit into the back. Must you know what they said? Must you know how they argued? Must you be told the evidence? The silent testimony of the raised, must it be told verbatim? Listen then! That was an argument for an amendment. That was a speech in favor of an article of freedom. That prays the passage of a Bill of Rights. How much of all this must be told to be believed? Must it be drawn on diagrams? X marks the spot where decency was last observed. The dotted line shows how the victim staggered. The arrow points to blood. The headsman, he was there in Federal Hall. The man who turned the ratchets on the rack. He sat in the assembly, too. Nero was there. Caligula, King Philip, Torquemada, Cotton Mather, all the tyrants and the martyrs who had gone before. Sat quietly, unseen among the representatives. Read from their memoirs, expert testimonies, found their ways into the record and between the lines. All the long and bloody history of fanaticism, murder in the name of God, torture in the name of love, crucifixion in the name of safety to the crown. My God, my God. He, too, sat in the Congress. The mild man with the scars in his hands and feet, where the spikes went through. He was a consultant in the business at hand. Had he not died because the rulers of a realm denied free speech? Was he not nailed up on a cross between two thieves because his preachments were considered treason? He, the Son of God, was he not executed over an issue of the rights of man? Make no mistake about it. He was there. He sat beside James Madison and Elbridge Gerry and John Page in Federal Hall. Unseen he was. The men of Congress were collaborated with. They added up the gains and losses, and the brave words spoken, and the brave songs sung. They weighed the drawn and quartered flesh. They took into account the hemlock and the crucifix, the faggot and garrote. And then they framed amendments to the Constitution out of the agonies, out of the crisscrossed scars of all the human race. They made a Bill of Rights for their own people, for a new, a willful, and a hopeful nation. Made a Bill of Rights stand against the enemies within, connivers, fakers, those who lust for power, those who make of their authority an insolence. The Congress of the 13 states, instructed by the people of the 13 states, threw up a bulwark, wrote a hope, and made a sign for their posterity against the bigots, the fanatics, bullies, lynchers, race haters, the cruel men, the spiteful men, the sneaking men, the pessimists, the men who give up fights that have been just begun. The Congress wrote a 10-part epic of amendments.
Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law regarding an establishment of religion
or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Redburn.
I move this amendment be accepted in its present form without qualification.
These are the voices of Virginians. We are debating Congress's amendment on this mild December afternoon, this 15th of December, 1791, debating in the State Assembly in the capital at Richmond. Only one more state is needed now to ratify. Just one more state and the amendment becomes law. The victory is close at hand. Virginia likes these articles. Virginia, the home of Washington and Jefferson, of Madison and Mason. Virginia has fought to win these rights for many years, has waited for this day. This is December the 15th, 1791. Virginia will ratify the Bill of Rights today, and freedom will take hold, take root, begin to burgeon in the rich earth of America. Today, the 15th of December. Now the people of the states breathe easier. It's all down in black and white. A contract. It's a deal between the future and themselves. Americans don't make a promise lightly, or take it that way either. A promise made by honest men to other honest men is like a hand clasp and a vow. Meant to be understood. Meant to be remembered. Look about the country now. Suspicion thaws like frost beneath the frank diplomacy of spring. The people read the new amendment slowly, pleasurefully, as they'd read a letter from a son just set up in business who'd written home to tell how he was making good.
Oh, well, now that's more like it. Yes, sir, that's more like it.
Got your sleeve in the soup, dear. What's more like what?
Listen to this. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
That mean you can keep your gun?
That means if somebody gets into office and turns sour on the people that put him there, why, he can't vex us with a standing army the way George did before the war. No, sir, we people of the states, if we got arms, nobody's going to order us to do things the majority of the country ain't voted for. Not without a fight.
Better eat that soup before it gets cold. Shouldn't read when you eat anyways. Put down the paper.
Oh, all right.
That's a good law, ain't it, Jasper?
Yep.
Go on reading it. Why'd you stop?
Well, how can you hear me when you're hammering?
Concentration. Go on.
Amendment 3. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
Gives me elbow grease just hearing things like that. Makes the old hammer handle easier.
The way this sounds, you'd think we was expecting another war. In a time of war, this says. Why, I thought we'd just been all through that a little while ago.
Why, the more these amendments make us free, the more they'll be hated by those who don't want freedom because it spoils their game. Think nobody's going to try and break us up because we're united and agreed? Some people are just ornery that way. Wouldn't surprise me none if we had to fight more wars.
Why, you mean to say we're maybe going to have to fight all over again to keep our independence? Well, I hope it don't get to be a habit.
I hope it does. Pretty good habit to get into, fighting for your rights. Always somebody waiting for a chance to steal valuables. And if freedom ain't a valuable, I don't know what is.
Yeah, well.
Go on, read some more.
Amendment 4. The rights of the people to be secure in their persons, homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be...
shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue, but upon probable cause supported by oath and affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized.
I brought you these, Robert. I grew them myself inside the house. Don't smell much, but they're awful pretty. Everything's going on about the same at the house. Except I'm a year older since I was here last. Guess you don't have to worry anymore, Robert. Guess you can rest in peace now. Looks like it's going to be all right. They didn't trick you, Robert. Looks all right.
The voices of Americans in Maryland, in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, the Carolinas, Georgia. Up and down the little seaboard nation, the voices of Americans together now. Together in a new way, in a strange new way, a way men had never lived together in before. Proud men, unsuspicious, trusting men. They're fighting over, and they're living just begun. They're building, and they're working, and they're singing, just now getting started.
Here strangers from 1,000 shores, compelled by tyranny to roam, shall find amid abundant stores a nobler and a happier home. Rejoice, Columbia's sons, rejoice. To tyrants never bend the knee, but join with heart and soul and voice for Jefferson and liberty. Here art shall live
the song make good its promise? Does this folk tune hold the truth? Shall strangers from 1,000 shores be compelled by tyrannies to roam? Shall they find here, amidst abundant stores, a nobler and happier home? 150 years from this beginning, how much of what is said and of what is sung and what is written down shall still be good? This parchment of the Bill of Rights, with the word resolved so plainly written on it, how long will it endure? Is it a passport to a greater day? Will future generations read it, sanction it, and pass on it? Will children's children live by it, work by it, and profit by it? Look it over. Look it over. It is new. The parchment shines. The text is easy reading. The words are not yet worn with trial and experience. The writing's fresh, the meaning's clear. The parchment gleams in the December sunlight like a burnished shield upraised against oppression.
Amendment 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life and limb. Nor shall he be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without...
Let's go ahead 150 years from now. Let's rush headlong, unstopping down the corridors of time. Let's go ahead to 1941. The writing dims. The parchment cracks and curls up at the edges. The splotch of time is on it. And now it's in a case in Washington, D.C. It's in a case behind a pane of special glass protecting it from the light. You see that tourist bending over it there? He's trying hard to make out the writing. He's tracing the rights of persons accused of crime.
Amendment 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense.
Where does this tourist come from? Oh, maybe from a place undreamed of when the Bill of Rights was born. A land as far away from Federal Hall as Europe. Well, California. What lies tonight between that place and here? 4 dozen states without a yard of fenced-in border. 130 million people. People working, people resting up to work some more. People working in a mighty unison to prosecute a war. All right, now let's move along. Let's move among them. Let's hear them living lives and thinking thoughts and giving off opinions. Let's see now what they have to say 150 winters after Richmond. Let's see what happens to the Bill of Rights through their 33 administrations, 77 Congresses, and a half a dozen wars. Has anybody anything to say about the status of men's rights December 15th, 1941?
I have something to say, if you don't mind. I'm in jail tonight, but I'm joining in your celebration and cheering as hard as anybody else.
Uh-huh. Well, if you don't mind my asking,
trumped-up charge. The old routine in the city. And I'm getting out on bail tomorrow, and when I'm finally tried, it'll be by a jury and in public. And none of this Gestapo stuff. Not that they wouldn't try it if they could, but that little 450-word matter you're celebrating tonight stops them short of that.
Yeah, well, what did they chuck you in the clink for? I mean, what the charge?
Making a speech for the Fusion Party against the mayor. First, we hired a hall, but they took away our permit. Said the building was unsafe under an old fire ordinance. So then we went down to Garrison Square, where no permit is required to speak in public. And within 10 minutes, we were on our way to the police station on charges of blocking traffic, disturbing the peace, and inciting to riot.
Oh, it's a fine thing.
Yes, but listen, we'll beat him. He's scared of us. He's scared the people will find out the truth. And with good reason, because when they do, he's finished. That's why he doesn't want us to be heard.
Uh-huh.
It's only the crooks and the frightened little big shots who need to shut up their opponents. That may work all right in some other countries, but not here.
Yeah, well, how are you going to beat him?
Well, there's such things as rights on our side. And not even the mayor's machine is powerful enough to stop us. We'll fight that fight on every front. Carry it to the highest courts if necessary. And we'll win!
Is this the talk of servile men? Of tamed and gutless and obedient men? Is this the kind of talk you hear from slaves and witless followers? No, not quite. Not exactly. This is what they meant in Federal Hall and what they voted for 150 years ago today in Richmond. Those 10 amendments are not dusty statutes loafing in retirement. They're a pep talk to the fighters and a fortress to the undefended. They double bar the front door of the home against culprits and searching parties. Stand the drinks for everybody toasting freedom. And of all things, they are not a set of legal clauses, dry and dusty. Although that's Amendment 7, that makes us wonder.
Amendment 7. In suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
Uh-huh. Well, except for that, not like a lawyer's brief at all, but mostly like a kind of a freestyle ode to liberty. 10 verses long.
Amendment 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
That's treason in most of your sentiment like that today.
Amendment 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Do you notice how many times it says the people? Well, now, can it be because it means the people? Yeah, it can.
Amendment 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution
are prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people.
Powers reserved to the people in the Bill of Rights. How the mighty and the proud have fallen. Why, King John, who threw a fit when barons made him sign the Magna Carta. Barons, mind you, were heedless of the common people. John, the tough old monarch. Well, he would have died 1,000 deaths of apoplexy at the mention of the thought of it. The pharaohs of old Egypt, masters of the blackest arts of slavery. They would have crawled inside a pyramid and shut 147 secret doors behind them in a panic.
A promise is a promise. Has America's been kept? Has it come through peace and war untarnished and unbroken? Has it worked and is it working? For the people and by the people? Is it going anywhere from here? Are the rights the right rights? Are they rolling? Do they function? Do they click? Well, who knows the answer better than the people? Who better can we ask than ask the great custodians themselves, the 100 million keepers of the promise? And we shall ask them. Ask a few of them who stand for many more than few, the high and the low among them. Ladies and gentlemen, an office clerk.
Well, we know what freedom is now. Looked for a while there like a lot of us had forgot what it really meant and how much we had of it. But the news that kept piling in from the four corners of the earth, that reminded us all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, an editor.
There have been attacks on the freedom of the press and strangleholds of various sorts, but they've been broken every time. And today a man is free to start a paper, run it as he pleases, differ from the next man, all he wants. That would make it seem to me, for one, that our rights have come down undamaged.
Ladies and gentlemen, a worshiper.
I go to the church of my choice. When I don't wish to go, I don't go.
Ladies and gentlemen, an auto worker.
We got the right to organize. We got the right to bargain collectively. Those are good rights, and we're proud of them. We're better workers on account of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, a manufacturer.
There is nothing in any law which forbids us to forget class differences and work together to strengthen the sinews of our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, an Okie.
I got a right, if I'm hungry and out of work, which I has been, to go looking for work anywhere in my country. The big court says nobody can't stop me from looking. Dang it, that's my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, a mother.
I might be afraid to bring a child into the world, but not to bring a citizen into the population of the United States.
Yes. And from men beneath the rocking spars of fishing boats in Gloucester, from the vast tenancy of busy cities, roaring with the million mingled sounds of work, from towns spread thinly through the Appalachians, from the assembly lines, the forges spitting flame, the night shifts in the mines, the great flat counties of the prairie states, from the grocers, from the salesmen, from the tugboat pilots and the motor makers, acclamation! Yes! United proudly in a solemn day, knit more strongly than we were 150 years ago this day. Can it be progress if our Bill of Rights is stronger now than when it was conceived? Is that not what you would call wearing well? The incubation of invincibility? Is not our Bill of Rights more cherished now than ever? The blood more zealous to preserve it whole? Americans shall answer, for they alone, they know the answer. The people of America, from the east, from west, from north, from south. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the people of the United States.
Free Americans. No date in the long history of freedom means more to liberty-loving men in all liberty-loving countries than the 15th day of December, 1791. On that day, 150 years ago, a new nation, through an elected Congress, adopted a Declaration of Human Rights which has influenced the thinking of all mankind from one end of the world to the other. There is not a single republic of this hemisphere which has not adopted in its fundamental law basic principles of freedom of man and freedom of mind enacted in the American Bill of Rights. There is not a country, large or small, on this continent and in this world which has not felt the influence of that document, directly or indirectly. Indeed, prior to the year 1933, the essential validity of the American Bill of Rights was accepted everywhere, at least in principle. Even today, with the exception of Germany, Italy, and Japan, the peoples of the whole world, in all probability 4/5 of them, support its principles, its teachings, and its glorious results. But in the year 1933, there came to power in Germany a political clique which did not accept the declarations of the American Bill of Human Rights as valid. A small clique of ambitious and unscrupulous politicians whose announced and admitted platform was precisely the destruction of the rights that instrument declared. Indeed, the entire program and goal of these political and moral tigers was nothing more than the overthrow throughout the earth of the great revolution of human liberty, of which our American Bill of Rights is the mother charter. The truths which were self-evident to Thomas Jefferson, which have been self-evident to the 6 generations of Americans who followed him, were to these men hateful. The rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which seemed to the founders of the Republic, and which seemed to us inalienable, were to Hitler and his fellows empty words, which they proposed to cancel forever. The propositions they advanced to take the place of Jefferson's inalienable rights were these: that the individual human being has no rights whatever in himself and by virtue of his humanity, that the individual human being has no right to a soul of his own, or a mind of his own, or a tongue of his own, or a trade of his own, or even to live where he pleases, or to marry the woman he loves. That his only duty is the duty of obedience, not to his God, not to his conscience, but to Adolf Hitler, and that his only value is his value not as a man, but as a unit of the Nazi state. To Hitler, the ideal of the people as we conceive it, the free, self-governing, and responsible people, is incomprehensible. The people to Hitler are the masses, and the highest human idealism is in his own words, that a man should wish to become a dust particle of the order of force which is to shape his universe. To Hitler, the government as we conceive it is an impossible conception. The government to him is not the servant and the instrument of the people, but their absolute master and the dictator of their very act. To Hitler, the church as we conceive it is a monstrosity to be destroyed by every means at his command. The Nazi church is to be the national church, a pagan church, absolutely and exclusively in the service of but one doctrine, one race, one nation. To Hitler, the freedom of men to think as they please, and speak as they please, and worship as they please, is of all things imaginable most hateful and most desperately to be feared. The issue of our time, the issue of the war in which we are engaged, is the issue forced upon the decent, self-respecting peoples of the earth by the aggressive dogmas of this attempted revival of barbarism. This proposed return to tyranny, this effort to impose again upon the peoples of the world doctrines of absolute obedience, of dictatorial rule, of the suppression of truth, of the oppression of conscience, which the free nations of the earth have long ago rejected. What we face is nothing more nor less than an attempt to overthrow and to cancel out the great upsurge of human liberty, of which the American Bill of Rights is the fundamental document, to force the peoples of the earth, and among them the peoples of this continent and this nation, to accept again the absolute authority and despotic rule from which the courage and the resolution and the sacrifices of their ancestors liberated them many, many years ago. It is an attempt which could succeed only if those who have inherited the gift of liberty had lost the manhood to preserve it. But we Americans know that the determination of this generation of our people, our generation to preserve liberty, is as fixed and certain as the determination of that earlier generation of Americans was to win it. We will not, under any threat or in the face of any danger, surrender the guarantees of liberty our forefathers framed for us in our Bill of Rights. We hold with all the passion of our hearts and minds to those commitments of the human spirit. We are solemnly determined that no power or combination of powers of this earth shall shake our hold upon them. We covenant with each other before all the world that having taken up arms in the defense of liberty, we will not lay them down before liberty is once again secure in the world we live in. For that security we pray. For that security we act, now and evermore.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard the President of the United States speaking from the White House in Washington, D.C. Our national anthem.
You have been listening to We Hold These Truths, a special program commemorating the 150th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights and presented over the combined radio networks of the United States. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spoke from the White House in Washington, D.C. The Hollywood portion of the program, written and directed by Norman Corwin, starred Edward Arnold, Walter Brennan, Bob Burns, Walter Houston, Marjorie Main, Edward G. Robinson, Corporal James Stewart, Rudy Valley, and Orson Welles. The original music score was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. The national anthem was performed by the NBC Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Dr. Leopold Stokowski, and came to you from New York.
Navigator to pilot. Go ahead, Ben. Coast of Holland, just ahead. Good. Pilot to bombardier. Open bomb base and prepare to bomb. Right. Bomb doors open. Navigator to pilot. We're over the target. There's West Capella. And there's the Great Dyke. Pilot to bombardier. Target below. She's all yours. I need a little left. No, too much. Give me a little right. Just a little. There. Steady now. Hold what you've got. That's it. Hold it. Steady. Hold it. Bombs away.
Mission accomplished. The long train of bombs hurtles earthward, and the great dike at West Capella in Holland is breached. The ocean pours through the spreading holes, washing over the land, drowning out the gun emplacements of the Germans. Modern warfare? Well, not exactly modern. A Dutchman thought of the same strategy 400 years ago. His name was William the Silent. He wasn't a silent man at all. It is his story we tell tonight. His story and the story of another time in history, when Holland was fighting for its freedom. And the Dutch broke the dikes.
The Air presents Chapter 7 of We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as narrator, we present Chapter 7, How the Dutch Broke the Dikes in We Came This Way.
In the year 1555, Charles V of Spain gave up his throne and retired to a monastery. A tired old man, swollen with gout and sick of conquest. Forget him, but remember his son and successor.
Philip II, by the grace of God, King of Spain. Caesar Augustus, Lord of the earth. Absolute dominator in Asia, Africa, and America. Duke of Milan, and both the Burgundies. Hereditary sovereign of the 17 provinces of the Netherlands.
Philip was a medieval man in a world where feudalism was crumbling. An autocrat in an age when men were beginning to question authority. Philip tried to turn back the clock. He wanted to check the Reformation, build a gigantic Spanish monarchy, and reduce his other possessions to vassal states. He almost succeeded. He would have succeeded except for one thing. William the Silent, Prince of Orange, opposed him. Philip sent the Duke of Alva to the Netherlands with an army. William fled for his life. But don't forget William. This is only the prologue to our story. Alva rode into the Netherlands on a white horse with 10,000 soldiers. He looked around him and he saw the fear on people's faces. But he failed to see the anger in their hearts. So he wrote a letter to Philip.
I am here. So much is certain. Whether I am welcome is of little consequence. I have tamed men of iron in my day. Shall I not easily crush these men of butter? Violence is the only way with these people. I shall act accordingly.
Alva's first act was to establish the Council of Blood. 3 months later, he wrote again.
I would that all the heads of all His Majesty's enemies were upon a single neck, so that I might strike them off with one blow. To date, I have had killed 1,800 heretics.
But even Alva was too slow for Philip. In February 1568, he had the Inquisition pass sentence upon the Netherlands.
Let it be made known that through this holy office, all inhabitants of the Netherlands, with the few exceptions noted below, are herewith condemned to death as heretics. And let it be further known that this sentence is to be carried out immediately, without regard to age, sex, or condition.
Never before or since was a whole nation sentenced to death. Even children went to the stake. The whole population of the Netherlands might have been swallowed up in one vast grave if William the Silent had been a different kind of man. But he was what he was. So, in exile by almost superhuman effort, he assembled an army. Then he came back to the Netherlands to liberate the people, to fight for what he valued more than his life. What William fought for was something new in the world. It was an idea, freedom of conscience. And it is being fought for even today.
Yes, I came back. There is a time, I think, in every man's life when he must choose between inaction and struggle. I came back to lead the people against the Duke of Alva and the greatest army in Europe. My army was a people's army, a ragged, undisciplined, but savagely loyal force. We called ourselves beggars. For beggars was the name the King's Regent had given us years before when we had gone to petition against Alva's coming. For 2 years we fought, a losing fight. I saw my 3 younger brothers killed in battle, saw Antwerp ravaged, saw Zutphen fall, Haarlem fall. Then, when I lay ill of fever at Delft and powerless to stop them, I saw the Spaniards under Valdez march on the city of Leiden in Holland. If Leiden surrendered, all was lost. The people of the Netherlands could stand no more defeat. But at Leiden, where General Valdez was proposing terms of surrender to the Burgess.
Burgomaster. A stubborn fool. I am offering the people of Leiden pardon and mercy if you surrender the city at once. Pardon and mercy, do you understand?
I understand, General Valdez, that the flute sounds sweet when the fowler lures the bird. We know what happened at Haarlem when they surrendered. The Spanish mercy, Spanish fury.
You know the alternative to surrender.
Yes, we know.
Very well. The arrangement suits us admirably. We lay siege. We wait outside the walls while you starve inside.
The Spanish army has no other engagements?
You are cool now, Burgomaster. But you will change your tune. I tell you that Leiden will be taken. If I fall in the siege, my son will come and take my place. If he falls, my second son will take his place. And if he falls, then my wife will come from Spain to take his place.
And who will take your wife's place, General Valdez? My name is Peter van der Werf. I was the burgomaster of Leiden, and I do not want you to think that I was a brave man. I did what I did because sometimes a man has but one choice. We had lived for 5 years under Alva. Nothing worse could happen to us after that. So the Spanish army waited outside Leiden for us to starve inside. And we waited for the prince to send us aid. 2 months went by, and every day there was a little less food than the day before. Then one day...
Peter.
Yes, Anna.
There's a boy outside. He says his name is Dirk van Ziel. He has 2 pigeons in a cage.
Pigeons? Tell him to come in, Anna.
I'll tell him. You can go in now.
Burgomaster, I had to see you.
What is it, lad? What do you want?
To save Leiden, sir.
Save Leiden? How will you save Leiden?
Isn't it true, sir, that you've been trying to get a message to the prince to send us help?
Yes, it's true.
And that both couriers you sent were captured by the Spanish?
And tortured?
I could get to Delft, sir.
You?
I know the road like the palm of my hand. I could do it blindfolded.
Yes, but the Spanish would not be blindfolded.
I could slip out at night. I know where there's a hole in the wall, grown over with weeds. Only a boy could get through. I could slip past the sentry.
And suppose they saw you?
I'd run. I'd hide under the bank of the canal. Or I'd lie flat in the water with my nose out. I tell you, sir, I could get to Delft.
How old are you, lad?
16. But what you need for the trip is a boy, sir. Not a slow, old man fat with drinking too much beer.
But if you did manage to sneak out of the city and get to the prince with a message, you'd never be able to get back in with the prince's answer.
I'd not try to return, sir.
Yeah, but the object of the trip is to bring back word from the prince.
I wouldn't come back, sir. But my pigeons would. You see, sir, they're homing pigeons.
Go on, lad. Tell me more of Leiden.
Well, the food is almost gone, sir. And some talk of surrender. They say... they say that you have deserted us.
No, lad. The fair maid of Holland has had many suitors, but she chose me above all others. I'll not desert her.
You send an army to help us?
If I had an army, I'd have sent it long ago. It was cut to pieces at Moekerheide. The only force I've left is the fleet. The sea beggars.
But Leiden's not on the sea. How could you send the sea beggars to Leiden?
By sending the sea to Leiden first.
What's that, sir?
If the dikes were broken, the whole lowland between here and Leiden would be flooded.
Of course, the dikes. I'd never thought of it. Then why not break the dikes, sir?
I would have long ago. Wanted to from the minute Leiden was besieged.
Then why?
The Estates General.
Oh, they won't agree to it.
No, not yet. But they must decide.
And what about Leiden, sir? Will we be left to starve to the last man?
No, lad, I've not given up. Tomorrow I go back to Rotterdam to meet with the Estates once more. And may God in his mercy give me the wisdom to make them see.
The prince's proposal to break the dikes was fantastic when he made it 2 months ago. It is still fantastic.
5 centuries our people have labored to push back the sea. Is all their work to be destroyed now?
If the dikes are broken, it will flood the Rhineland, the Delftland, the skiland.
All the adjoining districts.
I myself stand to lose many thousand guilders by the flooding of the land.
We will now hear from His Excellency the Prince.
Gentlemen, I make my last appeal to you. If Leiden falls, then Holland will be cut in two. With Leiden will collapse our last hope. The Netherlands will once more be at the mercy of the tyrant. You know what this means. You have seen the streets of your cities running with blood. You have shuddered in your homes and waited for the knock on the door that would drag you off to the gallows. If you have escaped, and thousands of your countrymen have died for a simple thing, a God-given thing, a thing that men should enjoy as freely as they breathe fresh air. The freedom to worship God as their conscience directs. Think not of your purses now, but of that freedom. Not of a parcel of land, but of those who will come after you to inherit that for which we fight. Do this thing I ask of you. Empower me to break the dikes and send the ocean to Leiden. And I tell you, what you do here today will be remembered. All generations to come will call you blessed.
The Estates General yielded. And on the 3rd day of August, 1574, I stood on the great outer dike near Rotterdam with my chief engineer. It was an ordinary summer day, daisies in the meadows, crows in the grain fields, a lazy wind turning the windmills. A crowd had gathered, and we bowed our heads for a moment. God grant us to succeed in this undertaking. God bless Holland. God keep Leiden.
Are you ready now, Your Excellency?
Yes, I'm ready.
At the sound of the cannon, let the work go forward. Let the dike be pierced and the ocean come in. Ready, set, fire.
The dike was broken. All the patient effort of 5 centuries destroyed. At Schiedam and Rotterdam, the floodgates were opened, and the water leaped forward, washing over the orchards, the grain fields, and the meadows. Where fat cows had grazed was now the bottom of the sea. But even as men watched, their earthly possessions vanish. They knew a great exaltation. Afterwards, they might carp and haggle and criticize. But for the moment, their vision was pure, unobstructed. They looked upon the desolation and saw something else. The waters of freedom washing over the lowlands.
The boy's pigeon came back to Leiden with the message that the dikes had been broken, and we were wild with relief and hope. It was a foolish thing I did, but the end seemed so near. I gave the order.
Hear ye, hear ye! By the order of the Burgomaster, rations of food will be doubled. Let all good men and true praise God. The ocean is on its way to Leiden. Leiden will be saved.
A week passed. The last of our food was eaten, and still the ocean did not come. The plague came instead. Plague and famine worked silently together. The church bells tolled 1,000 dead the first week. The second week passed. Dogs, cats, rats, everything that lived but man was killed and eaten. Another 1,000 died, and still there was no sign of the water. The third week, people were chewing on old shoe leather, eating the bark of trees, the roots, and swelling up and dying. An inch or two of water, but no more, had crept feebly across the meadows about Leiden. And Spanish soldiers stood below the city walls and mocked us.
Hola, Leidener! Where is your miracle? Weren't you expecting an ocean? Tell your prince to work another miracle and invent a boat that can sail on dry land.
By the end of the fourth week, 7,000 were dead of the famine and pestilence. My wife, Anna, was one of them. No one could dare to hear the church bells toll any longer. So I ordered them to cease. And that was how it was with Leiden when General Valdez unbuckled his sword and paid me another visit.
Senor Burgomaster.
What is it you would have of me now, General Valdez?
I've come for the last time to offer you pardon and mercy, if you will surrender.
You had your answer 4 months ago.
4 months ago you had hope. A faint hope that your prince might send you help. But now you have nothing.
You lie.
A month ago the dikes were cut. But did the water come to Leiden? No, senor. Even God mocks you. He has made the wind stop blowing. The water sinks instead of rising. The prince's fleet, my courier tells me, is stuck in the mud 2 miles from where it started. You see, senor, your last hope is gone.
No, General Valdez. You are wrong. We live. And as long as we live, we have hope.
Pardon me, senor, but we Spanish are not fools. We know you have nothing between you and starvation but a few mangy dogs and cats.
Then, as long as you hear a dog bark or a cat mew, know that Leiden holds out. You wait like vultures to pick our bones. But know this, General Valdez. When our last hour comes and we can fight no more, we will set fire to the city and die in the flames. Nothing will be left for you. Nothing.
What's that? In God's name, where's that music coming from?
From the people, General. The people of Leiden whom you say are beaten. Today we celebrate the birthday of the Prince of Orange.
May God forgive the burgomaster that lie. It was not my birthday. He had ordered the town musicians out and the people to parade so that Valdez would not know their desperation. I was desperate, too. I had counted on wind and tide to carry the seawater to Leiden. But for weeks, not a breath of air had stirred. The sea beggars were founded in a sea of mud. On the night of October 1st, I stood on the dike. The dike I had breached with so much hope. With me was the boy, Dirk Van Zyl.
The water's like a mirror. I never saw it so still.
Do you believe in miracles, lad?
Yes, sir. I think I do.
Good. They say they only happen to those who believe in them.
Oh, it would be a miracle, wouldn't it, sir, if the wind should suddenly rise and blow the ocean to Leiden?
You think that would be asking too much?
Oh, no, sir. If God has willed it, it will happen.
I see you are a good Calvinist.
Yes, sir. What is it? God bless you, sir. Are you taking cold, sir?
No, it's nothing.
What? Nothing, did you say? Listen.
It's the wind. The wind has changed.
And the sea is moving.
There were 3 feet of water in the meadows about Leiden by October 4th. And another of Dirk's pigeons had returned with the message that the fleet were on their way to save us. I kept watch till almost daybreak. Then I was awakened. I'm coming. What is it, man?
The city wall is falling.
No, it can't be.
But it's true, sir. The wall between the Cowgate and the Tower of Burgundy has fallen.
Then the Spaniards have minded. They mean to attack us before the fleet comes. They'll be in the city before it is light.
What are we to do, Burgomaster?
We'd fight them, of course. The captain of the guard is calling out our men. Every man, woman, and child in Leiden who is not too weak to stand lined up in orderly array before the fallen wall. The home guard had guns. The rest had pikes, axes, hammers, hay forks. The women had their kitchen knives. A few held lighted torches. We knew what we would do. As long as we could, we would fight the Spaniards off. Then we would set fire to the city and die in the flames. While we waited for dawn and for the enemy to attack, we prayed.
Surely he shall deliver me from the snare of the fowler and the noisome pestilence. Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night, nor the arrow that flieth by day, nor of the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor of the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord.
Listen, the cock crows in the Spanish camp. It's growing light in the east.
People of Leiden, the Spaniards will come now. Remember our oath. Death, but no surrender.
Look, they're coming.
Where?
There, creeping through the mist. There's one of them.
Wait. Halt! Halt or we fire! He's Dutch. Who is it? Who goes there? Dirk Van Ziel. What are you doing coming from the Spanish lines?
But don't you know? The Spaniards are gone.
Gone? Where?
They went toward the Hague. They rode past me as I came in.
Then why did they mine the wall?
Maybe they didn't, sir. Maybe the sea that's bringing the fleet undermined the wall.
And the fleet is coming.
Of course it's coming. Why do you think the Spaniards fled?
Listen, lad, listen!
That's the fleet now. The beggars. The beggars are coming. They're saluting us.
Thanks be to God. Thank God.
God bless Holland. God keep Leiden. God be praised.
Navigator to pilot.
Go ahead, Van.
Coast of Holland just ahead.
Good. Pilot to bombardier. Open bomb bays and prepare to bomb.
Right. Bomb doors open. Navigator to pilot. We're over the target. There's West Capella. There's the Great Dyke.
Pilot to bombardier. Target below. She's all yours.
I need a little left. No, too much. Give me a little right. Just a little. There. Steady now. Hold what you've got.
Once again, the dikes are broken to drive an enemy from the land. And now we who share in this work should remember that we had a stake in that other victory, too. We, you and I, were saved at Leiden. That was the city where, 35 years after the siege that Holland broke, a little band of Englishmen driven out of their own country because of their religion took refuge. Our pilgrim fathers found refuge there because Leiden held and remained free. From Leiden to Plymouth Rock was the way we came.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 7 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present the story of the Puritan Revolution in England. A handbook containing background information with suggestions for further reading is now in publication. We shall be happy to send you at cost of mailing this valuable We Came This Way handbook, especially written for the current series. Send 25 cents to cover the cost of printing and mailing to We Came This Way, Post Office 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. This program is presented by the NBC University of the Air, not only for listeners in this country, but also for our servicemen and women overseas, to be transmitted to them wherever they're stationed through the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight's script was written by Frank Wells and directed by Ira Avery. The original music was composed by Leo Kempinski and conducted by Milton Catums. Feature roles were played by Lon Clark, Rock Rogers, Owen Jordan, and Ruth Amos. The narrator was John W. Vandercook. This series is presented as a public service of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Juergens Journal, featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Juergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands. Mister, you say your girl has what kind of hands?
Her hands are look again and hope to touch.
Look again and hope to hold, I guess you mean.
I mean she has smooth, soft hands.
And very has soft, feminine hands. Juergens lotion makes this possible for any woman. Thanks to wartime research, this famous lotion is even more effective now for smoother, softer hands and for even longer protection against roughness. The very first application helps. But for the smoothest, inviting hands, use Juergens in connection with every soap and water job. And always use Juergens lotion. Now to the editorial room of the Juergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South American, all the ships at sea. Let's go to press. New York City. The Hudson River ice floes prevented the police launches from finding the body of the man who jumped from the George Washington Bridge a few hours ago. He was middle-aged and about 5'6". New York City. Attention, Hamilton, Ontario. Tragedy struck at the Fifth Avenue mansion of Dr. and Josephine Benedict Sharp today. The 27-year-old heiress to the Benedict typewriter fortune swallowed about 50 sleeping pills after a violent quarrel with her husband. Hollywood. The drummer in the Harry James Orchestra was arrested and charged with being a dope fiend today. He said the heroin he used cost him $450 an ounce. Morristown, New Jersey. Andrew Lord, a banker of New York City, was killed today after being thrown by his horse. Washington. Mr. Winston Churchill is all right now, despite a very rough trip today by air from Miami, in which he was thrown from his plane seat. Attention, Miami Herald. Dan Johnson, the moving picture star, after a 2-day visit to New Orleans, will arrive in Miami, Florida, Tuesday next. An actress named Jacqueline Dahlia is flying from New York City to visit the star in Florida. She is due there tomorrow. 1 and 1 make 3. Washington, D.C. Attention, Washington newspapers. An explosion, due very soon in Washington, will involve a member of the presidential cabinet and a foreigner who has tried to blackmail the presidential advisor. The long arm of the law will soon crack down on this blackmailer, whose initials are 19 and 4. Behind the international news, Montevideo, Uruguay. The Attorney General of Argentina is a dirty crook whose price is about 50,000 pesos for every Nazi he covers up by naturalization papers. These naturalization papers, ladies and gentlemen, are the price paid by Nutric Frundi for his naturalization. And it saves him from deportation and arrest by the United States Army. This Nazi Frundi was and still is Hitler's #1 man in Argentina. Munich. The ancient and dishonorable House of Bavaria, renowned in history for its drunkards and its insane, will soon try to separate Bavaria from Germany, so they can again put the crown on the family idiots. Shanghai. The Shanghai Evening Post and Mercury recently revealed what it called disquieting signs of Japanese and Nazi influence in China. That report, ladies and gentlemen, was written by an American. He is William H. Newton of the Scripps Howard newspapers. In short, said Mr. Newton, the Japanese and the Nazis are behind lots of trouble in China. Athens, Greece. The Food Administration in Greece is an international scandal right under the sleepy eyes of the British lion, or is he winking? Alexandria. It will be denied, it always is, but the evidence is mounting that the Kremlin and the Muslim leaders are working out a grand alliance. If this is true, then it would mean that so far as Joe Stalin is concerned, so long, bye-bye, and ta-ta to a free Palestine. Bahrain, Arabia. Arabian oil production is expected to reach an all-time high. And in power politics, an oil field is what a water hole is in a jungle or a desert. Look for plenty of trouble then, east of Suez and west of Bombay, and tell Mr. Molotov that he can't stop Winchell from reporting in advance what some diplomats are trying to scoop me on, a third world war. Washington, D.C. A terrific feud will shortly break when Postmaster General Robert Hannigan publicly challenges Secretary Ickes' testimony. General Hannigan will charge that Secretary Ickes was secretly backing Mr. Justice Douglas for vice president while publicly backing Mr. Henry Wallace, and that Mr. Ickes' second choice was Mr. Truman at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. In the 19th century, Abraham Lincoln fought for the principle that no man had the right to live by another man's sweat. In the 20th century, Abraham Lincoln would have fought twice as hard for the right of a man to say what he thinks, whether that man is speaking in a corner drugstore or over a national radio hookup. If Abraham Lincoln were with us today, he would be denouncing power politics over a microphone and probably be leading the latest Crosley Hooper or Nielsen radio rating. Because Abraham Lincoln spoke not only to the common people, he spoke for them. And though the centuries change, the principles, particularly of evil, remain the same. Nations, like men, were not born to live in chains. If Abraham Lincoln were alive tonight, ladies and gentlemen, he would be under subpoena to appear before that stupid, ranking, un-American committee, because Abraham Lincoln would dare to denounce some Bill Boob or some Gerald L. K. Smith or some other notorious question mark for being intolerant or for just being what they are. I believe, too, that if Lincoln were alive today, he would be attacked on the floor of the House or Senate as a subversive, just because Lincoln might have declared that all men have an equal right to make a living. Beyond a question of doubt, Lincoln, the Republican today, would be called alien-minded, an FDR stooge, a branch or the uptown edition of PM. Because Lincoln believed that a breadline in any state of the Union concerned the whole federal government. The New York and Washington ticker. You will soon learn about wholesale resignations now being readied by officials in the State Department and intelligence. They are sizzling over concealment of activities of certain foreign agents in our country for what is called diplomatic reasons. The Tommy Corcorans of Washington are expecting their fourth little brain truster in the summer. Mr. Corcoran was FDR's right-hand man early in the New Deal. New York. Prominent Wall Streeters now figure that except for a few regional ceilings, OPA will be a casualty next June. And that as prices go up, the value of your money will go down. The pressure boys in Washington who are trying to squeeze the last bit of advantage for their industries are squeezing half the life out of your dollar. See you at the poorhouse. A reporter's report to the people. Washington. The State Department and Secretary of State Burns denied the recent report of a rumor over this microphone that 2 American ships loaded with machine guns had docked at Barcelona recently. The guns, I said, were allegedly for the Franco government, and my source, I said, was the Spanish underground. Well, the Spanish government in exile, however, continues to believe the opposite, meaning that they were delivered. And a secret report of a French commission recited the alleged deliveries. In the meantime, will the State Department kindly explain the following dispatch of the Associated Press? It ran as follows, in the eminently reliable Christian Science Monitor on February the 2nd, to wit, the Barcelona newspaper Vanguardia said yesterday that a Spanish purchasing commission had reported buying $10 million worth of surplus property owned by the USA. The Spanish commission indicated that it had bought, quotes, abundant planes, a good quantity of tires, and numerous trucks. Mr. Secretary of State Burns, true or false? Attention, the State Department. This concerns a man who was trying to arrange a visa to get into our country And this is to protest it for a lot of other Americans. His name is Dmitry Ivanovich Dorozenko. He is Ukrainian. He was a principal speaker in 1940 in Berlin, Germany. He is a 100% Nazi, and he has the support of Hitler's gang. I have photostatic evidence of his appearance at Nazi meetings in Berlin. This Dmitry Dorozenko, now in the American zone in Germany, is actually working today as an advisor to the British American authorities. He has also requested a visa to come over here. Over what American's dead body, Mr. Secretary of State Burns? Ernie Piles, General Patton's, Captain Colin Kelly's, General Rose's, or Private Joe Dokes's? And now, Mr. Ben Grauer and company for Juergens Lotion. I'll be back in a flash.
Here's Sally Andrews, Juergens' beauty consultant who's been shopping in New York. Well, what'd you see, Sally?
Men at perfume counters, Ben.
Huh?
Choosing Valentine's, I guess, for the one and only. And I mean choosing. Wondering, would that be right for her? Would she rather have this?
Well, a man likes to please his girl.
A girl likes to please her man, too, Ben. Only sometimes she makes a mistake. She works so hard keeping his house nice for him, she forgets to keep her hands nice. And it's so easy with Juergens Lotion.
Oh, I guess the girls aren't so foolish, Sally. You know, young marrieds use Juergens Lotion nearly 4 to 1.
That's so. And they've probably noticed that Juergens Lotion is finer than ever now.
Juergens is even finer now as a result of wartime research. It protects even longer, makes the hands even smoother and softer. It's in the stores, same bottle, still 10 cents to $1 plus tax. You save on the dollar bottle. For St. Valentine's sake, take care of your hands. Be right with you in a minute, Walter. Take care regularly with this famous Juergens Lotion. Now back to the editorial room of the Juergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Washington. President Truman sent word yesterday that he would back Edwin Pauley to the finish, and that under no circumstances would Truman pull out his nomination for Mr. Pauley as Undersecretary of the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, I am for Edwin Pauley. I want to stand up and be counted among all those rats. I just want to ask his critics one question. If Edwin Pauley has committed a crime of any kind, why didn't Mr. Ickes or somebody tell it to any federal grand jury? If Edwin Pauley is guilty of any crime, why was such very important news held up until this late date? I don't believe that Edwin Pauley has done anything rotten or committed any crime. But if he has, then give me the evidence. And as one of his loyal friends, I will have him arrested. I'll tell Johnny Edgar Hoover. That's what I'll do. What a farce. How do you like it? A politician calling another politician a politician. Now for some tips to the papers. To the Army and Navy Journal. This may be a scoop. The Navy has completed plans for a post-war reserve, a sort of a Navy National Guard. The top side man will be Admiral John Gingrich, the former skipper of the USS Pittsburgh, who was given 2 new citations this week, but nobody has it in any newspaper. Why don't the boys wake up down there? To the Women's Wear, a newspaper of New York. Here is some sour news for the ladies. The heavy luxury tax on furs will not be lifted for a very long time because Secretary of the Treasury Vincent and President Truman are against removing that luxury tax. To the Albany Times-Union, the General Assembly of Kentucky this week passed a bill making FDR's birthday a legal state holiday. The governor of Kentucky, however, vetoed that bill, but the Kentucky House of Representatives, what a great bunch of guys they must be, passed it over, the Kentucky governor's veto. To the Daily Mirror of New York, Harry Hopkins did not die of cancer. It has not been announced why, and it may be denied, but it was liver trouble. And Mr. Hopkins' worst friends could not call him a drinking man of any kind. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another Juergens Journal until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Waldo Winchell, who leaves this memo for the chumps who lost their shirts in Wall Street the last few days. Buy government bonds, and someday you will thank the Lord that you saved some ammunition. Good night.
Out of sight, out of mind, they say. Well, just because you can't see them, don't let your elbows get rusty rough. You know others see them. When you smooth Jergens lotion on your hands, give your elbows a taste of Jergens, too. Keep this up and see how childlike smooth your elbows soon look. It's a detail, nice smooth elbows, yes, but a very charming detail. And smooth Jergens lotion over your arms and shoulders. Even too thin arms look rounder and more feminine when they're creamy smooth. Remember, Jergens lotion tends your skin with 2 ingredients so exceptional for skin smoothing that many doctors use them. No oiliness, no annoying stickiness. For really smart grooming, use Jergens lotion on your arms and elbows, too. Next week, another edition of the Jergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' new 15-minute program with her guest of the evening, June Allison, which follows immediately. This is Ben Grauer speaking.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In America, the press constitutes a singular power, so strangely composed of mingled good and evil that liberty could not live without it, and public order can hardly be maintained against it. It causes political life to circulate through all parts of the vast territory. Its eye is constantly open to detect the secret springs of political designs and to summon the leaders of all parties in turn to the bar of public opinion. It rallies the interests of the community around certain principles and draws up the creed of every party. In the United States, each separate newspaper exercises but little authority, but the power of the press is second only to that of the people.
The Chief Instrument of Freedom, a study in the American press. Item 11 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in the American press, the chief instrument of freedom.
When Beaumont and I left America in 1832, the American press was on the verge of a great transition. While we were in America, daily newspapers cost 6 cents as a rule. This was too much for the working man. This sixpenny press, as it was called, was edited in the main by and for business institutions and politicians. No one of the 55 newspapers in New York had more than a circulation of 2,000 copies.
Then, suddenly, a year after we left, the great change took place. The penny press was started by the New York Sun in 1833. And what interested the 6-cent public did not interest the penny public. Soon there was a newspaper in the hands of every man in the city, and even of every boy old enough to read. These papers are to be found in every hotel, tavern, counting house, shop, etc. Almost every porter and drayman, while not engaged in his occupation, may be seen with a paper in his hands.
Even after we left America, we were able to follow the American press and to discover the inflated and bombastic claims of the self-confident editors of the penny press. Editors who collected all their own news and wrote the entire paper themselves, such as the celebrated Scottish-born James Gordon Benet.
May 6, 1835. My first declaration of policy for the New York Herald, price 1 penny. In debuts of this kind, many talk of principle, political principle, party principle, as a sort of steel trap to catch the public. We openly disdain all steel traps, all principle, as it is called, all party, all politics. Our only guide shall be good, sound, practical common sense, applicable to the business and bosoms of men engaged in everyday life. We shall endeavor to record facts on every public and proper subject, stripped of verbiage and coloring, with comments when suitable, just, independent, fearless, and good-tempered. The editors of many of the other daily newspapers are heavy speculators in Wall Street and are truly unfit by nature to come to a right conclusion upon any subject. They pervert every public event from its proper hue and coloring to raise one stock and depress another. There is no truth in them.
Every profession, of course, has its class spirit. The characteristics of the American journalist often consist in an open and coarse appeal to the passions of his readers. He abandons principles to assail the characters of individuals, to track them into private life and disclose all their weaknesses and vices. The first American newspaper over which we cast our eyes contained the following article on the President of the United States, Andrew Jackson.
In all this affair, the language of Jackson, the president, has been that of a heartless despot, solely occupied with the preservation of his own authority. Intrigue is his native element. He governs by means of corruption, and his immoral practices will redound to his shame and confusion. His conduct in the political arena has been that of a shameless and lawless gamester.
And this sort of attack is perfectly usual. Any American journalist will tell you the same, will indeed boast of it.
And why shouldn't I boast of it? In America, the press is a mighty power, and I share a little of that power.
What, sir, do you do exactly?
I'm a correspondent of one of the New York papers.
Oh, you write the letters from Washington for that paper?
Precisely so. And it's a more difficult task to write a good letter than to make a bad speech.
No doubt of that, sir. You may often be employed in making the best of a bad argument.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean by improving what has been said by a senator or representative.
Not only that, but it is we that give the cue to every argument. The representatives in Congress take up a question as they find it stated in the papers.
And it is you that govern the country.
It's the press, sir, and nothing but the press which governs free people.
But is not the press liable to error?
All human institutions are. But we have such abundant means of correcting and preventing it that it's almost impossible for us to be in the wrong. In the first place, our press has the money by which it can secure the best talents, such as me. And secondly, our people are too cool to be easily wrought into a passion. We are a calculating people.
But your papers are full of personal abuse. Do you think that an advantage?
Not exactly, but it's unquestionably a great help, a seasoning of dull editorials. Our people have so much ordinary conversation in the course of the day that if it were not for the slander contained in our newspapers, they would not be amused at all. Papers, sir, are the eating, drink, and fuel of the Americans. And on that account, they can never be too hot for them.
But very high seasoning marks a bad taste. I should think the best papers on what is called the aristocratic side would scorn personal abuse.
Quite the reverse, sir, I assure you. It's the only means of attracting notoriety and of pleasing our first people. Besides, it'd be useless to play the part of a gentleman in that respect when all the rest are blackguards. We want strength, sir, strength and nothing but strength. None of your milk and molasses productions of which a man can make neither head nor tail. If we give a man a beating, we do not want him to get up again. We go the whole hog. When we attack a man, we assail at once his moral, political, religious, and domestic relations. Every little helps, you know. Give a dog a bad name and hang him, says the proverb, and it is just so with our politicians.
Indeed, it is pitiful to see what coarse insults, what small vilifications, and what imprudent calumnies fill the journals which serve as party organs.
I have always felt that whatever the divine providence permitted to occur, I was not too proud to report.
To say nothing of the fact that an American newspaper cheerfully prints whatever eccentric notion has entered the editor's head.
The motto of the New York Hawk and Buzzard: our gossip bird shall keep a bright lookout and show the world what folly is about.
I cannot support John Quincy Adams because he has introduced the billiard table into the president's house for the amusement of its inmates and visitors, thus holding out inducements to engage in a captivating vice, departing from plain Republican manners, imitating the court etiquette of regal power, and furnishing an example to the youth of our country which I conceive can be neither too generally nor too severely reprehended.
I founded the Indianapolis Gazette 60 miles from the nearest post office in a Buckeye log cabin of one room, part of which was occupied for family residence, and the ink was put on with balls of dressed deerskin stuffed with wool.
An editor might have started as a lawyer, a preacher, or a self-educated printer. But as an editor, he's let himself in for an exciting life. If he doesn't speak his mind, people lose respect for him. If he speaks his mind too much, he's in danger of life and limb. Editors openly accuse one another of the most disgusting acts, and the pistol is an editorial accessory not infrequently used. I reckon that's why the hard-pressed newspaperman wears his hat at his desk, so as to be able to make a hurried exit.
The policy of James Gordon Bennett. I want to make the New York Herald the great organ of social life, the prime element of civilization, the channel through which native talent, native genius, and native power may bubble up daily. I shall mix together commerce and business, pure religion and morals, literature and poetry, the drama and dramatic purity, till the Herald shall outstrip everything in the conception of man. The age of trashy novels, of more trashy poems, of more trashy quarterly and weekly literature is rapidly drawing to a close. This is the age of the daily press.
We live by our advertisements. Our advertising columns are open to the public, the whole public, and nothing but the public. We admit any advertisements of anything or any opinion from any persons who will pay the price.
The way these American editors speak of the financing of their newspapers reminds us that in America, writers are brain merchants. Literature is an industry. There is neither a classical school nor a romantic school. There is only the commercial school.
Oh, calme, Beaumont.
Well, you know very well, Tocqueville, these writers will edit newspapers, pamphlets, advertisements. They sell ideas as others sell cloth. Their desk is a counter. Their artistic souls are yard goods. Each article has its price, and they will tell you exactly what a printed inspiration costs.
True, up to a point. But some of the editors of the penny press saw their newspapers as superseding all other institutions.
What is to prevent a daily newspaper from being made the greatest organ of social life? Books have had their day. The theaters have had their day. The temple of religion has had its day. A newspaper can be made to take the lead of all these in the great movements of human thought and of human civilization. A newspaper can send more souls to heaven and save more from hell than all the churches or chapels in New York, besides making money at the same time. Let it be tried.
This is a most extravagant view of the function of the press. But even in 1831, before the revolution of the penny newspapers, the American press was the general and universal literature of the country. In the whole of America, there were more than 1,200 newspapers.
Twice as many as in France and England put together.
In New York City, there were 55 newspapers, many of them weekly, but 11 of them were daily. A very remarkable thing for a city of little over 200,000 inhabitants.
That, in 1831, no one of these papers dominated the others. Not one sold as many as 2,000 copies.
The ease with which American newspapers can be established produces a multitude of them. Each county has a newspaper. But as competition prevents any considerable profit, persons of much capacity are rarely led to engage in these undertakings. Such is the number of the public prints that even if they were a source of wealth, writers of ability could not be found to direct them all. The journalists of the United States are generally in a very humble position, with a scanty education and a vulgar turn of mind. Not authors, really, but idea-mongers.
The editor of the New York Courier and Enquirer, James Watson Webb, was foolish enough yesterday to assault your editor in the street. In the course of the scuffle, he gave me a smart rap over the head. The fellow, no doubt, wanted to let out the never-failing supply of good humor and wit which has created such a reputation for the New York Herald, and appropriate the contents to supply the emptiness of his own thick skull. He did not succeed, however, in rifling my ideas. My ideas in a few days will flow as fresh as ever, and he will find it so to his cost. My damage is a scratch about 3/4 of an inch in length on the third finger of the left hand, which I received from the iron railing I was forced against, and 3 buttons from my vest, which any tailor will reinstate for a 6pence. His loss is a rent from top to bottom of a very beautiful black coat, which cost the ruffian $40, and a blow in the face, which may have knocked down his throat some of his infernal teeth, for anything I know. Balance in my favor, $39.94, and the admiration of my vast